Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the sixth and final week of the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps. I am Septilence, joined by Nerdy Bird, and we are going to be going through, I assume, 4 best-of-1 series, as that has kind of been the case these previous 5 weeks. But Nerdy going into this week, much like last week, has gone up. It is now a $9,000 prize pool across the first 32 teams. So we're starting with a round of 64. You just have to win 1 game, and you've entered the prize pool, which is sick.
Yeah, and honestly, okay, so the lowest prize pool you could possibly get out of the $9,000 is $100 to split amongst your teammates, and let's be real, that is like a really, really nice McDonald's dinner that you can get yourself. I mean, you could technically go to the movies with that amount, but if you get the number 1 spot and walk away with a $3,000 bag from playing some Valorant, a little bit early in the morning for some gamers, but for the rest of us, not too early. I mean, I'm not totally sitting here with 2 different sources of caffeine, but with that being said, a $3,000 prize pool, what would you do with that, Septilence?
A $3,000 prize pool. I think the first thing I would do would be brag about it online. I mean, that would be a pretty cool thing to get. And there's one team, I believe only 3 players, that get to say they've won it twice. Because we saw Veers Kittens back in week number 2 emerge victorious in that first place position. And then just last week in week 5, we saw Expect the Unexpected, Expect the Expected, which was 3 members of Veers Kittens on a new team with 2 new players. So technically, 3 of them have made a pretty comfortable sum out of these just once a week Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps. I think it's a really cool thing to look out for, and I'm pretty sure that team is here again this week, so maybe they're going for the 3-peat.
All I gotta say is have fun with your taxes in February with that prize money.
Yeah. It's not the Yeah, you know what? Good luck with that. Fortunately, that's not our problem. Yep. That's a them problem. So I know that it's going to be something to keep an eye out for. Is Expect the Expected here? Is Veers Kittens back? Is there a new third team that Veer continues to kind of forefront, as he is consistently a very powerful player for those rosters? But to give you guys the whole prize pool, because we haven't really said it out loud quite yet, first place is $3,000. Second place is $1,000. Third and fourth both get $500. Fifth through eighth get $300. Ninth through 16th get $150, and 17th through 32nd get $100. So in a round of 64, you have to win 1 game, get to the round of 32, and you've made at least $100, which is very, very exciting.
Yes, and a team I want to keep an eye out for, because they have, they've gotten first place once, and they've made it into our top groups multiple times, is Ogres 2.0.
Yep.
I'm interested to see what they pull up with today. Maybe, just maybe, we might see, a transplant player from Veers Kitten come over and be like, yo, let's get this bag together and help them out this week. Of course, I'm speculating. At the end of the day, it's totally up to these teams who end up going to the first place spot and who ends up winning. But other teams aside, prize pools aside, Septilence, is there a map that you would love to see today?
Oh, I mean, almost the inverse of the question. I would love to not see Sunset. I think that's the only map where I'm really like, I don't want to watch that one. I don't really like Sunset very much, but I think every other map in the game, I'm pretty excited, at least in the beginning, to watch. You know, if we start getting Lotus 5 times in a row, obviously I'm not going to have a great time with it. But here at the very beginning, I'm excited to see darn near anything. Just not Sunset, I think.
I'm gonna parrot that and say no Sunset, no Lotus, at least for the starting half of the day, please.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. That's fair. I think we're good. I think we're pretty likely to see Lotus. We've gone 5 weeks, and I've been on the first half of the broadcast all 5 weeks, and I have not seen not Lotus at least one time. We've seen Lotus every single time. We saw Lotus twice in a row back in week 3. That was painful. But speaking of week 3, actually, I was going to bring up this point, and then I accidentally talked about the same week. Another team that we could possibly keep an eye out for, if they're here, is the Zero Marksmen, who made it to second place there in week 3. They played in week 5, and I think they made top 8, and they weren't able to go any further. So coming in here week 6, that is another team that was very powerful. When we did see them, things were great until they weren't. I'm talking 13-2, 13-3, 13-3, and then I think they got like 13 forward. And all of a sudden, the world had flipped on its head. And I wonder if the Zero Marksmen are going to come back with a new fire underneath them of, okay, things are looking better. Maybe we're feeling stronger, a bit more confident this time around. But even making top 8 is still prize pool bank. So you're not walking away with nothing.
And speaking of the number 8, the team that actually last week ended up walking away in second place, I envy them regardless of whether or not they walk away with the biggest prize pool or a lower prize pool. 8 Hours of Sleep is another team I hope we see today, and I hope they come in and expecting to try, take that first place spot away from Expect the Expected if they're here today as well. I mean, who doesn't envy any gamer that gets 8 hours of sleep?
As a gamer who notoriously does not do that, I definitely I envy people that get 8 hours of sleep. I actually got 9 hours of sleep last night, and then I woke up more tired than I usually am. Yeah. So that was unbelievably disappointing.
It's a lie. If you go over the 8-hour mark, you might as well restart.
Honestly, might as well get up, start over, give it a second attempt, give it the old run back, but. All things considered, a lot of these teams, I think, are looking for run backs. I mean, a lot of these teams have made it very far. You mentioned Ukers have made it to Grand Finals twice. Veers have won Grand Finals twice. Zero Marksmen made it to Grand Finals once and then almost a second time, but unfortunately fell just a little bit short. So there's all these hypotheticals. There's all these possibilities of teams and who could do what, but there's no mandatory, you had to play in weeks 1 through 5 to be here in week 6. Brand new teams could be coming out of the woodwork. I know that we got the chance to see Bruce Banner last week. They made it to, I think, top 8 as well. They were a team that we saw week 1, and then I hadn't seen them again until week 5. So some teams just kind of float in and out, but I definitely am looking at week 6 here for any new teams, maybe a new team to really bust out of the woodwork and catch us off guard.
I mean, not to mention, a lot of these players are probably close to our age group, and so you've been dealing with finals, you had Thanksgiving, so you had family obligations previously. I mean, yes, we took the Thanksgiving weekend off, but, if you had an extended break or, you went home and then you had the opportunity to stay home a little bit longer, perhaps your team or the team you were formulating didn't have the opportunity to compete just yet, so no Thanksgiving break that took you away from your gaming setup and your opportunity to play video games for endless hours, and no, extracurricular educational activities happening if you're out of your semester. Then with that in mind, perhaps we have new teams, some new players coming out that we've never seen before. We could have one heck of a lineup this week.
Yeah, and something that I want to look at here this week in particular, as well as a lot of schools and universities have started their holiday break, their winter break. So I'm wondering, are we going to see kind of a decrease in collegiate teams as a lot of these players have probably gone home, or maybe, they're on their way home right now. It's maybe the first weekend that they're heading home, they're unpacking, whatever it may be. But I do want to look, because we do see here at Esports U a lot of collegiate teams, even in the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps, which is not limited to collegiate teams, but a lot of them have still chosen to play here. And I think that makes a lot of sense. They want to get play time. They want to get in the spotlight. And I'm curious if this week is either going to see an influx or more likely a decrease in those collegiate teams, as they're a bit more spread out. They don't have access to the labs they've been playing out of.
Perhaps it's a decrease of the organized team, but we see players from those schools now able to be like, hey, I'm not playing under my school team. Let me pull up with my homies, and they come in with their friend group that they normally play with, and they're just here for some fun. I mean, we've got, 59 teams today that are competing for the opportunity in total, I believe, if not more. So we could see, names we've seen before under new titles. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, I think that would be very interesting as well. I know we saw, I believe it was 3 members of the Winthrop roster last week on a team that was not Winthrop. So I think that is very cool because they're a very talented Valorant team. Maybe they spread out a bit more. Maybe we do, as you mentioned, see some transplant players onto these more successful teams, because that is something as well we get to see, especially in best of ones, is some of these teams will have one star player that really starts to carry out and really starts to get super dominant with the performance and lead. And then they unfortunately can't carry the remaining 4. So maybe one of these top dog teams looks at that player and says, hey, we could use a 5th.
Yeah, your backpack seems a little bit full. We could take away some of that burden, and your back can get a little bit better going into the following weeks. But of course, we're just speculating at the end of the day. And honestly, outside of the opportunity to win money, which, as you mentioned, you just got to win one round, and then you automatically get money. That's always great. These guys, I hope, are all prepared to just have some fun. I mean, at the end of the day, we are
absolute
going to be casting and playing Valorant. Valorant is very stressful. Sometimes there's jump scare moments, but at the end of the day, it is a team game, and you should be having fun.
Yeah, and there was a player we had the chance to talk to, I think it was week 4, that he just kind of said something along the lines of, you know, even if we don't come to win, we wanted to play for the experience. We wanted to play against teams that we knew were really good. We wanted to play against teams that we knew would kind of iron sharpens iron against us. And I'm always particularly fond of that mindset. I think anybody that knows me knows that. It's that constant challenge of playing against an opponent that maybe we genuinely aren't going to beat them. Maybe they are better at whatever we're working on, but using that experience, learning from it is so much better than playing and rage quitting because you lost, especially in a highly competitive circumstance, a highly competitive atmosphere like a game of Valorant, like you said, where it's constant 1v1, it's that constant built-in 5v5. And I think there's a lot to be learned, and I'm particularly more fond of the teams that have the mindset of learning.
I am too, and considering you brought it up, you know, what we've been working on, what type of compositions do you think these teams might be, you know, pulling out this week? Are there any staple agents that you anticipate seeing almost every single game?
I think it really depends on what map we're going to and which agents we're going to be seeing. I think the most likely agent to say, oh, you know, we could see them on every map is Skye. Yeah. She's very consistent. She's very powerful in her performance. The only time we see a substitution is usually KO on either Split, sometimes, but Skye is still better there, or more realistically, Ascent is where we'll see KO kind of break through more than Skye. The other agent I think we could be looking at is Sova. He's got like an 80% pick rate across all maps, so he's there pretty consistently. And other than that, I think there's a lot of room for team comfortability. We've been seeing the occasional double duelist. We've been seeing double smokes. We've been seeing no duelist. That's been really interesting. We saw a lot of that last week. So other than Skye and Sova, I really think it's just pulling names out of a hat.
I agree. And the other thing that I've been finding that's also, you mentioned double duelist, so I got to mention it. I've seen teams that like 100%, you know that the enemy team, the opposing squad, they're going to pull out a double smoke lineup. And so the enemy team's like, well, we suck at smokes. So let's go double flash. And so it's just like either we don't see anything on the screen because we're viewing someone who's walking through a smoke, or we swap to a different POV and we're getting flashbanged. So those are also very enjoyable compositions to be able to watch.
I'm just glad they nerfed what the flashbang looks like in this game, the visual aid, especially for spectators, because that used to be even worse, but they did change it up a little bit, and the devs gave us the chance to view some things through the chaos. But unfortunately, we're not ready to view the teams quite yet. We had, I believe, over 64 teams sign up, so while the bracket is still being built, I believe we're going to go ahead and throw it to a super short break here. We're going to get the teams ready to get rid of the map bans, do what they need to do, and then we will see you guys right back here with more Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps in just a couple of minutes. I was muted. Get pranked, everybody. Totally knew that. All part of the plan. What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps. I'm Septilence, joined by Nerdy Bird, and we are jumping into our first confirmed map of the day. Our first best of one series, Event Horizon versus Hijinks Esports.
Yes, and this is our, I know that we talked about it before we hopped on Septilence, but I'm going to mention it. This is our 29th seed, Event Horizon, taking on Hijinks Esports, which is our 36th seed, but you talked about last week, and we got to mention that across the board, all of these teams have powerhouse players. Their ranks immortal. You know, they're just insanely good at this game. So yes, they're 29 and 36 respectively, but those are just numbers put on, honestly, at this point to make sure we keep track of who is where, not so much the anticipated true seeding of how this entire event will work out.
And I think we learned that pretty early on last week as well when we got the top 8, and I think seeds 1, 2, 3, and 5 were all out already. So we had lost a majority of the top 8 going into top 8, but it really does go to show how close these teams are across the board, because like you said, we were looking at, I think it was like number 2 seed was Immortal across the board, number 36 was Immortal across the board. So we were looking at very powerful teams, and I'm eager to look at these powerful teams as we find out what map Event Horizon and Hijinks Esports will be going to. I'm gonna guess Breeze. That's Lotus. I thought I got it for a second. I was really excited. No, that is Lotus. So my initial prediction off rip is correct. We will be seeing Lotus at least one time in these 3 or 4 best of ones that we'll be experiencing here today in the first half of the final week of the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps.
Yes, and I'm taking copious amounts of notes, so we have all these for later, but Lotus, I find it ironic that I sat here and I was like, can we not see Lotus in our first set of games? And you said Sunset, so your wish was granted, mine not so much. You basically predicted on the dot we would see Lotus early on, and here we are, we're seeing Lotus.
6 weeks of the Fighters Cup will do that to you, let me tell you. You really start to learn which maps these players do and do not like, and I'm glad that my mindset is one shared by the players, that none of us really like Sunset. The map needs some changes. It's just not a fun one to play on, so they know that, I know that, and we know that Lotus is a map these players love to play. We see it super often in Collegiate. We see it super often out of Collegiate. It's just a map these teams really like. I think we've learned that teams like these 3-site maps, but Lotus seems to work a little bit better than Haven because the sites are a bit more claustrophobic. They utilize or kind of elevate characters like Raze and Skye that I mentioned both being very powerful earlier on today, and I anticipate that of the 5 character slots on both teams, we should be seeing a Raze and definitely a Skye on both sides, maybe even a Viper confirmed as well.
Hey, I'm biased, and I personally like the Sage Raze combo because the paint grenade in conjunction with the slow orb is beautiful, and if people don't I'm walking up one of the pathways on either C site or A site, they get blown sky high.
And something we saw pretty consistently last week on Lotus as well is it's pretty much the default of Lotus at this point, is rotate slowly toward A site, see if you can get a pick. If you can't, full send it back to C site. Very rarely are we seeing B in a moment like this in a current meta that the map is being played on, so I'll be looking at A site in particular, moving into the pistol round, and maybe even the first half as a whole. Will these teams fall into default? Will they continue to pick the Skye, the Raze, and the Viper as Event Horizon has already locked in, or will they be trying something new?
Well, it looks like we've got Viper. We're going to have, of course, Raze, Omen, Skye, and then we're going to round out the roster with KJ for the Event Horizon side.
Yeah, no surprises here. These teams are looking to play a pretty expected team composition. And I've got to say, I'm not surprised to see the lock-in. Maybe a Cypher over a KJ, but KJ definitely seems to be a bit more of the versatile type. People like to bring her to the table where she can work better on offense and defense, where Cypher himself is a defense boyo across the board, and they don't want to get caught in the wings of a tough offense because they can only play defense.
Well, we'll have to see how both these teams end up utilizing these well, honestly, if that KJ locks in, we're very similar, but Husk pulling up with the Gecko, I mean, I like it. I'm a Wingman enjoyer. I want to see some Wingman spike plants personally, and Wingman will be my MVP until the day I die. That is a hill I will chronically die on. I don't care what anybody says.
Wingman, he's a strong guy. He's a tough guy to go up against. And I think that this is something that Hijinks may be able to take advantage of. We're not seeing a lot of Gecko gameplay these days. It's a pretty unique agent, kind of the Yoru of the initiators in a way. If people aren't traditionally playing it, but if they are, you assume it's for a reason. You assume they're pretty darn talented with that pick, with that character. And as we jump into Lotus, I guess a lot of this narrative is going to be talking about Husk and how beneficial or detrimental they can be for their team.
Well, Husk, it all hinges on you now. You are the player we'll be paying the most attention to. I'm totally joking. We're going to spread the love around and look at everybody as they play throughout our entire, what hopefully will not be going into quadruple overtime first map of the day.
You know, it has happened before, and I'm really hoping it won't happen again, because we are in for a long day already, but these players looking to find the absolute value they can. Last week, I believe our first matchup was 13-4, I believe, was the closing number in that lineup. So these teams definitely want to keep that energy moving. This is the round of 64. That is kind of the, and I say this in quotes, expected play, so to speak, is just the reality that we may be seeing something a little closer to a shutout than a close map. But we've also seen close maps in the round of 64, so it's certainly not a guarantee either.
Pretty standard loadouts across the board for what we're seeing. We do have, it looks like Event Horizon to go with half shield, light shield buy for free, and a B site push coming out from Raze and Gecko currently from our attacking team of Hijinks.
A slow rotation into B site here is not going to work well for Sakusa as they go down, and Hijinks loses that entry duelist early on. They've still got the spike available, and an approach toward B site has not been the value that they're looking for. It's not bringing the energy to the table that they'd want. Tootsie takes Ooze down, gives us a 5-3 now in favor of Event Horizon. And it's only the pistol round after all, but when you are in an attacker-sided map, you do expect to win rounds a little more consistently. However, Hijinks not so lucky quite yet.
You mentioned it earlier, you commit one and then you rotate over towards the other site. Well, it was a B site initial push. They lost one on B as well as on the engage on A. C site for the remaining 3 players we have standing for Hijinks. There is my Wingman plant, but Wingman gets eliminated.
No! No! He was so young! The Wingman has gone down in the spike with him, unfortunately. The rest of Hijinks will be joining Wingman back in the respawns there as Event Horizon drops a flawless round win here in first round. So it's not super beneficial. It's more showboaty than anything, but it definitely goes to show the mechanical prowess that Event Horizon is ready to bring to the table.
It just breaks my heart when I see Wingman fall.
Gone but not forgotten.
How could you do
Wingman.
that? And
rest in peace.
Buy round full shield purchases for Event Horizon, of course. Hopefully all will be carried over into a bonus.
Tootsie had a good angle, but backs out because of the smoke. Has to go for a rewind, but Paranoia there to disrupt the power play. Ooze catches an insane bullet to the brain. Sakusa a little more calculated. The third man out. Q is down, and it is a 3K from Xander to really rip off the Band-Aid in favor of Event. Nerdy, I always say, if you're on the losing side of a bonus round, you want to get at least 3 eliminations, right? But unfortunately, Hijinks only found 2, so Event Horizon definitely feeling good about their chances going into this round. Even 1 rifle on their side.
And we have Tootsie, unfortunately, one of those people that passed away, as well as Jar, choosing to go with the Sheriff and Light Shields. That's A-okay, but now you get that bonus after losing 2 rounds. We're gonna have almost complete buys, the exception being Ooze going with the Light Shield purchase instead. Is Event gonna get some free ARs, or is Hijinks gonna start turning this in their favor? Unfortunately, the initial flash will not work out.
He gets the recharge for the flash, though. Jiggle peeks the angle, but Ichigo and Bullets holding tight instead of long here. Nade out into an empty zone. I hear a Tasmanian Tiger just off screen toward the B side. Ooze caught out by it even. A pretty aggressive split here from Hijinks. We see the KJ. She's holding the back angle, and the Omen locking down the A side all the same. It's going to be a 3-1-1 split. And Hijinks, unfortunately, moving into the site that is possibly the most occupied. Only a minute left. And this could be a 1v1. Oh! Ooze misses a critical bullet, though, and Xander stands strong. Event, all 5 players left alive.
Screen is over on A site, and you mentioned it.
Oh, wait. Look at this false rotation, though. They're going to be correct. Event getting somewhat lucky here. Xander calls they saw someone on A. 3 players rotate, and it almost cost them, but Hijinks actually doubles down on A site, and a possible prediction turns into a genius play.
They may need to move in quickly as the rotations from our defensive squad have also started to happen. We see Q at half health, but that's 2 eliminations in favor of Hijinks. They do lose Sakuza, and then Xander quickly follows for Event. There's 2 left standing for our defensive squad. Make that 1. Looks like the bonus round's coming in clutch right now for Hijinks.
This is exactly what Hijinks needed to get back in the game. You lose the pistol round, you're expected to lose the second, and Ichigo just looking for an exit frag. There's no point in bonusing the Spectre, so you go for a pick. Got wall banged, I believe. Quite unfortunate. A bonus would definitely be interesting, but they know that this team has to try and get away, looking for an exit frag. Maybe catches Husk, but I think Husk is going to keep running, more towards C site. So Ichigo maybe goes down to the spike for the old charge. Ooh, close.
Alright, we've got Phantom Enjoyers coming in, and 2 Vandal players for Event Horizon. And then Sakuza, the 1 player that went down for Hijinks, is forced to walk out with just the default pistol. It's painful, but you're gonna most likely... Nope, never mind. We are gonna commit to the purchase of the Vandal. And Tootsie, Guardian gaming moment as opposed to going with the Vandal initial purchase.
This might be the wildest thing that I've said in the 6 weeks of the Fighters Cup, but I'm pretty sure this is the first time I've seen a team buy Phantoms. Like, at all.
I'm a Phantom Enjoyer.
I'm also a Phantom Enjoyer, so I'm surprised that it's taken 6 full weeks, but with some Phantoms on the board, especially in these close quarters scenarios, I do think it makes a little bit more sense to bring out that Phantom, a little more reliable with spray on it, and Event holding down C site once more. But Hijinks, it's funny, they're almost doing the inverse of what I had discussed earlier. Instead of rotating out from A site to C site, they seem to be doing the opposite, C site back to A site.
This slow default push is to gather intel and force out initial utility from our defensive team. But the one thing they're doing differently than I see is they're not leaving the spike in a corridor near spawn. They commit with the spike, so if our spike holder ends up going down, which is Gecko, could be bad, but here comes the Thrasher. Looks like Bullet was the target. Not positive if it actually secured Bullet. Blind fire into the Omen smoke. Doesn't pick up anything. Lots of util being traded back and forth here on C-side, but no one has yet to fall. Spike is getting planted by our MVP. Thank you, Wingman.
Wingman out for I believe the first successful spike plant of with players still standing with no benefit on either side. So Hijinks, they go in early. It's still a 5-5 on the board. 3 players from Event line up to the high ground. Ichigo finds Husk with a wall bang elimination. Sakuza are going to be joining, and it looks like Event Horizon with surgical precision are going to walk through on executions here toward the side of Hijinks. But Dusk from the shadows takes one down, removes another Q, finds 2 of their own. Ichigo goes for the pros don't fake, but it will be smoked out, and Hijinks by the skin of their teeth. Some beautiful performance and mechanical play will emerge victorious. 2 rifles left standing, 2-2 on the board.
Honestly, I think Event is gonna have to go for a half save round here. Yep, we're going with full sheriff buys, light shields. One person deciding to not even go with shields. I mean, light shields versus full shields. If you talk to the people I play with, they're like, if you take a headshot from a Vandal, you're dead either way, so it doesn't
I'm one
matter.
of those people. I'm one of
too.
those people.
I'm frugal in real life and in game. Buy the light shields.
Yeah, I think the light shields aren't gonna make a difference. I think you're either gonna go full shields or you're wasting your economy here, and Bullets does find one into the body of Dusk there. Unfortunately, not a headshot, cannot take that player down, and the values are not looking good. Bullets overextends for the shot, removed by Hijinks, and now 5v4 in favor of Hijinks, who also has a weapons advantage.
Omen is at sub-half health. That could be a deal breaker. We'll have to wait and see. I believe that's once again our Wingman going in for the plant. It is secured once again. And now Event Horizon transitions from the defensive phase into offensive here in around number 5. They lose their Gecko. Flash is used. Omen, Smoke, and Paranoia both dedicated. Don't pick up anything with the Paranoia. 2 go down for Horizon. Xander falls. And Jar will find you.
Event barely is going to find themselves emerging victorious in this round. So we're throwing a lot of back and forth here. It's okay, your turn, our turn, your turn, our turn. But with a thrifty round win, Ichigo not only bonuses a rifle, gets a little saucy with it at the end of the round, and puts Event in the lead once more. They've been here once, they lost 2 rounds in a row, but they're reestablishing the economy in a way. It's like, okay, we won the first 2. Yes, we pretty traditionally will lose the second 2, and they win the 5th round, but the 6th round is what I'm keeping an eye on, because both teams are going in for kind of a Franken buy, right? It's like, okay, we've got rifles, but some of us light shield, Sakusa on the Guardian, and I think this is going to be the round where somebody's economy really starts to crumble, and the winning team should find a bit of a snowball in their favor.
I want to see if Tootsie pulls out Showstopper this round when they determine which site is committed on. Could get a huge multi-kill, hopefully not including themselves. Defense is pushed up very high. They use this Paranoia, the flash. They pick up 1, they pick up 2. And with the Franken buy, it seems to work out. Out comes Trailblazer, also going to use the volley from Viper. Here's the From the Shadows being used by Hijinks' Omen to go commit to a different site, it looks like. Yes, they managed to rotate to A site quickly, lock it down. Now let's see if they can get the plant.
A site is locked and loaded by Hijinks here. Only 3 players left online. It's a 5v3 where they can force Event into a retake scenario. Ooze overextends into a double spray. Bullets puts 1 to the brain and will take them out of the way. Dusk tucked into this back corner. Wants to use Dusk cover for some information. Q finds 2 with the help of Dusk. Showstopper out. Q is down. Dusk going out in a blaze of glory, but Xander's 3K just ever so slightly there in time to keep things moving and grooving for the squad on the side of Event. They win just barely, but a win is a win.
That's now 2 rounds in a row where there was just 1 player left standing for Event Horizon, but it ends up working out. Now we're going to have Viper's Pit as well as Lockdown and Showstopper all online for Hijinks, whereas just From the Shadows will be available for Event Horizon. Have to wait and see what is committed. I do think we might see Lockdown utilized by KJ just to make sure that they can force people off the site, and then perchance use it as an opportunity to fake out and rotate back. We see Paranoia land onto the Viper. Q is waiting to make sure their teammate doesn't get pushed. Blind fire through the toxic screen, and there's the smoke out from Omen as well to create a one-way.
Viper's Pit being online for Hijinks here could be pretty beneficial, all things considered. They've been successful at getting onto site, but unfortunately they always do so with a numbers disadvantage. If they could just hard rush onto something like C site, kind of pop that Viper's Pit in the middle area of the site, not consuming all of C site, but covering the entryway into C site, I think that could work really well for this team. So there's a lot of values to work with. There's a lot of possibilities to play around with, right? But all things considered, I think I do want to be seeing a bit more, just, I guess, patience from the side of Hijinks. Instead of going for the hard run down, I want to see this team pull their punches a wee bit, utilize these ultimates to get a round on the board, because if Event wins this one, we're staring at a 5-2. I think that snowball's really going to start to gain some traction.
Ooh, look at the pushed up 2 defenders that we have from Event Horizon over in A main. As there is a committed push happening from 4 players on Hijinks. Xander's gonna get the first elimination and the second. Jar will find the third, and there's 2 left standing for Hijinks. Likely this is going to be a 5-2 situation very soon.
The 5-2 scenario is one of detriment, and it's exactly what Hijinks continues to find themselves over and over again. 12 seconds left. I don't remember if they have rifles. This round's been so sloppy, but if they do, they should go for the save here. They've got 1 rifle online. I'd love to see Ooze try to save it, maybe send the Omen out as a sacrificial lamb, just like that. Xander takes Dusk out of the way, and the round ends. A possible rifle bonus if they can live these remaining 2 seconds.
A 5-2, theoretically speaking, Hijinks, they're in the woods, but they can still get out of it, so to speak, here.
Right, sure.
I mean, there's worse. They can still end up, you know, at... Yeah, they could end the half with 2. But ideally, 4 is the score you're looking for when you're really struggling on the offense on your first round. But being on offense and struggling on this map can be a bit interesting, as we have lots of util dumped into A site to quickly engage. You know, instant 1-for-1 trade. Xander instead's gonna pick up 2. Dusk returning the favor. Little Omen on Omen aggression. Now we're in a 3v3, but there's 3 ults online for Hijinks, 2 of which can be used to lock down an entire site.
Oh, okay. You get a little bit of intel. That's okay. I got a little bit of information. Not exactly helpful, but that ultimate itself, I talked about this a lot last week. I hate that ultimate. I don't think it's very beneficial. Uh-oh, Ooze pops the Viper's Pit, already stunned out by the Tasmanian Tiger. Speaking of useless ultimates, unfortunately, that's another one on the side of Hijinks. They expend a lot of abilities in this round. 3 ultimates, I believe, and they get value out of 0 of them. It's up to Dusk to drop a 3K here. And I'm just not sure that's in the cards. 79 HP on the board. Misses those first couple of bullets. Event takes him down. And now Nerdy, worst case scenario for Event. It's 6-6 on the half. And with the way they're playing, I think we're going to see a much higher number than that.
Okay, so I'm going to piggyback off of your mentioning of From the Shadows being a pretty bad ultimate. I
hate it. I got beef with it.
I got some beef with it too. I'm not an Omen enjoyer. But the one thing I will say is that if you do utilize it in the terms of getting intel, it can be massive because information is so huge in Valorant. But tragically, I think Dusk might have relayed, hey, there's 3 coming in, saw all 3 of them, but instead of deciding to just rotate, they did a full commit. Honestly, maybe perchance just using Viper's Pit and then rotating away and having Viper chill in the pit would have been the way to go as opposed to a full commit 3-on-3.
Well, I think they got timing diff too, though. That Tasmanian Tiger was so unfortunately timed. I think the ultimate would have been great, but unfortunately shoulda, woulda, coulda. Third in the back corner. They know KJ's around to the side there. Bullets is down. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Showstopper now out from Sakuzo. Won't find much, but creates the necessary space for Hijinks to get into the B side. The little guy doing his darndest to get that spike plant down. And now Event finds themselves up 4-2 as Sakuza and Husk now even join the team back in the spawn. Dusk continues to be the last player standing and needs nothing short of an ace here to walk away with a round win. Xander, blind fire into the smoke, takes Dusk out of the way, and Event guarantee at least a 2-round advantage going into the second half.
All right, Hijinks, show us what you got. You still have an opportunity to have 7-5. Perhaps we're looking at 8-4. Anything less than an 8-4, if you're looking for Hijinks to pull this back in their favor, is going to be a tough task. So you have to play a near perfect second half. So we're going for a basically full save from the Dusk squad. Well, from the Hijinks squad. It makes sense. You're very broke. I know the pain.
Event going to be playing a really strong defense on a map that a lot of people consider to be attacker-sided, so this is certainly a fascinating scenario for Hijinks to be in. Now, production, quick question for you guys. This is technically a best of 1. Whose map pick was this? Who ended up choosing kind of Lotus as the last map? We'll find out in a minute whenever production has the time to let us know. But Tootsie finding the elimination onto Ooze here. 5-4 on the board already. They've got a Viper's Pit of their own. This could be pretty beneficial if Event just wants to lock a site down ASAP.
And they also have From the Shadows if they choose to use it. Thrasher is ready to go for Gecko. So we have 2 now remaining standing for Hijinks. Make that 1. Again, it is just Omen left standing. Might be able to have the opportunity here to pick up a weapon. Did initially have the Marshall. Goes down to the Jars Vandal. And that's another round going in favor of Event Horizon. Hijinks now 8-2.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't exactly a silver lining, but production has let me know that this is technically Event's map pick, right? So at least Hijinks didn't pick a map and then get 8-2 in the first half, right? So, or maybe 10-2, depending on how things are going. But I'm anticipating, you know, way back at round 4, I said whichever team wins this, I think we are going to be seeing a snowball in their favor. Check that out. Event won round 5, and they haven't lost a round since. So the prediction stands pretty darn strong. Hijinks, bright side, they're on a full loss streak economy, so they're able to full live pretty much every round. Tootsie overextends off the swing. Dusk finds 1, tries to turn it into a double, but Xander gets their counterpart Omen down. They shoot through the small door, they get out of the way of the nade, and it looks like a rotation toward the B site, so A actually wide open if Hijinks wanted to dive it.
They're playing patiently. They are pseudo split over here on A side. Xander instigates From the Shadows. I believe saw and got eliminated by those over here at connection between B site and A site, but might be in hot water. Dizzy is used. Xander gets caught in it. Gonna use the paranoia. Viper's Pit's all will have a snake bite's also used, and plant is being initiated.
We saw the lockdown teased from Bullets, and yeah, there it is. So, gonna go ahead and go for the pop. You're opening up the B site, forcing the remaining 4 players of Hijinx to adapt. Husk's ultimate gets fully eliminated and obliterated. Xander swings wide. Jar picks up a double kill off Xander's sacrifice, and with Ooze being the last player left standing, it's a 1v3 scenario, a circumstance you never want to be in, but at least they've evened the odds just a little bit more. Unfortunately, can't find the action. Snake bites their way to bonus the rifle, and now 9-2 here in the first half.
Looks like Raze is going to choose to not buy a weapon this round. I'm interested to see if the plan is to buddy up with someone and pick up a weapon, possibly from Event Horizon, which makes sense, but is a little bit... Okay, there we go.
It's a little bit wacky wonky.
We got the Phantom purchase finally locked in near the end. Uzi takes damage from the paint grenade and then also is eliminated by Xander at the very end. Ooh, Dusk with the 1-for-1, but when you've already lost a teammate, it's a bit risky. Also, we've consistently seen Hijinx pull out use the smoke screen over on A site, the Viper wall, and you guaranteeing Viper is there almost every single time. They need to shake it up a little bit because they're getting too predictable and Event Horizon is picking up on it. That is why they're pressing into the defender's space so fast, as we have another 1-for-1, but now it's 2 less standing for Hijinx, and Gecko is near death.
2 left standing for Hijinx is not the circumstance they want to be in here. Like you said, near death, a bullet away from extinction here in the first half. A 10-2 on the half. That Event was supposed to not lose, but do worse on is certainly not the type of circumstance you want to be on here. Xander takes Sakuza out of the way, and Event finds their double-digit round win here in just the first half of Lotus.
All right. Hijinx, are you a defensive squad when it comes to Lotus? And as Septilence mentioned, thank you, production, for letting us know this was not your map pick. That does make things a little bit worse for whenever you are out of your realm of expertise. But it is the way things shake out when you are the lower seed. Typically in many tournaments, you are not able to get the map pick. You're only allowed to contribute map bans, so that does stink.
Yeah, it is, unfortunate to say the very least, Nerdy, but it is going to be a notable performance from our friends Event Horizon. We've actually had a pretty neat pattern, might I say, when we've been working in situations like this here at the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps, that whatever first team we end up watching actually does tend to make it pretty darn far into the series overall. So I'm eagerly anticipating a notable performance from Event Horizon if they can continue this level of play that they've brought to the table today.
Knock on wood, we're not trying to cast or curse anybody.
True, real.
We have a very blitz style commit onto A site. One already eliminated by Tootsie. The Viper goes down. A follow-up headshot onto Q. So they are also gone. 3 left standing for Hijinx, playing for the retakes. Now in the offensive position. Omen going for the flank, rotating through offensive spawn, is going to come face-to-face with the Viper first, and likely then the KJ, or going to be stuck in a 2-on-1. Finds Viper. KJ knows you're there, my friend. You need to commit. There's the alarm bot, and now 2 are pressuring Dusk. See if their buddy Gecko makes it in, but before Gecko does, both will fall.
This is a tough one for sure, and I think Event, they've gotten to that extent of being 10-2 on the board, so they know that they can just go in hyper-aggressive, force Hijinx to repent of this defense. They have to get out of the way. They have to stay in a stealthy style, and Event takes full advantage of that space they've created. They get the eliminations. They know they're up. If they lost the round, they had more than enough time to answer back, and now only 2 rounds shy. This is currently 9 rounds in a row for Event, so let's see if they're able to just run the full, what would be, I think, 11 or 12 rounds in a row. I think, yeah, it would be 11 rounds in a row to just walk away with a victory. If Event does win this, they unfortunately have to go up against the Week 4 runner-up, Sad Purple. Oh, no, sorry, not Sad Purple, a different Sad Esports. So, same organization, same program, but maybe a different team. Either way, it's not going to be an easy matchup. An Event right now, I think they've shown us what an easy matchup can look like. 11-2 on the board. Bullet swings wide. The turret does not catch the bullets for Bullets, and they get lit up with their own namesake.
I always refer to putting a turret like that as a flashbang turret, so that it takes a little bit of pressure away from the paranoia. is going to miss, but we have Husk take down Tootsie, who is on the flank, and we're in a 4v3 favoring Hijinks, a situation we've not seen very much of as far as the manpower favoring the Hijinks squad. Perhaps this is the turnaround point. Hawk is used, does not end up flashing anybody, but they heard it. Jar goes for the plant commit. We're also, Dizzy is being instigated. Dizzy does not get anybody either. Husk, Sakuza, Ichigo, all fall. 2v2 event Hijinks.
Yeah, that was a really large play from Jar. They're able to equalize the lineup. No Ooze is stuck in the corner. Jar with a Guardian, one bullet to the brain, and you're donezo, but it's the bod shot onto Ooze that keeps things up. Overgrowth in. Ooze running through. Dusk on sight, given away, already down. Ooze in the smoke. 1v1. Is this going to be the penultimate round win for Xander? One bullet away with a stinger, and he finds it! Technical wallbang onto Ooze. 12th round win now on the board for Event Horizon. They are 1 round away, technically 5 elims away from being able to win this matchup.
And guarantee at least $100 in their pockets after today. Let's see. Hopefully, Septilence and I did not just jinx them. If we did, that'd
be a hell of a jinx at this point, let me tell you.
Hijinks would be up for one heck of an uphill battle.
Yeah, that would be, I'd be flabbergasted, bamboozled, amazed, and stunned. Let me tell you, I would be absolutely blown away if this turned into anything but maybe a 13-4, because I do think Hijinks does have the capability of winning this round. Bullets with the Elder Flame Vandal. Nice.
Alarm bot between the smoke. It gets eliminated, so they're aware. But unfortunately, they only heard one person firing at a time. Did not identify multiple people. Trailblazers committed. Another A-side push. Not shaking it up. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I understand that.
Real.
There's 4 people on the back of A-side for defense, and then one that's dwindling near B towards C. Trying to see if there's a fake out happening, but Viper have got bad news. Event Horizon don't fake.
Ooh! Pros don't fake after all, and it's going to be a 2-1 trade. Husk takes somebody down, but it's almost insult to injury as the damage may have already been done against this team. Xander removes Dusk, and it's up to this Viper. Last player left standing. Their counterpart, Ichigo, still on the board. So much to do, so little time to do it here, Nerdy, and this could be pretty detrimental for our friends on the side of Hijinks. Ooze takes one down. Now it's a 1v1 trade. Can Ooze clutch? They can! And Hijinks emerges victorious. What did I say? I predicted a 13-4, and now we are 1 round closer to that exact prediction coming true.
Clutch for Ooze, getting the 2K near the end, and plenty of time to defuse the spike. Let's see what ends up happening in our round 16. You know what? I'm gonna lean into it, Septilence. I think 13-4 is a pretty good call.
13-4, you know, I don't get map predictions right very often, but I do tend to get game kind of who's gonna win predictions correct. Maybe that's a little bit easier. After all, is picking map, or guessing map rather, is a random strategy, even at its finest and highest moments. But with this Frankenbuy scenario from Event, they've got a hero rifle online, and that's, of course, their top frag. So I'm gonna be looking pretty deep here at the Omen to see if they can get the aggression they need. A beautiful flash into a nade, forces Xander into a Viper's Bite as well, Snake Bite. Gonna have a bit of their HP bit away. Ichigo takes Dusk down. A-site wide open for Event Horizon. The rotation from the KJ swings wide, going for a fake plant, but the rotation comes in too little too late. Hard rush into A. Tootsie finds Sakuza, and even with a weapons disadvantage, does the prediction stand true? Will this team be emerging with a 13-3 victory?
Ooh, From the Shadows is used to start a fake plant on A-site. We hear Seekers get dedicated as well. Ichigo goes down to Q. There's 1 jellyfish. There's 2 jellyfish. You can see a 3rd one finally times out.
4v2, the weapons advantage still technically on the side of Hijinks. Pride, can you hold tab for me real quick? I just want to see if we're looking at 2 rifles. Yep, okay. So a rifle and a bulldog on the side of Hijinks. That rifle is going to be the name of the game. Q taken out by Xander. Wide swing onto Husk and a 13-3 victory in favor of Event Horizon. A beautiful performance from this team who will now go up against Sad Esports. Not to be confused with Sad Purple, who came in 2nd place week 4, but Sad Esports did top 8 in week 4. So still a very high caliber team across the board.
Most definitely, and that was a fabulous performance coming out from Event Horizon. Let's see how well they perform later on. Septilence, you think they could possibly go all the way? And based off of what we've seen, you get like, sometimes I used to refer to like being the first on broadcast as kind of a curse because, you know, everyone gets to see what you bring to the table.
Yeah.
But perhaps it is giving some good magic over to all these teams because you brought it up. Most of these teams we see first make it in deep into the round. So perhaps Event Horizon, you get a little good luck on your side and no caster cursing today.
And I think Event Horizon was a pretty talented team, but I do think part of that comes off of, and I mentioned this way back at the beginning, that some teams we do see have one real standout player, one star-studded player, and I do think that player is going to be Xander, who really came out on the Omen. I'm not particularly fond of Omen very often. I think Paranoia is strong, but Xander, I mean, it sold me pretty quickly on how powerful this Omen can be. Take a look at these stats. We're looking at first blood 4 times, 26 eliminations, top frag in lobby. Let me take a look at these stats here. So 26 on the board. Next in lobby was 14. So over or almost double what anybody else in the lobby was able to do.
Honestly, absolutely incredible. A KDR of 4.3, also insane, but just 26 eliminations, multiples. I mean, we're talking not just the first bloods, but most of the time we saw Xander, it was getting a 2K and either getting eliminated, but like the 2-piece combo for your death, that is a trade any teammate would want.
1000%. And it's actually really interesting if you look at the leaderboard that you guys aren't actually able to see, but I do think this is neat. They're almost identical in terms of where the agent is. So both teams had Omen at the top, Viper in 2nd place, and then KJ at the bottom. The middle 2 are going to be mixed up depending on which team you look at. But overall, I think it's really fascinating that these agents, they went in, they all did their role to the best of their abilities, and they all ended up in the same spot on the leaderboard. That was pretty cool, all things considered, but I think that is all we're going to be seeing of the leaderboard for right now. I think we're trying to get an interview with somebody from Event Horizon, so I'll go ahead and throw it to a break super quickly. We'll be back either with an interview or with our next matchup, which is ideally Wooks Academy versus Final Form. That's 16th and 17th seed going head-to-head. We'll see you right back here with more Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps in just a couple of minutes.
The future is threatened by enemies often unseen.
Sailor Marine.
And unexpected. In the midst of an uncertain and evolving world, the need for Marines to defeat these shifting threats is critical, because the need to ensure stability for our nation has never been greater. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps. I am Septilence, joined by Nerdy Bird once more, and we are jumping into our second best of one series here today. The 16th seed Wooks Academy going up against the 17th seed Final Form. So, Nerdy, we're back-to-back on the seed placement again. We got intel that both these teams are hovering around the Immortal, the Radiant kind of lineup here, so we know these are very talented teams.
Yeah, way more talented than you or I could ever hope
Real.
to be in
So
Valorant.
real.
So
real.
We're good at a different first-person shooter.
we'll be flabbergasted nonetheless, regardless of the final score of both these teams. And Septilence, you mentioned the last time when we were in break about Wooks Academy, we saw them unbind, and then production, of course, because we like surprises as casters. We requested to not see the map, so I'm gonna ask, you know, do you think we'll see bind again or something else?
If I'm not mistaken, I really should have written this down in my notes. I'm pretty sure when we saw them on Bind, Wooks won by like a lot. If I'm not mistaken, it was a very dominant matchup for Wooks Academy. They performed up against Zero. Oh no, it was Zero Marksman. I think they lost, actually, because Zero Marksman is very talented. So it could be Wooks Academy coming in with a bit of a vengeance. Maybe they want to go back to that kind of claustrophobic map. They like playing Cypher. I remember that about this team, but I think their Cypher player is actually not in right now. So maybe they're making some substitutions. Maybe they're making some changes on what they'd like to bring to the table, because we've got Sambe in for Poppin, and Poppin was that Cypher player that I remember. So maybe Wooks Academy's trying something new. Maybe they're trying something different, and maybe that involves a new map as well.
Well, let's see what map they ended up going on to. Well, we escaped it for the first round.
Oh man, I don't like this map. Maybe I'll like him more. Let's see how these players do. But Nerdy, on the bright side, now we've both seen the maps we don't like. Now we're sharing this pain together.
Indeed, we are sharing the pain, but hopefully maybe at some point today I can see Haven. That is one of my go-tos. You did also think that we might see Breeze. I am a fan. I am a Breeze enjoyer, so I wouldn't mind seeing Breeze as well.
It was actually Finals' first ban, so I was way wrong on that one.
Well, they banned Split, and they banned Bind, but I'm considering, you know, Wooks, you mentioned possibly wanting revenge, so to speak, to kind of get their, I guess we could call it... what term should I want to use here? Redemption. Banning Bind might have been a good idea.
Yeah, most definitely. Banning Bind, keeping it out of the way, certainly would not hurt if you've lost on it before. But moving into Sunset, one of the newer maps in the game, one that a lot of people don't have a lot of playtime on. So that does call for some wackier team composition, some crazier performances. And already I'm seeing some change-ups here from Wooks. So the three players that are in right now are Fortnite Pro, Crunch, and Deadmiss, who I do have notes on. But Crunch I had as a Sky player, Fortnite Pro I had on Jet, so we're already getting some transitions here. Fortnite Pro onto the Reyna, we see Crunch jumping onto the Jet instead, and Deadmiss, who I had on Brimstone, locking in the Omen all the same. So definitely some fascinating swap ups for this team.
And then we have a Breach, Raze, followed by a locked-in Sova and Omen, our first appearance of Sova today. I expect to see more of him as the day continues.
Yeah, most definitely. I think especially if we're going to be winding into Ascent, which we haven't seen yet at this moment. But both teams locking in a Cypher, so I'm even more surprised that we're seeing the swap out here, that Poppin is not here. It's a pretty large change, all things considered, but it is a decent one regardless. So I'm definitely excited to watch, though, just this battle of the Cyphers.
All right, and as we roll in... So some people disagree with me, but as a I'm not a frontliner. I mentioned earlier,
sure.
I play Sage, so I'm not going to be the person who's going for the mid zone control here. I feel like, which is very important here on Ascent in particular, is controlling that mid zone, because you can get a lot of information when teams are trying to rotate. You can see util usage in mid zone as well if they're trying to fake rotation, stuff like that. But with that in mind, I feel as though the one advantage that Wooks Academy has here is, you know, there's always the residential Jet player with an operator, and I feel like that is so dominant on Ascent. I'm excited to see Crunch if they decide to go with the operator and pop off. Makes my day. Of course, if you're on the receiving end of that op shot, it's never fun.
Yeah, the operators are pretty darn consistent, but I do think this map, weirdly enough, isn't super built for the op. I think both sites are pretty compact. They're pretty close quarters and a bit claustrophobic, and the operator, of course, needs those long sights. I think the one spot you'll see it is maybe from B toward possibly mid, but we've got a long time to go before we worry about an operator. Let's see how the mechanics work out here in this pistol round. could be a rotation toward B, but with all the time in the world, this team can rotate as many times as they need. 80 seconds left. B site not super covered. A couple of people on the wings of the B site, but Deadmiss might get a hell of a paranoia off rip here. Drone out. Crunch overextends. Gets caught by the dart. Paint Shell's in. Fault line to boot. Crunch has to get out of the way. Look at all the utility in the world coming out from Final here.
Ooh, it's 2 down already on Final Form. That's 4. It's just the Omen left standing. Woox is comfortable on Sunset, despite it being our newest map in Valorant. Spike is currently just left on the ground, and down goes Pyro as well.
That was probably the fastest round we've seen today, might I say. That was a very notable performance just off rip from the squadron here on the side of Woox Academy. But it's only the first round. You've got to win 12 more to emerge victorious in this round of, I believe this is round of 32.
And it looks like for our first buy round, we have one person going with a Vandal. It's going to be Fortnite Pro on the Reyna. Who's going to be your dynamic duo just in case you end up getting eliminated is my question as we go into round 2. There's the Cypher Cage. Hawk is used. Omen One Way also created.
Oh, Ocean has a really strong lineup here toward the A side. Gets the intel. And a wide swing the corner. Cage up. Spray and pray. Unfortunately, does not find much. Another tripwire destroyed by a shock dart on the side of Final, and Ocean trying to make some waves here for Woox Academy. IRL Fortnite Pro might get a wide swing, but Zekai is going to dodge that bullet. Oh, just kidding.
These one-way Omen smokes are horrifying, and it does expel.
Oh!
1, 2, 4. Fortnite Pro uses a dismiss, but is caught by the lurking Cypher.
Vandal in their hand now, too.
Free gun.
Free gun, by the way. Vandal in the handle of Zekai, who's going to be locked down onto the A site. Misses the shot. Crunch a little bit nervous to be there. Okay, I don't know. I don't really know what just happened. I'm gonna be 100%. I'm not super convinced that I could ever tell you what just happened, but a win is a win regardless. And Woox Academy, they find themselves victorious. A couple of awkward weapon buys here and there, but they find that second round win, and now with the full weapon buy up, this is the round that Final is supposed to win. The player we're locking onto, of course, is gonna be Fortnite Pro. With that Vandal in hand, can they get an elimination? Can they get a trade-off rip? And can they force Final to feel a little bit more uncomfortable in a round that's supposed to be a guarantee?
One thing I will say is that Final was our Vandal user last round. I believe it was picked up and saved by a teammate, so that's huge. And as we're talking about Final, they find Pyro. Previously, they got a 2K, and then were unfortunately eliminated by Cypher. Let's see, will they be able to pick up another part of that combination and possibly survive this time? There is a Cypher lurking over towards B site from Final Form. Gonna rotate back towards mid. Might end up running into this Reyna. We'll see what ends up happening.
Deadmiss has a possible angle swing, a big paranoia off rip, but the paint shell forcing him away, not able to utilize the paranoia. Fortnite Pro, the player I said to watch out for, finds a double kill, taking that Cypher out of the way. Crunch gets a panic shot. Brayden finds Deadmiss. That's a big opportunity for Final to try and equalize. Sambe finds one of their own on the way out, and now we're tied up in a 2-2 scenario.
Crunch already had to use Tailwind, so if they swing another corner and end up seeing someone or two, there's the pressure created from the follow-up shot. A little late from Sova, but it works out. The late peek and swing picks up 2. That's Final Form getting round 3.
Final Form by the skin of their teeth, able to win out on that third round, but a win is a win regardless. They've got 2 rifles to work with Brayden emptying their economy, trying to do this 0 credits and counting, so I'm not super sure how we're going to be doing here with light armor on a couple of people, but we're going full buy here. Crunch bringing out the plastic cannon, looking for that opportunity to strike. I mean, this is the opening moment this team needs.
You mentioned it earlier. We've got the A-site operator locking in. No mid control to speak of from our defensive squad. It looks like our offensive team of Final Form did ping a couple spots. Reyna lurking in mid from Woox. Interested to see how that works out because they're going to be going into a 3-man. It's going to be a slight pinch too if this engage takes long enough. Reyna, you are in some hot water, Fortnite Bro, and Fortnite Bro goes down.
Fortnite Pro down and out. Sanbei taking a bullet to the brain as well. Final up now 5-3. A team really beginning to feel confident in their performance so far. This is exactly the type of play they needed to emerge victorious today.
Slow rotation towards B site. There's a lot of Cypher util there. Jet still lurking around A for Wook's squad. Omen just kind of in the mid zone, looking to see if anyone's trying to rotate through mid and come from the defensive positions. But everyone's on B site. Tripwire goes down. We see Omen smokes used. There is the recon dart as well. It's 2 down for Wooks. It's just Jet with the operator. And honestly, if you commit that much to buying the op, you're best off just lurking and trying to save.
100%. You do not want to extend here with this operator. And I love how their final form is going to be peeking every single corner because they know that this Jet inevitably has to be around one of them. The question constantly stands, which one is it, though? We see a rotation. Crunch might have a bullet, but no, it's the rotation out.
No,
Crunch is in a tough spot. Gonna be double peaked here. Finds the Sova. Great trigger discipline, but gets a little too nervous. Has to bail. Jump ship here. Recon bolt out. There's so much time left in this round. I mean, I'll be amazed if Crunch makes it out.
I have faith.
Oh, they're collapsing.
Oh no, Crunch. Oh no, yeah, look at our mini-map, you see 2 rotating.
Oh, wait!
Run, run.
No way!
Run, run. They're pinching you. They're coming from behind. They're coming from the back right and left. Run!
Very nice. Very nice. No, gets the shot, puts the smoke down, basically baits the run, and then does not move. Gets to bonus that operator through. Got an elimination onto Pyro at the end there as well. So it's going to be a big opener for Wooks to have that operator still online. It's almost a hero rifle in a way where it needs to get an opening elimination for Final to lose a weapon to throw it in the hands of Wooks.
Let me hear Flash go off. Reyna's choosing to back off. Fortnite Pro not wanting to relive the mistake of the previous round.
Oh, close. They use the time to blast pack out of the way. Crunch not going to get that free elimination today. Rotation toward A. In final form, going to have some really strong numbers here if Crunch does not make the rotation in time.
Aldrone used. Not sure if it's going to be able to pick up. Oh, it
gotcha.
does. Paranoia going to use the teleport, but not in time. Lou will find the elimination. Crunch finds Pyro off screen. Using the smoke for cover. Does not make it out alive. That's 2 more down for Wooks.
Wow.
What a shot.
I'm surprised that counted as an elimination, but it gets Lou, who has already taken quite a few bullets to the body, and Crunch, operator in hand, might get a flick onto one of these players. Oh, but Zykai finds the 1 bullet needed to remove Crunch from the equation after all, and it's exactly the lineup that final form needed. Last player standing, Ocean, Vandal in hand. Both players a bullet from death. But the clock is ticking, and all they have to do is stall.
This is the moment where you hear your teammates say clutch or kick. There is the Hunter's Fury. It does identify where the Sova's at, but this could be a bait, because when you swing, you're going to see the Cypher on the other side, and it is! No one left standing for Wook's final form taking another round.
Final form now 3 in a row, so breaking the expectation just a little bit here of what we normally see in a round like this. It's usually 2 traded with 2, and then you swap back, things are looking okay. It's going to be the 5th round really decides which team emerges victorious, and right now, final form really feeling good. You've got to wonder, is this their final form, or is this team going to continue to grow and show a notable performance out the gate so far? How long can they keep this going?
You've got Wooks trying to commit to as much of a buy as they possibly can. It could spell disastrous if they don't win here in round 6. Quite the forward push from our defensive players near A site, but it's all for nothing as everyone is committing near B, where it's just Cypher and Omen who's hanging pretty far back. Trailblazer in mid. There's the showstopper. Through the Cypher cage, doesn't pick up anyone, reveals their location, is gonna try and blast back out to safety and manages to do so.
Deadmau5 finding 2 eliminations here. Zykai finds one of their own. Neural Theft not going to do enough for you. It's going to be Woox Academy finally coming back to life, remembering how to take the value they needed in this game and emerge victorious. After all, looking into the lineup here, we're seeing a 3-3 tie. The economy looking a little more comfortable for our friends on the side of Woox Academy. They've got plenty of rifles to bonus. Final has to bring out a bit of a Frankenbuy, and I'm eagerly awaiting to see how this is going to work out for this squadron.
Frankenbuy rounds do tend to scare me, just
Sure.
because you can
Reasonable.
really turn your economy into shambles, but it looks like the players that are trying to purchase a little bit heavier are gonna be okay. Tailwind is instigated by Crunch, not used just yet. Flash is used. Round 6 winner with last pack. Crunch finds Brayden. That's 1 down for Final Form.
That was a notable performance off rip from the side of Final Form. And IRL is going to find a 3K off rip as well. Unbelievably strong performance from the side of Woox Academy. Final, they had the proper play at the beginning. I liked what we were seeing, but they walked right into a headshot. It all fell apart from there. Zykai has been that power player for Final Form, but just cannot do it alone. Woox Academy goes up by 1, 4-3 now on the board.
The trigger discipline from Fortnite Pro during that moment, waiting for the
Yes.
2 to cross by. Not positive if Fortnite Pro was aware that there was a 3rd, but still manages to get the spray transfer. It worked out beautifully. Crunch, attempt number 2 on the operator, going for broke. Let's see if it works out this time. I mean, they did get quite a few eliminations with the op, but ended up losing it. Let's see what happens.
Another operator in the hands of Crunch, spending all of their economy to try and make it happen. And I do stand by the belief that I don't think this map is particularly operator-friendly. So it's a little difficult to work with, a lot of close quarters. And once you're in, it's hard to get out. But I guess that's why you're on Jet, right? You want to use that tailwind to stay out of the way. Tasmanian Tiger out. Fortnite Pro goes for the follow. But this shouldn't find much of anything going through that mid-site toward A. Oh, okay, interesting. It's bounty time. Rolling Thunder comes out here on the A side of Ocean. Still finds a bullet onto Lazy. Sprays and prays the corner. Wide swings out. Loose Bulldog has a bark just as loud as its bite. And Ocean will be eliminated. 4-4 up and standing. Seekers out. The Angry Cabbages looking for some eliminations of their own. Incredible fault line. Fortnite Pro caught out by Lou, who is carrying this round on their back. Blade Storm now. Possibly one of desperation from Woox Academy.
3 to 4. We have from the shadows. Nah, probably not going to use it. Hawk is used. It does get blind onto 1.
Oh!
All of the blades are used.
Pyro.
So many shots.
Pyro had a long time to try and make that work. 2 HP in a dream. Wow. Sambe just standing out in the open with the overheal there. The spike already sounds like it may be too late. They've got to defuse now or never. Goes for the fake out. Has a lack of information. Crunch doesn't know where to look. Gets the bot shot on the Zekai. You just need to get out of the way at this point. You are not getting that spike defusal. And the operator goes down. Brayden wins the round in eliminations. And we are now tied up for the 3rd time, 4-4.
There was 2 left standing, however, for Final Form. They are looking a little bit broke. They've managed just to make the Frankenbuy work. And it looks like they're going to do it once more. Once again, as much of a full buy happening from Woox Academy as possible. Could be a little bit risky. Fortnite Pro looking pretty healthy as far as the credits go, but nobody else is anywhere near that on their team. Hopefully the payday works out.
Crunch might get timing diffed here. Continuously walking into this lineup against Lou. Incredible crosshair placement. Show me another one, but unfortunately gets a little too aggressive there. Brayden gets the trade spike back in the hands of Final Form. They go for the recontest. They lose Lou. Neural Theft is out. That's going to be huge for the remainder of this matchup.
A rush rotation through attackers spawn, heading towards A site. Drone is not going to see anybody, but as Fortnite Pro jumps on a box, they get headshot, and then Pyro finds one. Sambe will pick up 2, but loses out in the end. Now we're down 1-2. Spike is beginning to be planted. Omen sees the gun, gets the wall bang.
Pyro down once more. Deadmas gets the trade out. Wide swing out from Lazy. Nothing falls from it yet, but Deadmas will find the elimination necessary. 5-4 now on the board, and by golly, does this team love to clutch up in those final moments. Woox Academy keeping things interesting here on Sunset.
Very back and forth gameplay, possibly going to be 6-6 at the half. We'll have to wait and see. Not trying to cast a curse to any squad. However, it seems as though both teams are having to deal with kind of being a little bit on the broke side every other round, so
yeah,
it's making things a little worse for wear.
Most definitely worse for wear in a scenario like this one. And
Crunch again.
Crunch, I'll believe it when I see it at this point. I mean, 10 elims, I think only 3 of those have been from an operator. A lot more have been from more traditional weaponry, so maybe Crunch is just going for what they know best. Another Elder Flame as well. I feel like I don't see a lot of that. We've seen a lot of it today, so that's exciting for me and probably only me.
I like the Elder Flame.
I had the Elder Flame Judge. I don't have any other Elder Flame guns. I got it in a black market.
Mine is the... it might actually be a Vandal, but I'm pretty sure it's my Phantom. Alright, no movement just yet. Everyone's playing very patiently, and if you're on defense, it's fine. If you're on offense, once you start hitting that 45-second mark, things get rough. Ooh, fault line doesn't quite find Fortnite. Fortnite will pick up 2. Crunch with the op does find Pyro as well. Unfortunately, Lou does eventually, with the Sheriff, pick up Fortnite Pro. 3-2 final. Currently a little worse for wear. Down 1 agents, respectively, in comparison to Woox Academy.
Yeah, this is a bit of a Woox moment, and I feel like Woox Academy is really doing a good job playing patient. One of my earliest stripes with this team was the fact that they overextend, they get a little too aggressive with their plays, and it often costs them, but they really slowed things down there. They waited for Final Form to peak corners, as I think the defensive team always should, and they were able to emerge victorious with it. For the first time since the opening rounds, we are now seeing a 2-round lead in favor of Woox Academy. Can they hold it, or will it end at that 6-6 half you've predicted, Nerdy?
Hopefully they commit to more of this patient playstyle, because after Pistols, as you mentioned, things started to go south, and that they were really pushing into that mid zone, trying to control space too early on, dedicating a lot of util, and then they would just get pushed after everything calmed down. I think they've learned from their mistake, just took a little bit longer.
Just took a wee bit longer to work with, and that patience is going to be key at the end of the day, because you either play the round slow or you play the map long, and we go all the way to extra bonus rounds, because we've seen it before. We went to a sextuple overtime in week 1 of the Fighters Cup, and wow, that's a showstopper. Crunch stops Brayden's show in just a moment, and with that operator, looks for a double, gets a little nervous. Zekai finds the trade onto Fortnite Pro, who is truly demonstrating the Feast or Famine playstyle of Arena. Pyro picks up Crunch, and now it's 4-3 for Final Form. 6-5, possibly just around the corner. Wide swing out. Ocean gets a little nervous. Can't look both ways. Doesn't know who to go toward, and will lose that 2v1. Ooh. Line fire spray out there. Lazy takes Deadmas down. 5-6. Woox Academy, can they hold the lead? The question on everybody's mind. It really just might be no.
I mean, these are our 16 and 17 teams, respectively. Again, seeding's not the end-all, be-all decider of things, but I mean, in this instance, being that close to one another is definitely demonstrating how powerful all of the teams are across the board that we have. If we end up 6-6 here, it's up game 2 of the day, we might end up going into some intense overtime.
It's always possible. Never say never in a moment like this. And TTV Crunch wants to make darn sure that is not going to be happening. Wants to take Zekai down early. Gets healed up as well, which is just absolutely huge in a moment like this.
My camera is destroyed.
Oh my god. Oh, Ocean had the crosshair placement and everything, but just didn't have the information that somebody was right around that corner. Fortnite Pro going back to the feast here. Pops the Empress as well. 5v2. 7-5 on the half. A lead is a lead, but it's not exactly one that you're that excited about.
Ooh, Brayden with the 2-piece, but does go down to Ocean. 2 left standing for Woox, and they're going to defuse the spike. At least Final Form will get the plant points, but now 2-round lead in favor of Woox.
2-round lead for Woox. They are going to get a little bit of a lead. It's going to be this pistol round, which they do have a 100% win rate in so far here on Sunset. if they're able to put this pistol round down, they can possibly go up, you know, somewhere like 9-5, work a traditional, but all things considered, final form, they were very close in winning the second round. There's a very real chance they're going to be able to do that here as well.
Ooh, 3 ghost purchases on both teams. This makes me happy. Don't change it, guys. Don't change it.
Don't change.
Stick with the 3 ghosts, please. Okay, looks like we're sticking with the ghost buys. Thank you. And a full B site commit? And it would technically be the right call in this instance.
I think I like it. I think Cypher already knows they're coming, which is a bit problematic, but here's the footsteps. The Paranoia goes out in the back line. The trip layer goes up. Zykai finds Ocean on the trip. Crunch will miss that shot, goes for a spray and pray, not able to find the panic they've been looking for, and it is going to hurt the team across the board here. That's going to be a possible round loss for Woox Academy unless they can really pull off something great.
Crunch could be in hot water. They use both tailwinds to get in and gain space. The alarm bot's, well, boom bot's going to go in. Fault line doesn't pick anybody up, but 2 have now fallen for final form. Brayden will pick up 1 on Woox. Now we're in a 2v2 situation. Both teams looking a little healthy, but as I say that, 1 falls, and we're going to use the overheal. Attackers will win with 2 agents left standing.
Blink and you miss it. Fortnite Pro just, I mean, they either hit their shots or they don't hit a single one the entire round, but sitting at 18-9 on the board. Crunch 16 eliminations now. I mean, this team is really not just showing up, but they're starting to show off a little bit with these mechanical prowesses, and TTV Crunch bringing out the Phantom. I'm incredibly eager to see how that's going to look.
1 Phantom, 1 Vandal. It's a strategy we've seen more in the pro scene to buy the heavy artillery early on and have a buddy system. Hopefully those items aren't lost and are not free weaponry for final form on defense. Lots of stomping happening from Woox Academy. They are undeterred by the idea of giving up intel. They're like, yeah, we're going A site. What you gonna do about it?
They have absolutely no fear in a moment like this, and they're going to rush hard into the A site. Shock Dart goes up and over, not able to find purchase. Fortnite Pro gets the intel. Somebody's wide, but loose headshot onto Ocean does tip the scales in favor of final form. Sambe gets an exit frag here. They know Brayden is just around that corner, looking for an elimination. Fortnite Pro walking into a possible disaster, gets the read, takes Pyro down. 1 more, but Brayden finds the wall bang. Crunch takes down Lazy, and it's a 2-2, tied back up on the board.
Guys, that Overdrive gets the heal. They are getting flanked. Holy McNuggets, Zykai comes in with a 2-piece combo.
Got the 2-piece indeed here. This is a loud moment for the side of final form. I said it last time. I said they were very close to barely winning out that second round, but they lost, I think, by a single player this time. They win it by 2. They stabilize earlier than they were able to last time, and this definitely increases their chances of a victory here in the second half.
Committing to this save, which is smart from Woox. Full sheriffs in hand. Ooh, going for the mid control.
That's a big fault line early, but I don't think it's going to get any value off of a pick here. The space being created for final form. Not really answer back loud enough. They walk into a Zykai double kill. IRL Fortnite Pro drops 2 of their own. Brayden gets Deadmas in the mix, and Fortnite Pro has an Empress, has the heal, but unfortunately does not have a target to get off of it. 3v2 in favor of final form. Can they separate us by 1 once more?
They have the site locked down. Looks as though Final Form's going to play a little bit more patient, look for the retake. Does end up getting Fortnite Pro, who swung a little too early. Yeah, they're playing for retake play. They know they'll be in a 3v1 situation. Gives them the advantage. Fault line is successful to pick up on where Crunch is located. We hear the blast packs to come in, so Raze is nearby.
Ooh. Crunch takes down Brayden. Oh, Crunch takes down Lazy! Crunch takes down Lou!
Gosh.
Oh, 7 HP, 3v1 clutch, and Crunch finds all three of them. A notable performance from a player I've been pretty darn harsh on so far through this series. Now one elimination shy of being that top frag, carrying Woox Academy that much closer to their double-digit round advantage. And now one more round and they'll find that 10th round win.
This is a Frankenbuy if I've ever seen one for Final Form.
100%.
This is going for broke. They need to start getting the momentum of this game swinging back in their favor. So we have 2 full buys. Everyone else going with pistols on this round. Another mid push. Oh, caveat of Reyna lurking near B site. We have a 1-for-1 trade. Keep in mind, Bladestorm Empress still online. Neural Theft is the only thing for Final Form, but Cypher has to get in. Cypher, unfortunately, in attempting to do so, will get eliminated. Pyro will find Fortnite Pro. 3v3. No spike planted just yet, but that... Did that pick anybody up? I don't think it did.
I don't believe so, but I've been wrong before. There's a chance I'm possibly wrong again at a moment like this. Woox Academy, they're looking at a weapons advantage here just a bit. They've got the read, the Omen on the corner. Sanbei going into the first time we've seen this angle, I think, the entire series so far. So it's a risky play, but it might be one that's beneficial.
Oh!
Timing diff, though. At least it's going to be worthwhile. Ocean finds 2 eliminations. Pyro and Lou, last player standing. Lazy down long. In Ocean, I think it's smarter to just play this corner. Oh, but the shock charge out. Is Lazy going to clutch it? They will. The reverse clutch on to Final Form. It will not be double digits for our friends Woox Academy quite yet.
The go for broke play for Final Form works out. They're going to have Hunter's Fury, Neuro Theft, and Showstopper online. We saw Bladestorm as well as that Empress, and now Cypher will also have Neuro Theft for Woox Academy 9-7. And it looks like it's going to be a save round for Woox, which likely will lead us into a 9-8.
Oh my goodness, these teams just chomping at the bit to take one another down. This is actually the closest possibly ever matchup that I've seen other than that Week 1 Grand Finals of the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps. So this team is really performing loud and proud, large and in charge. And Crunch trying to be the space maker with this Bladestorm. Some blind shots go out, some smokes to cover the paranoia in. Right past Pyro! Goes back for the double down, takes Pyro down. Lazy finds Crunch with the Hunter's Fury. Gets a couple more shots. Ocean will be pushed away. The waves fall apart, and now it's up to Fortnite Pro to be the hero, but they walk right into Lou's line of sight, and it is a collat 2v1. Lazy finds it, and we are separated now by 1 once more.
All right, Woox. Can you put yourself in the lead by 2, or is the gap going to be closed by Final Form, who's able to go for the full buys this round once again, only having lost 2 players in round 17? We'll have to see. We have 3 defenders on A site, but Spike is rotating near B. And Omen, for once, is not near... Oh, no, Omen is near B side as well for the defensive squad. Is this a possible... Looks like slow default push happening from Woox. Oh, Owl Drone definitely saw you, Crunch, but the Leer is from Fortnite Pro will work out great. Here comes the Showstopper.
Oh!
Dismiss works out, but Crunch doesn't get so lucky. Tailwind won't bring you far enough away. They get eliminated.
Tailwind does not get you out of the way in time. Brayden has a Peeker's advantage onto Fortnite Pro. Zykai takes down their counterpart, Ocean. We're in a 4-3 scenario for Final Form. Will this be a 9-9 here in the second half? We predicted a very, very close game, and so far that wish has been nothing but granted by these powerhouse teams. Fortnite Pro on site, doesn't have the spike though. Gets the proper angles. I think a spike plant is almost a guarantee, but that's not always necessarily a good thing.
Rolling Thunder is committed for the retake before Spike is
swing.
fully planted. Fortnite
Another one?
Pro.
Oh!
Yikes.
I forgot they had demolished the iframes that used to exist for that dismiss. You just get taken bullet to the brain immediate. And now, final form, they're tied up 9-9. They're going to have a very gentle weapons advantage, but a weapons advantage nonetheless here in this round number 19. Woox Academy, they're bringing out some fascinating weapons, some Vandals, some Guardians, and on the side of Final Form, they've got all rifles all day. So this is a fascinating circumstance, to say the very least here, Nerdy, but I'm anticipating a possible 10-9 advantage in favor of Final Form.
Trailblazer, Lear, updraft, tailwind, double smokes committed, the paranoia comes out. Cypher is first to fall on final form. Sambe comes in for the plant. Pyro is going to be eliminated by Ocean.
Cage triggered.
Ooh, double kill in favor of Woox Academy in a moment. They didn't necessarily need it, but they're definitely feeling good about their chances of success. Crunch finds it, and my prediction, it does tip the scales the other way. Woox Academy finds themselves now up 10-9. Can they continue carrying this advantage forward, or will they instead fall short of a victory once more, and we'll see a 10-10 on the board?
My thanks.
We have final form force buying here in round 20, trying to get themselves at that double-digit mark.
A slow rotation toward the A site, or the B site, excuse me, just like round 1 of this second half. Zykai gets the intel, sees the Tasmanian Tiger. They hear the spray and pray. There's a Guardian in the back line. Gets the scatter shot. Crunch finds a 3K off rip in Woox Academy. I don't know if they've finally stopped playing with their food or what, but this team is wide awake. And possibly just like the first, just like the pistol round, this may be a flawless. This will be a flawless.
I mean, you had 3 swinging onto Lou. Honestly, did not anticipate Lou being successful. Perhaps getting 1 kill, but unfortunately did not work out. We have Empress already ready to go for Woox. Reyna, let's see. Are you going to be able to pop off with it? Because the last time we focused on you and Empress, unfortunately, you got immediately eliminated.
Yeah, that was a tough one. Fortnite Pro found 1 elimination with the Empress and then just unfortunately fell a wee bit short toward the end of it. So ideally they're able to show up a little more. And honestly, they're still 27-14, highest frag in lobby. But all things considered, I think we are looking toward this Empress to see if Woox can win their penultimate round, or if they're going to hold on to it till a bit more of a, no pun intended, crunch time.
Once again, mid-rotation.
Oh, Lou, my goodness, able to find a double kill off rip, turns it into a 3K with the help of Zykai. Not sure why Fortnite Pro would double peek that corner. I'm not a pro player after all. Ocean barely almost makes it 2-2, but Pyro finds that pick. Deadmiss's only advantage has a technical flank, but Pyro already has checked it once, rotating back to check it again. This is a tough spot to be in. I wouldn't hate to see just a save on the weapon here.
Cover going out.
But you've given yourself away with that paranoia. I'm not particularly fond of that play, especially because you're peeking into a 2v1. Yeah. As expected, unfortunately.
The other thing is, Desmos did hear stomping from one person, so that plus intel from the teammate when they're about to be eliminated most likely told them that they're going into a 2v1 right at mid.
Right,
Also,
right.
Spike is there. I mean, go for broke.
And speaking of going for broke, I mean, look at the economy on the side of Final Form here. If they lose this round, their economy is barely going to be able to recover. Maybe some full weapons, but maybe not full util from the team. And Woox Academy still trying to find that penultimate round win. The damage goes out. The shock dart, or the recon bolt, gets smoked. Fascinating exchange. Timing diff, possibly Braden in the back line. Misses the spray. No value yet. Crunch onto another one. This is a huge play early on. Already 5v3. Crunch onto site. Gets healed up. Blade Storm available.
I And Bladestorm is in fact initiated. He's gonna take the duel, but unfortunately does not find the elimination. Instead gets headshot, and that is a double kill for Zeki. And now Neurotheft also committed. Trailblazer's gonna come through. You were seen but not stunned.
Paranoia. 30 HP in a dream. Pyro peeks wide, gets caught out by Deadmiss. One player left standing, and they're less than a bullet from death. They're able to find Sanbei on their way out, insult to injury, but Deadmiss will emerge victorious on that round. Woox Academy now 1 round away from making it to the round of 16.
Yes, we see that you have an axe.
It's a Gaia axe. I like the Gaia axe.
Pyro, the only one committing to the purchase here of a full weapon.
See, now this is tough. I think you hand this to your top frag. I think it's important to have the rifle, but I think the 9 and 19 player maybe should not be the one behind the wheel.
I have to agree.
Ooh,
Paranoia, the boom
Huge
bot.
paranoia.
Oh,
Hunter's Fury off rip as well. They're going to get a little bit of information. They get a hit onto FNP, but they are able to sneak out of the way. Wide swing onto Lou. The raise, she's backside, takes down Ocean. Oh, Showstopper stopped once more. Fortnite Pro finds Lazy. The Empress is available. 3v2, they've got sight available. They know this Cypher is around the corner. They saw him. They missed the spray, but now they have the information he's close. Swing wide. Pulling focus so Pyro can try to flank. Will they be timing diffed? Or is this a worthwhile flank? Zykai down, Pyro, last player standing, caught on sight, TP, predicted, and Woox Academy will win with a 13-10 advantage victory here on Sunset. The sun has set, unfortunately, on their opponent's final form here today. It's like 3 p.m.
for some people, they're just waking up, so the sun is only in its rising phase. With that being
If
said,
I wasn't
though,
working, I would be. But
Yeah.
here I am.
with that being said, honestly, Fortnite Pro popped off in the very end. The Empresses started to definitely work in their favor. I am glad we saw Woox Academy make an adjustment because the early aggression we saw for them stopped working out after, let's see here, round 2.
Yeah.
So,
It was a tough one, but they found a good. It took them a while, but they found a turnaround, and a win is a win.
yes, the adjustments were made and it worked out in their favor. It took 23 rounds, but they still managed to come out victorious. We technically did not go into any sort of painful overtime, but nonetheless, good luck to them with the remainder of today. Final form, unfortunately, that's the end of it. Now, I'm pretty sure we could take a quick look at the MVP, which I'm pretty sure was our resident Reyna player coming out. Yes, it was Fortnite Pro. 33 eliminations. Holy cow.
Yeah, and I'm usually pretty grumpy about Reyna players. I really am. I really am not particularly fond of Reyna players because they truly are feast or famine in their finest performance. But all things considered, I think Fortnite Pro really showed up well, did a great job, and hopefully can continue carrying the team later into this round of 16, which we're going to be jumping into in just a couple of minutes here. We're going to go ahead and throw it to a break. We'll be right back with our round of 16 matchup. Zero Marksman, as we all know, I'm particularly fond of them, versus Full House, a team I have not seen yet. We're excited to be jumping into that one in just a few. But if you're wondering, what the heck can I do during this break, Septilence? If you've played in the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps, you can type !survey in chat, and you can take a survey about the Fighters Cup. We'd love to hear feedback from you guys. If you want to see more events like this, your feedback goes a long, long way. So take this time, use this break to fill out that form. We'll see you right back here with more Fighters Cup in just a couple of minutes.
The future is threatened by enemies often unseen
Sailor Marine.
and unexpected. In the midst of an uncertain and evolving world, the need for Marines to defeat these shifting threats is critical, because the need to ensure stability for our nation has never been greater. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps. I'm still Septimus, joined by Nerdy Bird, and we are going to be jumping into our third best of one series here today. Now, it's one team that I have seen. This is my fourth time across 6 weeks seeing the Zero Marksman Squadron, so I know this team much better. I'm much more familiar with them, but the wild card team going up against them is Full House. Not the popular 1990s television show, but instead the popular Valorant team here in the Fighters Cup. But, Nerdy, I think there's something interesting about this, right? Because we don't know much about Full House, but they had to win twice to get here. So clearly they're doing something correct.
Yes, but the question is, can they continue to win considering Zero Marksman have been predominantly, with respect to other teams, very successful themselves.
Yes. Minimum top 8, maximum top 2. They've come in second place.
Yeah, so they're hungry. They've gotten that second seed, that second place spot. They've gotten it. Now they want number 1. Can they do that? Well, they have to get through Full House first. Our dark horse in this lineup, because as you said, we know nothing about them. But you did mention that we've seen Marksman, and what map were they successful but lost one time on?
Yeah, so it was Split. They went 50-50 on Split so far. I've seen them on Split twice. We saw them on Ascent once. They won Ascent. They lost Split the first time we saw them against a university. I think it was Winthrop, and then they ended up losing, or they ended up winning the next time. But I do want to talk about the wins that these teams have made so far today, because one of their stories is a bit more one-sided than the other. So, round of 64, Zero Marksman 13-5 Utica University. In the round of 32, they 13-5 lag, and now here they are up against Full House. So will the pattern continue? Is to be announced, because Full House, they 13-6 Squad 0, but their round of 32 was 13-11 over Why So Serious, a team we had the opportunity to see last week. Well, lost in, I believe, the round of 32 last week as well. So unfortunately, they're caught out in that same marker. But their journey here has taken a little bit longer. It's been a little less one-sided. So this team has to do their darndest in whatever our match is going to be. The map is going to be Lotus. Womp womp. Okay, well, we're returning to a map, which is like my least favorite thing to do, but I am eager to see how these teams are going to work, and I'm particularly eager to see Blast from Zero Marksman Black. A huge part of the reason I enjoy this team so much is because Blast sometimes plays Yoru, and I really like Yoru.
Yoru scares me, especially when they made the changes to his flash, so
Yeah.
I can't stand in a corner and look down at the ground and hope that I don't get blinded. So as the lurking player, the person that stays back the most, whomever ends up in that spot, have fun being warbled, as some people like to call it, by the blue aura when Yoru is in ult.
Immediately locks KJ. Absolute heartbreaker.
And it looks like a lineup for Full House is locked in. We're going to have the Sky, Omen, KJ, Viper, and Raze.
And if you cannot tell, to our faithful viewers at home, I'm currently punching that into my spreadsheet. So give me just 1 second, because I want to make sure we have this information moving down the line. And it's funny, because some of the players on the side of Zero Marksman are unbelievably consistent with what they play. Yanel, on the 3 maps I've seen them on, all Sky. Kev, on the 3 maps I've seen them on, all Raze. Everybody else, pretty much just a crapshoot on what they're bringing to the table. I mean, Blast has now played Yoru, KJ, and Sage. Tim has played Astra, Omen, and Brimstone. I mean, there's so much versatility on this team, and I say this every time I see them. I think it's part of the reason ZMM is so successful, because this team is so flexible.
Well, let's see how well Full House is able to adapt as we walk into Lotus for our second time today, I believe. Yes. So.
Yes.
Good luck to both of these squads. I have yet to see my slow and paint grenade at the same time, and will continue to not see it. My heart is weeping, but it's fine. I get it.
Nanners on the Viper is something that I think we've seen pretty often. I think we saw Cypher once, and then we've seen Viper pretty much every other time from Nanners. So it's something that we're a wee bit familiar with, and I remember it being quite impressive. But check out this lineup. Gets the smoke in, blocks out the choke towards C. And it does give Full House almost a bit of an open spot here to move in. They know nobody's going to push through Mound because they would have overextended, but Nanners holding down the C site is a bit difficult to do when you're just a lonely little Viper.
It's a bold move, but if you're bold enough to do it, I respect it. There is some KJ util over there, but the KJ is mostly committed onto B site with help of the Raze, which makes sense in these early rounds.
Sure.
Having the splash damage opportunities inside B site is great. But I don't think we're going to see a B site push, considering they know that there's a Raze on the enemy team.
Scout destroyed.
Power goes out early on. Yanel trying to lock down the A side. It's funny, we're seeing almost the inverse again of what I had discussed previously. It's no longer the, okay, go slow toward A, default and rotate to C. It started C and rotate backwards into A side, a composition that, you know, maybe isn't the cleanest in my opinion, but something that can still work pretty well for this squadron. Spike plant now down for full house. Nobody going down yet is incredible at this point.
Both teams playing very slow. This might explain why they were so successful, is not everybody likes this slow and steady playstyle, but we've already got half the spike defused, but 2 have finally fallen for full house.
Here we go. Spoof picks up a 2K of their own. Blast gets the trade. Free gun, by the way. Tries to turn 2 into a 3K, but it looks like Zero Marksman are going to be able to sneak out a defuse underneath the noses of Full House. A round win on the board for Zero Marksman now is going to be somewhat beneficial. We see Blast already locking in an Ares, a weapon that he really, really likes to bring to the table. So I'm anticipating a pretty aggressive play style, even on this KJ.
Blast choosing to go with the Ares is interesting. I'm not an Ares player, but I respect it nonetheless.
I am. That one patch where they made the Ares really strong, I was the greatest Valorant player in the entire world.
For the one patch.
For the one patch, yeah. Yeah, after that, I kind of went back to being bad, but that was a good time for me, and I think only me. Uh-oh, this is awkward.
Oh, this is gonna be bad.
Arca misses 2 shots there, finds Purchase. I think it was like a foot shot because they take a little bit of damage, but not nearly enough to matter. And now Zero Marksman, they've got the numbers, they've got the weapons, they've got momentum. This round is currently theirs for the taking.
B, looks like a B lurk. But there's 2 there, including a Raze. It could be a little bit of a risky situation to jump into. We hear the orb being capped. Kev is aware.
Toxins coming up. I have the spike.
This patience is so fascinating. It's been so long since we've seen a team really go low and slow like this and continue to keep things at this mild-mannered pace.
This is where Valorant transitions from just a first-person shooter game into a jump scare game.
Right, right. We're looking at a scenario here where things may be working out for Zero Marksman because Full House, they don't have the weapons. They lost the numbers ages ago, and now they're looking for that time to strike. Classic just can't get the job done from that distance, but Yanel does fall somewhat low, down to just 38 HP or 83 HP. Yeah, 38, I believe. Redo caught on the high ground by Yanel. The catch-up is there. Zero Marksman find themselves in a nearly unlosable scenario.
At least Full House does get the spike plant points. We do have Nanners get the final elimination. It's going to be a round victory back once again for Zero Marksman. Spike half defused, and we're going to finish it out.
Gonna finish out strong here. They get some ult charge. Are they playing Spike Roulette, perhaps? No, they gotta stick it soon. There's no way they'll risk it. Zero Marksman, second round victory now on the board, so the team feeling pretty good about their odds here in that second round. They'll bonus up a couple of awkward weapons, but as the game kind of intentionally is built, this is the circumstance in which Zero Marksman find themselves in a weapons disadvantage. Maybe they could buy up like a single rifle if they wanted to risk it, but I really don't think there's a need, especially with Blast continuing to carry this Ares forward.
Honestly, with how successful they were the previous round, which typically in second round, when our first buy phase, you do see at least 1 to 2 players fall.
Right,
We
right.
could see some easy free guns and a healthy economy for Zero Marksman.
They It's always possible here. Yanel finds one, but it's going to be a 2-for-1, unfortunately. Zero Marksman, they lose the opportunity at a free rifle. Ulthorpe grabbed B site wide open, and I assume a somewhat fast push toward the B from Full House. Unfortunately, going into that Tiger waiting out, it gave Zero Marksman enough time to get that opportunity to rotate. And now with the rotations available, Blast has fallen. Will this be a near flawless? Tim finds Redo, making it that much more expensive for the team. Looking for even just one more, but triple peaks the same angle. Jawa gets the trade out there, and Full House keeping us stuck to the traditional expectation here. 2-1 on the board.
There we go. There's the Vandals coming out. But Kev choosing to go with the Operator. We do see this sometimes with the Rays. You have the opportunity to use Blast Pack, similar to how a Jet uses Tailwind. It just doesn't instigate instantaneously, and it can be a little bit of a more of a risky play to go for. But if you're comfortable on it, go for it. I respect op players. However, if you end up rounding a corner into a full firing squad of 3 or more players, I wish you luck.
Yeah, I think I've got to agree with that sentiment. I wish you luck one way or another, but this is that kind of scenario in which we could be seeing a slower performance from Full House. Instead, they go for the double blast back in. They miss the showstopper, but they are going to be able to find that opener. Double pick from Zero Marksman are going to put them in a 4-3 scenario, so the over-aggression from Full House will be biting them in the butt. Tim has to go for a reload. Wide swings it out. Redo will take him down on a double-man firing squad. Ties up 3-3 on the board, and Full House with a Viper's Pit in the pocket. I would not hate to see it here.
Toxins going up.
We talked about it when we first saw Lotus using Viper's Pit on C site. Personally, I like it on B site in the early rounds because it's very difficult to surmount an entire, smoke screen in an area.
Right.
And the odds of someone at this point having, walking in with a judge to just spray and pray, very slim, but it looks like Jawa's gonna hang on to it as we see the Seekers use. There it is, Viper's Pit instigated for Full House.
Viper's Pit out from Full House. They know they're running out of time already, and that's exactly what they want, to stall as many seconds as possible. Nanners on a wide swing back, takes down Jawa, can't find Nabil with that secondary shot, and it's up to Yanel to try and be the hero. The spike has not gone deep enough. It's still winnable, but Yanel needs to find just one more. Location unknown. Swings to the high ground, finds a double kill, and wins the round for the Zero Marksman. It's a close one, but a 2v1 clutch in favor of ZMM. Now breaks the expectation, puts them up 3-1, and gets them the Operator once again moving into the next round.
Help a girl out, would ya?
We can also hear you, Neil, saying, hey, I gave you the op. Can you buy me a weapon?
Please buy. Please buy.
Please. I dropped my gun for you, and we do see that they're going to end up with a Guardian. And Blast, are we going to see the Ares from you, or are you just going to... Yep, there it is. Full commit. Going for broke, and we got the squad saving up over here on Full House.
In that same regard, if it ain't broke, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
the Ares, it's been working. You got 3 eliminations. That's not the most, but it's not the least. Able to get the job done just a little bit. But as I love to say, a little bit goes a long way, especially in a game like Valorant. That was a disgusting angle, but it's not even the one we're going to get to see. Arcram will go down to 10 early on and give Zero Marksman the opening space they need. 5-4. They've got the numbers already. They've got the weapons advantage already. This round should be theirs unless Full House really clutches out strong.
Toxin screen down.
Ooh, Nanners takes some minor chip damage.
Okay.
That Ares is
Womp
definitely
womp.
working. Did you say womp womp?
Zero Marksman, 5-1 on the board, and oh, the most expensive rifle goes down. That's a big one. The Operator here could be bonused out by Nabil. Oh, or that can happen too.
I don't think Yanil... Oh, Yanil did pick up the op. Looks like we're gonna have another moment of, hey, can you buy me?
Help a girl out, would
Yep,
you?
there it is.
Help a girl out, please. She saved your Operator not once, but twice. And Kev, I mean, continues to lock in 1 and 3 right now. So I'd like to see that Operator used maybe just... I don't know, maybe in somebody else's palms. I don't know, maybe that's an odd request, but it feels like maybe that Operator should be in the clutches of another.
The Operator can act as a deterrent, but, 3 attempts. After this 3rd attempt, it's not going to be much of a deterrent anymore unless we see this raid pick up some eliminations here to actually make them a force to reckon with. Hawk is used. They do get flashed. They're forced to back off. They have to go
10.
through the... Ooh. Went through the poison orb as well. 45 health remaining, and no one's gonna go up against the op now that they have none of that smokescreen or flash util available, and they're just gonna choose to rotate towards A site. You can see Raze just all by their lonesome on C with the op.
Yeah, Kev just kind of stood in the nano swarm for a little while, and that is not good. You know, that's just not the situation you want to be in. And right now, it looks like Tim tries to find Arkham, but can't get that lineup off the back line here. The space has been made for Zero Marksman to get really aggressive on this defense. Tim, a possible flank. The Cabbages go out early, but Spoof somehow still finds that pick. Tim gives the trade for the trade, and now puts Full House in a 4-3 advantage state. Blast with the Ares, a lockdown in the pocket of Full House. I don't think it was necessary, but I don't hate it either. I think it definitely clears out the site, makes it a lot harder for ZMM to engage.
And it's in a spot that can't be wallbanged. They also don't have a Sova for the Hunter's Fury to eliminate it long distance. No one's detained. They back off. Now have to go on the offensive here for Full House. Smoke and turret used,
awkward.
but Omen's going to be successful in that 1v1.
I think I'm going to change my tune a little bit. I think I really like that lockdown. I think it's paced in at a time where they needed to stall as many seconds as possible. They were able to do just that because of the location of the lockdown, and then they were able to put themselves in a scenario where, best case scenario, the remaining ZMM members had to push in from just a couple of predictable angles. It was actually a really intelligent play, and I want to tip my hat to Nabil from Full House for making that happen.
And Kev is going to successfully save this operator and not force their poor Sky to buy for their Sky once again.
Nanners had the op, but I think they were just passing it back to Kev, who unfortunately cannot find the necessary footing for success so far. But it's not stalling out ZMM too poorly. They've still got double the amount of rounds that Full House has in this moment. They've got plenty of weapons to work with, and I'm keeping my eyes locked on Blast, who, as I mentioned earlier, tends to be a very powerful player, but in this current world is not really living up to that expectation.
Hawk was used, did pick up one, I believe Omen was in it. Now we see Poison Orb's gonna decay Nanners. They have to disengage for a moment. Paranoia was also used, didn't see anything. Spoof chooses to grab the orbs, gonna intro with paint grenades as well as double blast pack into sight. Unfortunately, Nanners has the better crosshair placement, gets two, but is taken out by their counterpart.
Taken out by the counterpart in a pivotal moment here. Zero Marksman has 3v2 advantage. This could be a really important round win for them. As I mentioned, their economy not exactly the strongest. Nabil swing wide. Kev finally hits the shot, removes that KJ from this mortal coil, and now Zero Marksman one elimination away from being up 3 rounds for the first time this series.
See, the Boombot used to allow for a disengage, but it's immediately taken out by Jawa, so at least Raze is aware. Kev should know that there's someone walking into B site. Blast is just holding the angle. Tim comes up. It's going to be a 2v1. Blast is really low. Gotta play the bait. Opportunity to swing, but Jawa gets the 2-piece.
Jawa hungry for a 4th elimination, already able to find 3 in this moment, and with the necessary space being made, this could be the detriment known as a victory for... Oh! Ooh. Well, Kev finally hit their shot. And to be honest, that's all I asked for. I said, Kev, please hit your shot. He said, all right, heard. Hits his shot, gives ZMM the 5th round win, throws every weapon on the ground. Absolutely disrespectful play, but still a notable performance from ZMM. It's exactly the type of power that Kev needed to bring to the table, working so hard to have that operator.
Well, Blast coming in with some Judge Gaming. I'm interested to see this close range combat play. I mean, you gotta save a little bit. Your economy is not as healthy as you like it to be. Losing 4 members of your 5-man squad in the previous round. Lots of ults online for Zero Marksman. I mean, Lockdown, followed up Showstopper, Viper's Pit, and From the Shadows. From the Shadows and Showstopper online for Full House.
Cover going out.
See how these work out as we have some util dumped on B site from Omen, and it looks like possible C site commit.
The C-side hit is going to be faked out, so it's almost the reverse default. I almost predicted it backwards earlier today because they go from C right back to A site, and they look for that lock-in as quickly as possible. They cut their trip short, rotating in toward B, but the KJ utility is all there, waiting to strike. Double blast back in, space being made. Spoof takes down Tim. The chaos has been played. Spoof checks the corner, but not fast enough.
does not pull the trigger, unfortunately, and will not be able to find that pick. Kev takes down Nabil, redo onto Kev, and now Full House up 3-2 here in round 8.
They use lockdown. Don't know if they got in fast enough. No enemies detained. They need to be careful on this attempted defuse. We got a 1-for-1 trade. Blast with the judge works out for a moment. Gets it taken out by Rito. Nanners trying to buy themselves some space and time.
Space has not been made well enough, and Full House will emerge with another victory under their belt. Only down by 2 in this moment. Not going to be the end of the world for this squadron quite yet, but with all these rifles online, I think it is going to be 5-4. I'd be shocked if it was anything else, as Zero Marksman cannot really afford to buy much of anything at all.
Yeah, they're quite broke. So it looks like it's going to be saving, which is a smart thing to do. I mean, yeah, they could force, but it's not the most advantageous thing to do in this situation, as we have Full House committing util towards B site once again. They've been finding success on it, and knowing that this is pistols, it's a smart move to force it.
Definitely looking to force some power plays out off rip here. The pressure is stacking. Let's see if Spoof can get a pick. B site already open. Redo gets the plant down. Probably the fastest plant we've seen so far today. It's a huge benefit, but will it behoove this team into a victory, or will they unfortunately lose yet another round? They're already down in numbers. The overgrowth available heals up the Viper just a bit. Zero Marksman with the Viper's Pit of their own. I wouldn't hate to see it be used to just claim some of the middle space on site. Tim from the high ground, dark cover into Paranoia. Spoof looks for an opportunity. And there it is, another great dark cover onto site. No way. Pros don't fake. He has it. It's too late. Incredible, incredible play from Zero Marksman. Back to that complimented patience that I continue to reward for this team. They open the door, they play it low and slow, they play the game they want to, and because of that, they emerge victorious on a round that I truly did not think they were going to.
I mean, well done. They get to buy once again. I mean, if they lose this round, theoretically speaking, you have 2 players, also 4-0 marksmen, that can still buy, and then you can play the buddy system like you often see in our first buy round from some teams. Now, on the other side, Full House, we have KJ committing to full buying. This is going to be an interesting play. It could be very risky and break their team's economy if they're unsuccessful.
Ooh, double kill in favor of Full House. It's a 2-1 trade, as Kev did find something before they got booted out the door, where they handed a rifle over to the side of Full House, and that is not a circumstance you want to be in. Extra rifle on their name here. 3 rifles alive on both sides, basically.
Tim goes down. Full House, double the amount of agents on the field compared to Zero Marksman. Roomba comes through, paint grenades, as well as, I believe, a snake bite in the corner, just to flush anybody out. There's no one there.
Oh! That was close.
That was very close. Nanners finds one. Unfortunately, though, Nanners is the last man standing for their squad. Gets the collat, but still gets eliminated.
Gets the collat, but I mean, that's still going to be a hell of an opener here on the side of the Full House. I keep trying to say Zero Marksman. No, it's Full House. I think they get the exact opener they need. They were looking for the necessary space to emerge victorious. They find another round. They keep us within 2. Can they make it a 6-6 on the half, or will they instead find themselves staring down the barrel of a loss?
Okay. However, if you're not going to be successful in the first half of a game, I mentioned it during game 1, 4 victories in the first half, not bad.
Yeah, sure. I think this is an attacker-sided map, though. So if you're not winning on the advantage, it's a little difficult to move into the defense, which is statistically the harder side. Now, that's not true for everybody. That's just kind of an opinion more than anything, I think. But a lot of these players definitely seem to feel that way. And I'll be looking deeper into this lineup to see if Full House goes for a full commit on the offense. Okay, that's got to answer that. Showstopper out. Nanners misses the shot. Pulls the knife. What are you doing, bro?
Oh,
Spoof gets the kill for free.
finds Tim. Defense is hurting, only 3 left standing. Spray fire from Spoof through the smoke. Oh, that might be enough. No, they backed off far enough.
The back off is there. 5v3, Zero Marksman, no weapons to their name. But last time I saw a round like this, I was like, oh, they're definitely gonna lose it. And then they ended up winning. So I've really got to bite my tongue when I say things like that. The blast double kill opens up Yunel the opportunity to get redo. It's gonna be Seekers online. I love the use of this here. 2 players left standing. The sky is critical condition. They have to move through the Viper's pit, but they both walk right into Arkham, and he will be able to find the double kill to seal the deal here for Full House. They are now 1 round shy of a 6-6 on the half. They can throw us right into Valorant Light.
Okay, full buys online for both teams. Tim, half shields. I mean, talked about it before. They can work. Totally fine. Let's see. Do we get the 6-6 at the half?
It would be the first time. This is insane. I think it would be the first time since week 1 that I saw a 6-6 on the half. So it's been a long time. We saw a lot of those back in week 1. So Zero Marksman, they're looking desperate to not make that happen with no ultimates available on either side. They've got to rely on mechanics alone, and Yunel gets that opening first blood, takes Spoof out of the way. And with that entry duelist missing, that should slow things way down for Full House. Maybe not as much, though, as the duelist on the side of Zero Marksman is taken down in the very same breath.
I mean, Full House has been thriving on this slow gameplay style that Zero Marksman also themselves seem to enjoy, but Zero Marksman trying to shake it up. Initially looked like it was going to work. Not so much after the fact. I mean, now we're 4-4. Still have Lockdown, still have Seekers for Full House. Have to wait and see how they end up being used.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
4-4, rifles up on both sides. Lockdown, perfect play from Nabil here. They're going to go ahead and open up the C site, force Zero Marksman to rotate out. They've got 2 choices to make. Do we go for the extension? Do we try to get a pick as they rotate in early? Do we risk getting stunned here? Or do we move out early? And with the Seekers coming out from Full House as well, Nanners is going to choose to run out. Does not move in time, though. Gets detained. Could be some bait here, but nobody extends fast enough. The detain will end. It's going to be a 2-2 out of push here. Clock out, flash down. Nanners and Tim still clean up too. They've got double the numbers advantage here, and Zero Marksman are going to have a 4-2 advantage. Jawa takes down Blast. Down but not out has been the name of the game, and it looks like that will not change.
Not ready yet. Cover going out.
Oh!
Holy nuggets, Jawa.
I have literally no words. That may be the cleanest spray transfer I have ever seen with my own eyes. That was absolutely absurd.
Well, Jawa, do it again.
Another one.
Yeah, that was gorgeous. We're now tied 6-6 as we enter the second half here of game number 3 of our day. If you keep playing like that, though, this could quickly just snowball in your team's favor. Pistol rounds, let's see who ends up being victorious. I mean, Zero Marksman were more successful in the pistol round in the first half. Could that change considering what we just saw from Zawa? Now that they're fully online and awake, perhaps.
It's, everything is possible. Everything is possible. I mean, it's 6-6 on the half. The show is not over quite yet. As they always say, the show must go on. And Full House trying to make sure that it certainly does. 6-6 on the half off the back of Jawa. Just the cleanest play I've seen in ages. I'm not going to shut up about that for a long time. And Zero Marksman now, they really need to get in. They lose a player early. They get the additional spike plant credits moving into the secondary round. Nabil gets another pick on the Yunel. Tim gets one of it. Nabil waking up here. A double kill out the gate makes it 4-2 in favor of Full House. Arkham, I'm positive, is not going to fake this. The blast pack throws them down. Arkham gets forced away. It's up to Tim. He's got the free gun, but a 3v1. That's a tough one to win. And Spook's going to make sure that does not happen. Full House, for the first time in a long time, are going to emerge victorious. And now they've taken a lead as well.
All right, we're going with the All right. 2 players sticking with pistols. Never mind, just one. One going for the Guardian Gaming. That's a lot of credits spent, but I'll respect it from Jawar. Top frag currently, not just for their team, but for the entire lobby.
I like that. I think this is the 3rd map we've seen today where the top frag on both teams is the same agent. And I think that's really funny that continues to happen. But Full House, they're not interested in any jokes here. They're taking this as seriously as possible. A beautiful double execution off rip makes it near impossible for Zero Marksman to clutch this one out, especially with the weapons disadvantage they have. Damn, I mean, a Bucky boy over here might be able to get a pick, but that's only if they extend toward that mid connection. The defenders don't often peek that corner, so I feel like that may not be the best placement of time. Redo already found Nanners. There's no point in saving, right? You're just going to make this as expensive as possible. Worst case scenario, it's a flawless against you, and this is really, really looking like it's going to be one.
Blinded.
Tim was last man standing previous round and was once again finding themselves in the same situation. They're also getting pinched. 3-man squad about to pull up from the left side. One's lurking by door. They're locking down the angles where they think Tim is at because they saw the dark cover, but they're not aware of where Tim is. Tim finds one, but ends up getting eliminated shortly thereafter.
Elimination is key at the end of the day, and the necessary space has been made. Full House, they win that 2nd round. It's exactly the performance they needed to bring to the table, the one they were expected to bring to the table, and one that they were able to bring to the table. But Full House now in a bit of an awkward spot, all things considered. I mean, they're able to win that round. This is the round where if Zero Marksman is going to turn it around, they need to do it right here. So they lose this one. That's where things can really, really become disastrous.
Natural out.
Oh, this is going to be sloppy. Spoof goes in deep. The paint shells find Tim. Kev goes down as well. And a round that I commented needed to be won quickly by Zero Marksman is instead going to be almost lost immediately against them. This team has nowhere to run, and it is definitely showing in the pages here.
So much util extremely fast, but it was well paid. I mean, considering how many people from Zero Marksman committed onto that A site corridor, now it is just Nanners standing, and as I'm talking about them, they get eliminated.
The elimination goes through onto Nanners. It is now 9-6, and yeah, okay, good time to call out here on the side of Zero Marksman. They need to figure out what the heck is going on, because a team that was notably in the lead all of a sudden stares a defeat down the barrel here. They've got to make some changes. They've got to make some notable increases in their performance, and there's only so many ways to get that job done. So let's see if Zero Marksman can use this timeout to make some changes. But this is also a tough time to call a timeout because you don't have an economy to work with. So how are you going to win a round where the cards are stacked against you?
I mean, we saw Zero Marksman twice deal with this type of situation. One time they were very successful in the first half, the second time not so much. I mean, yes, we did have Blast pull up during the second one, get a 2K, but unfortunately got eliminated thereafter. With that in mind, honestly, I think just a slight change up in their playstyle. They played very patiently in the first half when they were on defense. Now they're in the offensive position, which Full House, when they were in offense, was playing very slow. I think they need to adopt that slower playstyle. They're walking into just massive util dumps, and instead, go for the default push, leave the spike behind, force some util, disengage, and then pick the site might be the way to go instead.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Just relying on the util engagement from the side of Full House. They really like to use that the utility early on. If they get even a scent that somebody may be nearby, they're dumping every ability they have into that area, trying to get those people away. And also, thing I'd like to see from Zero Marksman, I've been talking about this now, I think 6 weeks in a row, is sometimes we see a team who is starting to lose and they keep going for like a false buy-up. Okay, just a Marshall, just a Bucky, just a Marshall, just a Bucky, and their economy never gets the opportunity to recover. So it forces this team to play in a really unique and difficult circumstance.
Commit to the save or commit to the buy. Don't go halvesies.
I agree. Oh, that was weird. We watched it happen. I didn't hear a single bullet fire, but victory still regardless. Nanners finds that opening pick, and Zero Marksman 5-4 now on the board.
All I heard was the gasp.
Yeah, no, me too. Literally, I heard nothing else.
Ooh, swarm grenade right on top of Spike. Arkram's down to Tim. Tank grenades trying to get some chip damage and maybe get some space gain for our now defensive squad. Tim with the 2K.
Tim. 2K Tim over here. Golly.
Perfect accuracy.
Only losing 1-0 marksman, finally finding a round win. That timeout might have been what they needed.
I can't believe that timeout would help Tim aim any better. I think Tim just started popping off a little bit toward the end there. A really strong performance off rip there. A triple kill with the Sheriff. He was the judge, jury, and executioner in that moment. Got the job done. Really opened the floodgates for 0 Marksman to jump right back into this. They did it once. Was it a fluke? Was it an earned victory? Well, it's time for round 17 to help us decide.
Now the operator is in the hands of Nabel on this KJ. We've seen some intriguing operator play. Not normally the characters we see with having the op. Takes the shot on the jiggle peak, but the initial op shot's baited. You can choose to disengage from that site, and it looks like the team is going to do just that. Uh-oh.
Oh boy, here comes the showstopper on to redo a huge opening play from the squadron here. It's exactly the energy the team needed to be looking for. An emerge victory is not quite guaranteed for either side yet. Nabil takes Kev out of the equation. Lockdown from Full House as well. This is an ultimate they really love to use. I think the third one we've seen from Full House here on Lotus. Arkram has to get out of the way, uses the wall to TP back, but still gets caught out by Yanel on a flank swing there. 4-3 now in favor of 0 Marksman. No ultimates to work with. Spike plant available, 45 seconds on the clock. And Spoof does find the trade onto Yanel, gives their life for the cause, and 0 Marksman continues to hold on to that lead.
Nanners goes to the plant, secures it. At least they'll get the plant points. Does get a little bit of damage from that snake bite. Jawa on the high ground are skillful marksmen of Full House. Ooh, they have been sighted by the alarm bot. Tim on the flank picks up Nabel. 3-1 Full House. Jawa, the clutch player, can you get a 3K again? But everyone is split up on this site, and I don't think you know where anyone is standing. You're finding the intel as you go. That's one, but there's one on your right side. You need to be careful.
Really great opener from Blast there onto Jawa. They got one elimination. You would go low and slow with that performance, but if you engaged a bunch of 1v1s, that's where things could really be tough to work with. A win is a win regardless, and 0 Marksman, they've brought us back into a separation by 1. I cannot believe how close the games today continue to be.
Now we have Full House forced into a save situation. Burrito is going to choose to pick that Guardian. Is this going to work out is my question, because we have seen 0 Marksman adapt finally. They're going a little slower, forcing out some util. Nanners, Poison Orb used, chooses to disengage after seeing the initial util dump, using it for just some cover.
It is party time. Showstopper disrupted, no value found, a lot of damage dealt on both sides, but Kev is the first one to bite that proverbial bullet, finding themselves in a tough scenario either side. Looking into this lineup to see if we can get an even louder showing from the side of 0 Marksman. The weapons aren't great, they're down in numbers, but this team, when they hit their pure accuracy, they are truly unstoppable. Redo gets caught by some accuracy there, takes Nanners down, makes it a 5-3. Last, wow, great read on the program there.
Not to mention also force the instigation of the nano swarms. Looks like 0 Marksmen are going to reconvene at spawn.
I wouldn't hate to see a save here. I mean, it's only a 5v3, like it is technically winnable if you can force 1v1s, but is that risk worth the reward? The economy isn't super comfortable right now. I think it would be maybe a bit of a coward's way out with the weapons they have, but you really don't want to risk losing these rifles.
I'm agreeing with you. I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze in this instance, but Yanil's going for the plant. They've committed to B-site. That's at least some extra creds regardless. And it looks like Tim is going to stand their ground on B-site. Everyone else kind of disengaging. We do have KJ on the flank coming through attacker spawn. This could be disastrous if not caught soon, but they took out the alarm bot, so people
Nice.
are aware. Jawa goes down. Omen dangerously low. Tim, Blast, both pick up one. We're in a 3v3.
3v3, Tim finds Nabil, Tim finds Arkarum, and Blast will put Spoof down. 2 rifles bonus. I always say you want to find 3 to make it expensive, and expensive it certainly became, but all things considered, a win is a win. They bonus the rifles, they have enough to buy the remaining 3, and ZMM have tied us right back up 9-9. That timeout working miracles for this team. Now both teams just 1 round shy of finding their double-digit round.
Okay, Kev was the last to buy, and I was like, are we going to... No way we're going to see an up-on attack, right? And it's not. It's gonna be a Vandal purchase. However, Full House, if you don't win this round, you can be a little bit broke.
Yeah,
Forcing a buy.
just a wee bit, I think. Just a wee bit absolutely broke. So, kind of a tough spot to be in, but I'm anticipating maybe a late showing from Zero Marksman in this round. Instead, they're going to go for a quick engagement off rip here. But nobody's home.
Yneil gets flashed by the enemy Hawk. We only have from Full House from the Shadows right now, while
Yep.
there's 3 ults from ZMM. As I'm talking about it, one of those 3 ult users gets eliminated by their counterpart. Yneil is gone. And that's a disengage from B-site wire, spike hold of the KJ. Better not to risk it, especially dropping it middle of sight would be pretty bad.
Yeah, Arkarum trying to get the read, but with the knife out, I'm so scared because this is not a hiding spot. Everybody knows where this is. Arkarum tries to teleport out, just can't make it. Kev finds the elimination, gives us the equalizer 4v4, and that should give Zero Marksman a bit of encouragement to rush this A site. Rotation early from Full House, though, is going to make it a lot harder now that those Angry Cabbages are online. Seekers available. They get the read, the spray and pray out, but it's actually Zero Marksman who emerged victorious. I was going to suggest a lockdown or a Viper's Pit, but all of a sudden, I'm not sure this team's going to need either.
Spoof is on the back high ground, is going to try to drop down, manages to do it soundlessly, which is great.
Oh!
Will find Tim, going to use Boombot, try to see if anybody's found by Bombot. Will anybody be seen? No, because it takes the wrong turn. Spoof, Kev finds the elimination on the enemy Raze. Now it is just Nabel on this KJ Lev standing, looking down the corridor. Was on the flank and took a little bit too long.
Little bit goes a long way, and Nabil does get Kev down, but Nanners will find that trade out. Double digits now online for Zero Marksman Black. This is a difficult scenario to be in due to the fact that this team is only up by 1. This is very easy for Full House to turn around. They have to win by 2 in regulation to find a victory here, so I'm keeping a close eye on ZMM's play in this round in particular. Can they put themselves up by 2? Can they find the advantage that they're looking for? Or will things fall just a little bit short for our friend Zero Marksman? 4 ults to work with, though, Nerdy. They've got the weapons advantage. This feels like their round to lose.
Not to mention, I mean, at the start of round 19, I said, Full House, if you lose this, you're going to be really broke. And indeed they are. This is a yikes as far as the buys go. I mean, I think we have a couple couple light machine guns purchased, but then the rest of it is all just pistols. Yeah, we've got 1 light machine gun. We got a Marshall, the cheapest gun in the game. Good luck, best of luck. Rito takes the initial shots, is able to reload quickly because it's not an operator, so it's a little more forgiving for whiffing. Just trying to do some pepper fire. It's going to use the Hawk to allow them to disengage. Trailblazer is also used from ZMM. However, it's not going to see anybody because they're all playing so far back. Out comes the Cabbages and a Rampage onto B site.
The Rampage onto B site is going to come out loud here. Going to be a lot of ultimates in the ability. I'm expecting an early Viper's Pit, either post or during plants, but Nanners waiting for it, locked into B site here. I'd be shocked to not see it, I'm going to be honest.
That or lockdown. However, lockdown on B site's a little bit harder to maintain. And yeah, there it is. Viper's Pit is going to be instigated. Full House taking their time, but Kev walks in and gets eliminated by Nabel. There's still 5 people on Full House. Tim finds one who's on the flank. Yneil finds 2. Full House down to 2 members left standing, both caught in the paranoia.
Yanel even lets him dance for a second before taking him down, and with that, Viper's Pit online, Zero Marksman find themselves in a very comfortable position to walk away victorious on Rip there. The performance is exactly what they needed to find themselves in a moment of comfort, and that's exactly what they were able to do. Very strong showing from the side of Zero Marksman. They've won 2 in a row. Sorry, they've won 5 in a row, excuse me. Can they win 2 more?
That's the most consecutive round wins we've seen thus far in this game on Lotus. Earlier today, we did have an 11-round win in game 2. But nonetheless, can they keep it up is the question, because if Full House gets that double-digit mark, things are going to get a little bit risky.
Yeah, things can definitely get a little nerve-wracking for the side of Zero Marksman if they lose this round. So I expect a lot of patience here. They're not going to be making a lot of error across the board. They're going to wait for the overextension of Full House, who tends to not overextend on the defense. So it's a lot of you slip up first before we take away the win. Nabil tucked into a corner here toward the C site. Might get some intel. Kev, great bullets early, takes Jawa down to 38 HP. So the Viper's Pit may have to wait until the next round now, because popping at only 38 HP is a bit of a risk. You're only 1 bullet from death.
Credit to ZMM. They did a default, except for Omen lurked back by Spike. So no one went to B site, which is interesting. It was like
With no Viper's Pit, though, it's a lot harder to hit.
Yeah, so it was like a 2/3 default, but they're like, look, B site ain't it. We're not going for it. Not to mention, if they did commit, defensive Viper's Pit could have also been used, or defensive lockdown on B site. Not in the cards.
Lockdown finally comes out from Nabil, covers both majority of B and C sites, so it makes it really difficult to cover those, but unfortunately for them, we already saw our friend Zero Marksman rushing in toward the A site, where they found 2v1 eliminations. They've turned it into a 4v3. They hear the steps up onto the high ground. They look for the spike plant. Sends it in early, should be able to get it down without much of a fight. The snakebite misses, Redo finds Yanel, Nabil takes down Tim, and all of a sudden the numbers have flipped in favor of Full House. Blast ties us back up, and Nabil gets that trade. Nanner's last player left standing.
Rotating Poison Orb and Toxin Screen, just trying to buy themselves time and cover. They know where the spike is at. They find one. Pros don't fake, though. Nabel is still defusing, gets it halfway. Is choosing to go with the fake. Is going to put the wall up. But now that we are at that last echelon of ticking, you have to commit to the full defuse. And with that, we have Nanners with the clutch.
The penultimate round win comes off a hell of a clutch if I have ever seen one. Zero Marksman now up 12-9. They're just 1 round away from making it into the top 8 here in the final week, might I remind you, of the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps. This is a team that has been so close to victory, so close to greatness, so many times, but close. Just not going to cut it in this team, desperate to try and find a win.
All right, Kev. This is a risky play. If it don't work out, please don't force your poor Skye to grab it for you again.
Oh, Jawa, if they peek here, that could be the beginning of the end. The only ultimate available for Full House. All standing on the possibility of a great snipe. Nabil pre-fires. Jawa peeks the corner and Kev takes him down. Viper's Pit gone. Nabil gets a double kill here. Turns it into a 3K. Yanel just can't get out of the way in time. And all of a sudden, Full House, things go from bad to pretty darn good, as Nabil may give us our first ace of today. Nanner's last player left standing, a hell of a clutch factor if I've ever seen one, but to win in a 4v1 like this is near impossible. You might just have to pass this round over.
And Nanner's is like, there's no way I'm surviving.
Amazing.
There's no way I'm grabbing the op. Nabel gets the first ace of the day. Gorgeous. Yikes. Oh, Kev. Yeah. Your team better be victorious here, or it's snowballing in favor of Full House.
The snowball is on the table very loudly right now. Full House has a real potential to try and walk away with an advantage, but it's not a guarantee in the slightest. We see Zero Marksman, 2 ultimates in their pocket. Full House still sitting on that Viper's Pit, so part of me wonders maybe Jawa going down early was a blessing, because they got to keep that ultimate for this round. A lot of possibility here on the table for Full house, especially now they've got a Viper's Pit to lock down a majority of the A site. Showstopper out. Kev goes in deep for it. Just gonna walk past the turret. I like it, but unfortunately no value.
I think it was an attempt to force Jawa out of Viper's Pit.
They get the read, they hear it, and they find Jawa. Viper's Pit down. Zero Marksman now up to 5v4. They pop the Seekers in pocket as well. The necessary value
3 for 3.
could be pretty detrimental against the side of Full House, especially as they're starting to panic a little bit. They're not checking their corners. They're swinging wide, and they're losing their lives for it. Can Arcworm drop an ace to keep the team alive? Unfortunately, the answer's just not there. Team gets the closing elimination, and Zero Marksman will win 13-10 over their opponents here at Full House.
Honestly, that
I'm
game...
frozen!
Honestly, that game was a lot closer than I thought it would be, but finally, Zero Marksman figured out what was wrong and managed to fix the problems they were having. Welcome back from being frozen. Beautiful cleanup. Got a little shaky near the mid zone.
Definitely.
Yikes. The transition from first half to second half. Zero Marksman, I don't know what was wrong. Who needed to run to the restroom during the timeout, but whatever you did, ended up working out.
You did it. It worked. At the end of the day, it worked for sure. And I've got to say, I'm definitely impressed with the performance we've been seeing, as you mentioned earlier, from the side of the Zero Marksman. It's close, but you emerge victorious, and that's what matters. And I think there's a very real possibility that, you know, the power playing that we saw from players like Tim right there at the end, from Nanos in particular as well, are keeping that possibility of success available for these teams. So I'm particularly eager to see if we can continue getting that level of performance out from the side of Zero Marksman as they move into the top 8.
We'll have to wait and see. And there's before we actually proc it on screen, I'm pretty positive that Jawa actually was probably top performer in this lobby, but close is possibly Nanners. Nanners might actually come out victorious to be the top MVP for the lobby. I think leaning into Nanners a bit more.
Yeah, I think Nanners and Tim both had 21 eliminations. Tim died one more time but had more assists, so Nanners is just barely 6 points underneath Tim in that ACS. But I mean, 2 first bloods, 21 eliminations across the board, 1.5 KDR, a very strong showing from this Viper here on Lotus. And I mentioned it earlier, Nanners is one of those power players for Zero Marksman. They continued to be, while Blast, I hate to say it, unfortunately, was not as showy as normal. So Nanners kind of filled in that role the way we need it to, and I'm looking forward to seeing if they perform well in the top 8. But speaking of top 8, we are going to go ahead and throw it to a quick break as we get ready to jump into that. So everybody use this time, fill out that exclamation point survey you can put in chat to tell us about the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps and your thoughts on it. But either way, we'll see you guys right back here in just a couple of minutes with our final matchup, but there's plenty more Valorant left to be played today. We'll see you right back here in just a few.
The future is threatened by enemies often unseen
Sailor Marine.
and unexpected. In the midst of an uncertain and evolving world, the need for Marines to defeat these shifting threats is critical, because the need to ensure stability for our nation has never been greater. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back one more time to the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps. I'm still Septilence, joined by Nerdy Bird, and we are jumping into a matchup that was almost Sad v Sad, but Sad Purple does go on to lose to QOR. So they are one of our teams going up against Sad Esports. I personally have not had the opportunity to see either of these teams yet, so Nerdy, I am pretty darn excited to see what they can bring to the table here in our round of 8.
As am I. I'm also hoping we don't see Lotus again today. Can we shake it up a little bit? I know for a fact we won't get to see Ascent, which makes me a little sad. That is fine. No pun intended on that one. But with that being said, just no Lotus. Please no.
Yeah, I'm down to agree with that. I know it's not Ascent because I heard a production joke about the fact that Ascent wasn't the first ban for the first time in a while, and that it was the second ban. So I know it's not Ascent, but there's still plenty of other maps left on the table. And I mentioned earlier today that Lotus is very popular. So there is a chance that it's going to be Lotus here, but both these teams were waiting to get the intel on how they made it this far, if it's been a close one or if it's been a bit of a barn burner series back and forth. However, I do know that Xset Bob is playing here, a notorious player in the Game Changer scene, I believe. So one that I'm particularly looking forward to seeing perform here on, I think, Sad Esports. There's a lot of I thinks in that statement, but I'm pretty sure I'm right.
I believe you are also right as well, and we can take a quick look at...
Let's go!
We're getting...
Let's go!
Septilence's day has been made. There was... Alright, so split... you know what? I am satisfied with seeing that Lotus was a straight-up ban by QOR, and as we mentioned, Ascent was the second ban, and that came out from Sad. It's okay, guys. I understand, and honestly, no Lotus, no Sunset.
That's all I ask. That's all I ask for this fourth and final map for you and I. There's still semifinals and grand finals happening after this, brought to you by casters' names that I probably should know, but they'll be here after us. But I do want to note that Sad Esports, they're the type of team that just types the series score and not the map score. So we know they beat Event Horizon, we know they beat BTR Fan Club, and now here they are against QOR. And so we're going to see if they're able to emerge victorious here. But I'm also looking at QOR beating Sad Purple 13-7. Before that, they beat Wasted Talent 13-11. And before that, they beat RTT 13-5. So they're emerging pretty victorious across the board. Wasted Talent, their closest game of the day so far. But as these teams enter the fray on Breeze, Nerdy, are there any agents in particular that you're thinking, hey, we're probably seeing blank?
For Breeze, most definitely. I did not mean to make that sound like Breeze. I anticipate we're probably going to see a Viper, most likely going to see a Sova and a Jet. Sometimes we see Cyphers as well, but definitely anticipate at least the Viper play here. Yeah. And Initiators, again, so like Jet, pretty much a staple. I don't believe Raze gets as much value on Breeze as she does as other maps, so unlike Lotus that we saw earlier and Sunset, most likely not going to see some Raze gameplay. Other than that, though, I'm a little up in the air on what we might see. I do like Cypher gameplay here just because of the amount of information that you can gather on Cypher. Yep. So with that in mind, possibly Cypher, and because of just the staple of Skye, I do anticipate Skye taking over the role of the Flash here that we'll have, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think Viper is not guaranteed, but pretty darn likely. I think she's a pretty likely agent to be seeing. And I'm thinking outside of the box a little bit. There's two agents that we don't see as often as we used to, but they do both tend to make an appearance here on Breeze. That being Neon in the duelist role and Chamber in the pseudo-duelist role. A Sentinel technically, but basically a duelist. And I think Chamber does get a little bit of value here. It's where we see him most often these days. And Neon, this is a map where if we're going to see her, it could very likely be Breeze. Harbor and Astra as well, almost like C-tier character or agent selects for this map, but I've seen them often enough that I'm thinking, it's not impossible that they may make an appearance. So there's a lot of versatility and a lot of possibility, because I didn't even mention KO. He's viable here. I didn't even mention Reyna. She's playable here. The point is almost every agent can be played here if they're played correctly by the person driving them.
Yes, well, ultimately, it's not up to us to decide. Right. It's up to a little bit of A, comfort, and B, what the team wants to fully execute on Breeze. I do think Breeze is slightly more defensive-heavy in comparison to what we experience on Lotus, which is more attacker-friendly. So with that in mind, I honestly think that the long-range opportunities presented by both our Sentinels who can, control space versus our Initiators who can start in the controlling position and then back off just to gather information and force util early from defensive perspectives can be huge, but that depends on how slow are you willing to go, or is the enemy team just going to blitz onto a point?
Yeah, and I think you bring up a really great point there, is how slow is this game going to be? It really depends on what these characters are bringing to the table. Darkest is going to be locking in KO Insta, Snarly mirrors that as well. So currently, no surprises. Everybody's going for some pretty traditional comfortability here, and it looks like we're going to be seeing the Jet pick on board as well. My spreadsheet got a little goofed up. That's no big deal. I'll fix that in a moment. But I do know that QOR, they're locking in the Sova, the KO, and the Jet. We see all three locked in on the side of Sad, who are going to follow things up here with Coburg on the Cypher and Zostel on the Viper. So Cypher Viper, that rhymes. That's very exciting. We're going full meta on both sides. This actually would be the first time today we'd get a full mirror matchup here in the round of 8, which is also the last best of 1 series. It all comes down to this map. Can you make it to the top 4? The good news is you're deep into the prize pool. I'll make sure I find the right number here before I say it out loud. Top 8, you're walking away with minimum $300 for the team. If you survive up to top 4, that's $500 for the team. And of course, the number just keeps raising from there. So as soon as Ziff locks this in on the side of QOR, this could be a full mirror matchup. That's locked in. There we go. That's full 5 on both sides. These teams feeling good about their odds and their chances that they're bringing to the table here on Breeze. I'm looking at the Vipers early on, as that utility, especially in pistol rounds, can be unbelievably helpful.
I also want to see, because when we were on Lotus, the Viper wall kind of never left going towards A site every single time, which is fine. But it comes with the caveat of predictability, like I mentioned. So I want to see, are we going to see a change up in the usage of the Viper wall a little bit more frequently? Is it going to be used to either engage, like 100% allow for a team engaged to block off line of sight? Is it going to be used as a fake out? Are we going to see Viper walls laid out very early? Well, honestly, it's not up to us. I'm just interested to see how they're used.
Yeah, there's definitely that possibility, that back and forth dance of, do I use it as a legitimate wall to help my team engage? But like you said, you put it down early, everyone in the map can see it, depending on where it's been put down, right? So you have to decide, is it going to be worth that predictability of, oh, they're hitting B or A? And it looks like we're getting a decent read early on here from Sad. They know the traditional expectation of a Cypher player is to lock down B site, so they're looking to do that as quickly as they can. They're trying to take the 5v1. Shock Dart out, destroys that tripwire, and makes it a lot easier to engage on this B side. Ziff gets the read, has Tunnel locked down, and here comes a very fast engagement from Sad Esports.
We do lose Cypher early on for QOR. Nerve also fallen. It is just the Sova left standing for our defensive team. And their Darkest is immediately finding them with a 0-point knife. They're gone. 3 left standing, and that's a team ace for Sad.
First team ace we've seen in, I think, 3 weeks. And I prefer the team ace over the regular ace, because for those that don't know, the team ace is when every player on the team gets an elimination. So they're all carrying their own weight pretty aggressively here, and it's a very strong showing from Sad Esports off Rip, who in the last matchup they were able to defeat. Let me double check here. They were able to defeat BTR Fan Club in, of course, a 1-0 fashion, because it was a best of 1 series. So they start off strong. They're obviously on a win streak. Both teams are, but can Sad really begin to get dominant here in the beginning of Breeze? If they win the first, let's say 3 rounds, then all of a sudden they've really got the numbers on their side, and they should be able to snowball this in their favor. But the opening round alone is not enough to dictate how successful this team can be. Zostel caught out, but Darkest going to catch a couple of bullets to the body there, falls and forces a 5-4 in favor of QOR.
They did also default push, so Spike is left behind, lingering closer to A site from Sad Esports right now. We still have 3 defenders sitting there. Nerve takes a little bit of chip damage, is going to back off, instigates the smoke screen, and it looks like we're going to have a rotation from Sad.
Rotation out from Sad. They're going to abandon the A site here. They were able to find a victory back on B site earlier, so a lot of benefit behooved this team, but as they have to rotate out, they dodge mid, because mid is just an absolute bloodbath. It is a battlefield here on Breeze, and this team, a fast rotation towards B. It's only going to be Ziff, the defender. Caught Coburg there, has the intel that at least one person has made the swap, and we can see QOR beginning their rotation back. Ziff getting aggressive in this backside corner, only a classic to their name. Even one pick is worthwhile, though. You want to make this as expensive a round as possible. Skarn with a Vandal. I didn't even notice. Oh, T-Dog is crit. They get the read on the Zip. I don't think they know they've been given away. Sad has a very real chance of being able to win this round.
Yikes. 2 of your players are not even a full shot away from death, honestly. That is, you take an arrow to the knee and you're gone. As I'm speaking, Skarn will find T-Dog and will follow up, taking down Snarly. Zeldris goes down.
Nice shot from Bob there. That's going to be Sad winning that second round as they're supposed to. Bonusing 2 rifles? Yeah, 2 rifles and a Bulldog. Okay, so that's going to be huge. This is a round they're supposed to have 0 rifles. So when they bust out here with 2 extra and a Bulldog to boot, that makes this round very, very winnable for Sad.
QOR going with the full commit. Everyone with these rifles. They've gotten some eliminations thus far, however, not enough to be victorious. Round 3 typically should go in favor of the team that lost pistol and the first buy round. We'll have to wait and see if that comes to fruition. We hear some shots fired, not a whole lot of util dumped. And despite the mid zone being a bloodbath, typically we have 2 commit, and the first one will be Skarn to get eliminated.
Skarn goes down to Zeldris early, giving QOR the numbers advantage for the first time, I believe, just in this series so far in the opening rounds. Sad always had the numbers, and right now they're going to try to even things out if they can. Aggressive play from this Cypher does not benefit them quite enough, and Darkus up through Cave gets the read, but I think they're completely oblivious that Zeldris is holding this angle.
Zeldris needs to just stay patient, stay quiet, and not move. We see the lurk starting to happen. KO rounds the corner.
Nice.
Down goes Darkest.
Darkest gets the rip there. Zostal gets the trade onto Nerve. Makes it a 4-3. Sad's still going to be down 1. Need to make some pretty big changes here if they want to find a victory. And Snarly does not help Sad's chances.
There's a nice pop flash over the barrier. Toxic screen is up from our attacking squad. I think defensive squad has not used it. No, that is the defensive screen. The defensive squad's toxic screen.
Oh, Bob just caught out in the open there. T-Dog gets the last pick onto Zostal, and QOR will win that round, only losing 1 player by the end of it. So a very strong performance off rip there.
That's an expensive round loss for Sad, and they are choosing to just roll with the punches and full buy. They're forcing here on round 4. Which can be risky, because if they lose this one, they are broke.
Yeah, they are broke as a joke. You would not believe how much benefit this team needs in a scenario like this one, Nerdy. And it's this is a risk. We always say high risk, high reward, and holy crap, it's Sad taking the risk. Hopefully, there was a reward for them on the other side.
Zostal did get revealed. Uses Poison Orb to try and get cover. I don't think they realize there's 2 encroaching on their position. However, they have suppressing fire from their teammate who's lurking closer to spawn. The KO gonna use the second Poison Orb as well. No one has fallen just yet, but there's been a lot of util traded. Owl Drone also committed. Skarn's forced to use Tailwind. They did get the location dart in them. Looks like we're gonna have a B site commit for Sad. Cypher still lurking near the mid zone. Might end up in a firefight with Jet as they get towards mid as well, coming from double doors. For now, no one's fallen on A just yet. And as I say that, Cypher, Sova both fall. Zeldris thereafter. Neuro Theft is instigated, and Nerve, everyone knows where you're standing now.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting Neural Theft. I feel like maybe they were going to use it because so many players from QOR went down so quickly that when they popped it, there were 3 left standing. By the time it actually activated, we were down to 1, and it was just Nerve. He's going to be rotating toward Cave, trying to play a little bit slower into this mid site. I think just bonusing the rifle, saving it for the next round is much more important than going for a round win here. 2v1, it should be, or 2-2-1, excuse me, should be a 3rd round win on the board for Sad. It's all about saving that rifle here for Nerve.
We have a full rotation through defenders spawn. They're not going to find anybody because Nerve is up here near our construction zone, backing off, trying to use natural cover as much as possible. But yeah, cover might be in their line of sight.
Has the camera, but it doesn't hit. Oh my god, they both don't know.
They both don't know.
Uh-oh, Coburg.
Coburg! Oh, let's go! Coburg hits the shot onto Nerve there. That's gonna strike a nerve for sure. You get that close to saving. And unfortunately, it just does not benefit you at the end of the day. Notable performance from Sad there. Coburg in particular gets the sneak up. 5 rifles available, and Skarn actually gonna choose for the Blade Storm instead. I think this is a pretty intelligent round to do it because you know you're gonna have the advantage. Should be easy to try and find a pick off rip. Unless you catch a Sheriff to the brain, which will also not be good.
The Blade Storms have not been super successful across the board in any
That's
of our matchups
true.
so far. So, good luck, Jet.
Bob. Oh, talk about timing. Bob goes to pull out the Owl Drone, gets dismissed from the Mortal Coil, and now Sad is in the numbers disadvantage once again. This has been the type of game so far that when a team loses the numbers, they often lose the round not soon after. So I'm going to continue looking at this team to see if that's a pattern once more. Skarn catches a bullet to the body, down to 65 HP. Only down by 1, though. Certainly winnable, as QOR is still rocking 4 Sheriffs in their pocket.
Okay, but would you rather have a Sheriff or a fully automatic weapon?
Great question. I mean, it's if you're hitting your shots, the Sheriff ain't necessarily a bad thing. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
it is not going to be any shots found quite yet. A lot of value gained, a lot of space created, and now QOR awaiting their possible fate here in this back line. Oh my god!
Ooh. T-Dog, that was spicy.
Would you rather have an automatic weapon or a Sheriff? Seems like everybody might have some different answers here.
T-Dog with a 3K off rip. One player from Sad left standing, and Coburn just caught out here in the midst of things. Gets one on the way out, but there's simply too many to take down. And QOR, they win that first round off of a showboat performance from their Sova.
Okay, if I were that good at hitting my shots with the Sheriff, I'd probably be rolling it with the Sheriff most of the time. With
Nah,
that
for
being
real,
said,
For real.
there's a reason why I use the Phantom.
Yeah, I'm a Phantom enjoyer. I'm actually an operator enjoyer, but I don't admit that on broadcast very often because I'm certainly an op crutch. I'm not very good at the other weapons, but the one shot, one kill gun, that's your boy.
I also, when it comes to playing on defense on Breeze, depending on where you want to position yourself and disengage to, I think the Phantom isn't as easy a weapon to be successful on. You do see we have one person, T-Dog, choosing to go with the Phantom, the rest all using the Vandals. They're a bit better at the long-range firefight.
Yes, yeah, exactly. That's why we see the Phantom much more on maps like Bind or Split, right? Is because they're much better at that mid to close, where the Vandal can still one-tap from what feels like miles away, and that's the pretty traditional expectation from these teams. And QOR dropping a hyper-aggressive Viper's Pit, but I like it because it locks down that A-side approach, which leaves them with basically one option, unless they rotate all the way up and around through mid into attack or into defender spawn into A-site. So it leaves just one option, and that's double doors through mid.
One down. Cage trigger.
Great shot, my goodness.
Nerve goes down to Darkest. We had a late Viper's Wall onto A site so they could surround, conquer, and confirm. Sova's the one lurking, but Skarn and Kronberg both go down.
Viper's Pit goes out. A fascinating play from Sad, but I do like it. It kind of replaces the one that's been eliminated. Makes it really difficult for the remaining QOR members to go in. Just now gets the Recon Bolt back online. A super important call here from the side of QOR. Ziff finds Darkest with a spray and pray. Neural Theft to boot. This is devastating against the Viper's
There we
Pit.
go.
Zostal gives themselves away, rotates fast enough to take down T-Dog. It's up to Ziff to save the day. 2v1, just barely out of sight, and Zostal will find that elimination. A 2K in their favor, puts Sad now up by 2.
Honestly, I anticipated the Hunter's Fury being used in the Viper's Pit, but instead the Neural Theft was used. It worked. I mean, like, it could have worked had T-Dog just been a little bit slower on the engage into the
I can
Viper's
agree.
Pit.
I can
but
agree with that.
Go stomping in, you're gonna get spotted.
Yeah, T-Dog feeling real confident after a couple of very strong rounds in a row, but I do think that confidence is a bit of a detriment as well, and I think a lot of people often don't think about that across the board. So looking into this lineup moving forward, I'm anticipating another round win for Sad here, but as Zeldris takes Zostal out of the equation, very well-placed Blade Storm. QOR may not be too late to show up.
They did do quite the Frankenbuy. Some people forced, some full saved. I mean, Zeldris with the Blade Storm, you anticipate the full save and then just using Blade Storm regardless.
Sure.
But this is the
Zeldris!
most successful one we've seen thus far. Hunter's Fury comes out from T-Dog. I think it's just gonna get some intel, minorly scraping his shoulder. Darkest finds Zeldris thereafter. Currently, though, Sad only has 3 members left, whereas QOR has 4.
Yeah, a really good showing off rip there for QOR, but 4v3 still available. This team could definitely find a victory if they play their cards right. And Owl Drone out. T-Dog has the line swing in the corner. Oh, and Skarn, what a well-placed shot immediately. Sad take the numbers right back. 3v2. They get the spike plant down, not quite for free, but with just 2 well-placed bullets, they ripped the advantage away from QOR, and now they force them to play against the clock. They've got to read that Nerve is in the back line, and Snarly comes up through tunnel here. Great shot from Nerve. They forget to check the back line once more, and we're tied up 2-2 on site.
I really like that null command usage from Darkest
Absolutely.
to allow for the engage, force the enemy team to just disengage. You have no util. Hot flash around the corner from Snarly. That's another elimination. It's just Jet standing. Jet finds one. Can you get Viper? No.
It's the rounds I think Sad's gonna win that they end up losing. I mean, it seems like this team is so confident. They're so strong in their opening performance, and then all of a sudden it's like, where'd you go? What happened? Because they lose those rounds that I really thought were gonna be a lot more beneficial for Sad. But as the Vandal is now the only weapon left standing on the side of Sad, this should be another round win for QOR, which would tie us up 4-4.
Zeldris picking up that operator. We had an offensive op from Skarn. It was interesting. It worked. And now I think Zeldris with this op is going to be a force to be reckoned with. They're most likely, yeah, you're going to push through A main, then use Tailwind to disengage, but there's no one over there. We're looking at a mid and B site commit right now.
Owl Drone gets some intel. T-Dog locked onto the B side here. Found Zip already, 5-3. Nerve in the back line, but Skarn already took down Snarly. Oh, and a neural theft insult to injury. Truly nowhere to hide. Skarn waits for the peek, goes to jump it. Double door dash away. Zeldris resets and will find Skarn. Beautiful pick.
However, it is just Zeldris left standing. I mean, yeah, the operator is a powerful weapon, but if you're going to post up to a firing squad that knows your relative position already, you're best off hiding. Going to go to the same spot we saw earlier. Hopefully, we'll survive this time, unlike our former Viper player who went up here and ended up getting eliminated after the round's conclusion.
Ooh, come on now.
Fakes out the trap door by putting smoke down.
Oh, I didn't even see Coburg flanking. Absolute stealth from the Cypher in Hall once again. Operator down, Sad 5th round.
Mentioned it earlier, you know, this map tends to favor defense. However, 3 to 5. Yes, it's still early, too early to call anything. But really, this should be where you're finding the most success.
Success is the name of the game, and this is the round, or the half, excuse me, where QOR should be performing a bit better, but they keep wide swinging corners like this. They keep overextending on the defense. Instead of waiting for Sad to walk into them, they push hard into Sad, and they make it really difficult to play a decent enough defense to emerge victorious. And it will, I really believe, continue to bite this team in the butt. We're going to need some big changes from QOR for the remaining 4 rounds of this half if they want to succeed.
I mean, it's okay to start forward on defense and disengage, but starting forward and then moving further past the, like, you know, the defensive line, so to speak, is really biting them in the heels right now. Start forward, get the util, disengage, re-engage. Don't start forward, go further forward, and then not have the opportunity to disengage because you're now in what would have been a forward starting position.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's a reasonable thing to say. You can start off on the defense, maybe push it up a bit, but I think swinging the corner, well, as you mentioned, you kind of cross that 50% line, right? You enter the attacker siding half. It's like, no, okay, like let's slow things down a little bit. That may not be beneficial to us. We want to look at some ulterior motives here, some alternate options. And right now, sad, they're going back for the default play toward the A site. Cypher Cam is up, the intel gained, and now QOR has to race against the clock with the numbers advantage once again. Prod, can you hold tab real quick? I want to see the economy for QOR. Full rifles on the side of SAD, 1 rifle on the side of QOR. So let's take a look if they can get much of anything. Ziff with the free gun finds 1. Zostal just looking to clean up here toward the end. Oh, didn't see her.
Thankfully. But we might get some Viper on Viper action happening. Seems like someone has a hunch, but one Viper's not moving, the other one's lurking, getting around the corner. I know I'm calling what's happening off screen, but right now on screen we have a 1-for-1 trade. It is just as... She doesn't see her. She doesn't see her.
Oh, no! No! Oh, nerve! Absolutely lethal with the knife. Had the gun opportunity to get the kill, went, nah, gotta do it for the fans. Hits the knife kill. SAD now up 6-3, but QOR on the moral high ground after a play like that. Let me tell you, a wonderful performance from QOR, but unfortunately just not enough to reset us at that draw here. SAD, worst case scenario, 6-6 on the half, but this team desperate to find an advantage state.
Once again, Zeldris is popping it with the operator. This time, no light shields in sight because 50 credits ain't enough and no one can buy the op for you. 0.9 used. I don't think it picked anybody up. We have a lot of util dropped from Viper near A site. Zeldris, this could catch you in some hot water. I'm a little concerned, but I'm gonna leave it to you. Previously, Zeldris lurks near A too long, got caught out trying to rotate towards B side out of double doors. This time they're trying to adapt a little bit more, but they're in a position where they're going to get pincered really soon with the Cypher on one side, KO and Jet encroaching from the other.
Mm-hmm. Operator up and out. Nothing yet. This may be the longest we've gone without an elimination. Maybe round one. Maybe round one there was a slower burn, but this is the longest we've gone in a while with no value. Darkest looking for this 0-point knife lineup. Goes for the toss. Hits an angle right toward mid. No command out from SAD. Nobody caught by that 0-point.
Hunter's Fury also being used from SAD. Nerve is caught by Null Command, ends up going down. T-Dog will eliminate Darkest for now unless Darkest gets revived in the next 6 seconds.
Oh! Beautiful shot from Zeldris there. Catch an exit bomb out of the way. Snarly has to drop a counter Null Command toward this A site. Viper's wall is up and Zeldris might have a beautiful angle. Coburg takes Snarly down. A wide flank from T-Dog eliminates Coburg and QOR. They've basically got this one in the bag. 3v1. It's up to this Jet to try and answer back, but that's a big request.
Blade Storm is also being used right now. Zeldris with the Operator versus Skarn with the Blade Storm and a Vandal. Playing around the Rosie, and Skarn is the victor.
Skarn, a really, really strong performance there. 7-3 now, guaranteed advantage for SAD moving into the second half. The possibility of a 9-3 still very possible with the performance this team has been bringing to the table thus far. QOR once again forced to not go for a full buy, and I like the timeout a lot. I think this is a really good play. They've lost enough rounds in a row. They've got to say, all right, well, let's reel something in because this just ain't working.
Are we going to see a patience adjustment coming from QOR after this timeout? Again, you know, it's that 4-8 scoreline at worst is what you want to have to cope with going into the second half. But going into the second half with a 4 scoreline on offense for Breeze, unless your team is absolute titans on offense, that is a horrifying scoreline to have to surmount.
Yeah, it is a tough scoreline to say the very least, and looking further into this, I don't imagine how QOR is going to be able to win this one. They've got a neural theft, but of course you need to get an elimination to use that. They're going in with sheriffs. They're too short of a blade storm. Part of me's thinking maybe you just go for the blade storm. You go for the ult orbs. There's plenty on this map. If you can grab just the 2s of them, that could be really beneficial. But shoulda, coulda, woulda is the name of the game, and I'm definitely looking to see if we will get a lineup for QOR to win this. We're back to 5 sheriffs. They're not spending a darn thing, and I think that makes the most sense. You want to have the best economy you can kind of muster up going into the final round of the half, which is obviously the next round.
Another default push from SAD. They really like gathering this intel, forcing early util. Unfortunately, Viper got tagged as they were grabbing the spike. Cypher's encroaching on B site, going up against Viper as well over there, and a Cypher possibly, as there's 2 on the flank from our defense, cleared mid, now rotating towards A. We could see a pincer play in sight against SAD. This could be really bad for them.
Ooh, Tripwire down. A bit of a catch here towards the A site, and SAD, they're trying to go slow, but they almost can't find the benefit to doing it, as QOR really have locked down this site. They had to get aggressive. They had to go in early, and already a double kill, nearly a triple. Let's see a third, maybe into a fourth here with the help of Darkest. 4 players down, SAD dominating the round. Nerve gets 1, but there's a new sheriff in town, and I just don't think they can boogie down hard enough to get all 5 players. Oh! Ah!
I think they boogied down hard enough. Last round of the half. QOR, can you put yourself in a position that is at least, you know, that the end is in sight, it's not too far out of reach with that 4 scoreline, or are we going to walk into the second half with SAD having the opportunity to put themselves in double digits just after the pistol round?
Double digits post pistol round. It could be huge here for the side of SAD. And I feel like it's rare we kind of see a 10-3 get tipped back the other way. But a lot of teams, we have seen it before, are not super good on one half, can work really well on the other. I feel like it was week 4 when we saw that story a lot, where it was one side in the first half, really ran down in the second half, nearly every game we saw. But I'm not sure that story is going to tell true. And I do want to note that the winner of this will go up against Expect the Expected, aka Veer's Kittens, who have won not once, but twice, are looking for the 3-peat here, and they've already made it to the top 8, so if they make it to the top 4, that is a team to look out for. And already SAD loses those numbers. QOR, can they squander this round win? Strong no. Great reaction time from Darkest to stay alive.
Okay, so we had both Jets, both with Operator, and having Bladestorm online. We get eliminated.
Oh!
We Neuro Theft online using Cage to just get some natural cover from it. It is instigated, so they're aware there's someone over there.
Oh, Ziv finds Darkest in the cage. A lot of overextension from that KO, but it is going to end up biting them in the butt just a bit. Bob gets the trade out, though. We're 2-2 on the board. Both Vipers standing. Viper's Pit up and running for QOR. Or no, did it just disappear as I said that? Whatever.
Yep.
QOR now 2-2 on the board. Spike plant down for Bob. Snarly has the backline here. Nerve from long. Snarly location given away, but Dostal, I mean, what? 30 HP? Beautiful shot. Snarly finds it. We're going 8-4 into the second half.
It's not the worst scoreline, but it is a rough one.
It's the closest we've seen today, I think. Or no, we saw 6-6. Never mind. We've entered my favorite round, the pistol round of the second half, because this is often where we'll see a team either run with it or lose it all. And I feel like as we go down to the Ghosts, this is going to be purely mechanical from here on out. Is QOR just an attacking-sided team? Is that somewhere they're more familiar with being? Is SAD going to look even better here on the defense? Only time will tell here, Nerdy.
I mean, I'm excited because everyone but the Vipers is going in with Ghosts. I mean, it makes sense because the Vipers, you're forced to buy all that util early on and use it for your team to either play defensively or to engage with using Toxic Screen. But I'm ready for the firefights to immediately start. The 0.9 doesn't find anything, and that's never great. Camera's already also burned. 1-for-1 trade, headshot for
Got
headshot.
mine. That was really nice reaction time from Skarn there to get that pick before they were dismissed and, or excuse me, from Jet on Sad, wrong Jet. T-Dog goes in with a shock dart early. I like the lack of expenditure there for the side of, what am I trying to say? For the side of this attacking team. They use the utility. They don't get the intel they needed, so they go for the rotation now toward A site. They've got numbers 4-3. Got plenty of time left on the clock. Zostal might get a pick here, but T-Dog wins out that mechanical difference.
So earlier we mentioned how QOR on defense was, you know, trying to gain too much space too fast, and SAD themselves did the exact same thing.
Yep.
We had 2 people go through mid and sweep towards B site and getting bit in the process. Now it's 3-1. It is just Cypher left standing for SAD. Yes, there's some damage. We've got 1.5 health and another 1 shot away from death, but a 3v1 is still going to be difficult. The shock darts are being used, trying to force out Cypher. There goes the recon as well. Oh, goodbye.
Oh, just absolute firing squad from QOR, who do win that opening pistol round. A really notable showing from this squadron to keep them in the mix here. They could make this an 8-6, which would really increase their chances of moving at least into a closer game, because 8-5 is already closer than some of the games we've seen today, but it's not about making it close, it's about finding that victory, and I'm anticipating if they can see the lineup here even further, because this round is the expected win. It's the following round, round 3 of the second half, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on.
Darkus is pulling up with the Marshall. I like the buy. The question is, will you land the shots? You are going to have to take multiple on everyone but the Jet with the Vandal.
A wide swing out. No benefit found. Ziff misses Skarn by mere seconds here. Viper's snake bite goes out. 0.9 finds Squat.
Plant the spike.
The spike plant could be going down. Zeldris, a flash out. The Viper in the pocket. Zeldris doesn't know where to look, and Zostal will find that pick. Bob gets one of their own. Snarly into T-Dog. Now it's going to be 3-3 on the board. The weapons advantage not nearly as beneficial as we once assumed it to be.
Ooh, that dart shot. Darkus knows where Silva is at. It's gonna be Darkus who actually falls to a lurking Cypher. But 1v3, we've seen this before, not working out in favor of the solo player. Plant and disengage. And it's, you know, you can play for time at this point. You know where the spike's at. You have the numbers advantage. Not so much the angles advantage, but you should be okay.
You should definitely be okay in a scenario like this one. Unless Coburg pulls a T-Dog and drops all 3 off rip. But I think Coburg, best case, you put a cage down. You maybe go for half. Like, this is rough and tumble no matter how you mix it there. Nerve finds the pick onto Coburg, and Sad keeps that 2-point differential. They keep themselves in the lead, and it's not going to be possibly there for much longer as QOR, they're really starting to tumble.
We have a timeout being called by Sad. I mean, after losing 2 rounds in a row when you were so successful in your offensive phase, it makes sense. What's the change-up plan? Are we gonna start, you know...
I'd be pretty sad, too. Yuck, 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 yuck.
Ooh, okay. Force buying after double losses. Well, I mean, yeah, you have the money, but do you really want to do it?
I think the rounds have been close enough that it's not the end of the world to toss out the full buy here. The issue, though, of course, is, well, actually, it's so funny. We talked about this at the end of the first half. The risk versus reward, right? It's that you go for the buy. Last time they risked it, it worked. They ended up winning the round. But this time, QOR feels a lot more confident on this offense. So how do you shake things up here? How do you make it work?
Also, technically speaking, this is supposed to be the game giving them those funds to do exactly this.
This is true. This is true.
But I think with the amount of just the lack of success, yes, it's only been 2 rounds during their defensive phase, but perhaps going with a slightly lighter purchase would have been better, and playing the buddy system, playing for, you know, because they like to do this way too far forward, double commit through mid or coming from A main, perhaps doing that with, you know, a Stinger and a Vandal and if someone falls with the Vandal, you pick it up type deal would work better. But we'll have to wait and see. It looks like they're all taking very farther back positions than we've seen thus far, lurking in the middle of A site and well as just outside the doorway on A. Well, on B site, Zeldris gets spotted, darted, and suppressed.
Gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta keep the players out of the way there, and it's gonna be a pretty beneficial play here for the side of SAD to slow things down. They're not extending past what we kind of refer to as that 50% line, because they've done it before, and I've said it 1,000 times. I'm not particularly fond of it. I don't want to be seeing it again, and we may get the chance to see it again, but we also just might not. That's how the cookie crumbles occasionally, and I'm looking into SAD here to see if they can get the advantage they're looking for. QOR has felt a lot more confident on the offense.
I love this mid lockdown that they have from QOR, but the issue now is that Sova, I was about to say, is about to go into a 2v1 because they lock down mid, but Skarn finds the intro pick, QOR down 1.
Coburg takes Zeldris down. SAD in a 5v3 now. They got the rifles they needed. Skarn doesn't know which way to look, and Nerf takes full advantage of that opportunity with only one target to strike. Snakebite through. Vandal grabbed by Snarly into center field here, but Nerf has been eliminated and obliterated. SAD in a 4v2, but Snarly desperate to keep the game alive. 10 seconds left on the clock. Another one! Only 2 to go! Has to swap to the Sheriff. 11 HP in a dream. I think this round is over. He's just trying to make it hurt. Gotcha! Grab it, run, run! Nice. It's fascinating. We're back to the risk paying off, right? And now look at QOR. They have to make that same risk. They have to go through. They have no economy to work with, but they have to buy up here in round 4.
Only ultimate online across the board is going to be this Hunter's Fury from QOR on offense. I think it's a little bit more difficult to get maximum usage out of it. And as I'm talking about it, it's used as an intro.
Oh!
Dang, Dark is through the smoke with the collat. Skarn getting 1 as well.
Unlucky, dude. Unlucky.
Very hasty push from QOR. I mean, they get the spike plant, but they're getting punished because the lack of util and information gathering. That's another round win for SAD.
The Sovas have just been so darn confident with these plays so far. It's across both sides. Bob goes in, gets that defuse, keeps the space available, and SAD goes up 10-6. They are really starting to feel great after that timeout they called earlier, and the value continues to be found for this team, who's now going into round 17 with 2 ultimates compared to the whopping 0 brought to the table by QOR.
Not to mention the only person that's going to go for the buy is going to be Zeldris, which...
Yep.
Nerdy,
I actually talked about this, I think, in game 2 of the day today. This is a problem we see pretty darn often with these teams, is when they're stuck in an economic disadvantage. Oh, just buy up, we'll win, buy up, we'll win, buy up, we'll win. They never win. They never win off the buy up because they're continuously stuck in that scenario or mindset of keep buying up, we're going to win one of these, we're going to win one of these. And that's just not how this game works. You need to give up one round on purpose to get your economy back, and this team refuses to do that.
Not to mention, when you're doing these forced buy-ups, odds are you're not buying utility. And so you're perpetually without the util on top of everything else. You gotta bite the bullet and save.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. You've got to bite the bullet. You've got to go for the save, and you've got to try to do darn near anything, because this is a circumstance in which SAD is very large and in charge. You've got to give up a round for free, or just play a little bit slower. You've learned already that SAD pre-swings corners. They'll get a little more aggressive than they're supposed to, and if you group up, you should be able to take advantage of that.
Like, right now, if you're QOR, I don't think you're looking to win this round. Honestly, you're looking to make it, as you put it before, as expensive as possible.
Sure.
Unfortunately, Skarn did find 1. Snarly will find 2 in kind. Bob, in response, drops the Hunter's Fury on top of the spike, gets Snarly.
Is it enough, though? Zeldris wide swings back corner. Bob doesn't get the intel in time, barely reacts. Doesn't expect the double. Maybe the triple will do it. Bob ready this time. Zeldris afraid to peek it off. The timing on that. Goes for the shock dart. Says, I'm sick of you, Zeldris. Get out of my face. Sad into a 2v2 now. Let's make it a 2v1. 1v1. Ziff, last player standing versus Zostel. Has the util, but has to race the clock. Both of them full HP. Snakebite to one side. Poison Orb to the other. Goes for the fake. Oh, looking the complete wrong way. Ziff could have gone for the knife kill there. QOR right back in the mix of things.
Still, though, San is leading by 3 in the double digits. You love to see it, but QOR stacking the ults, Neuro Theft, Viper's Pit, Null Command, Blade Storm, all ready. The last time we had Blade Storm, it was instigated on both sides with both Jets had Operator and neither one found success. At all. They both died.
Get out of my way.
Cage.
Immediate Blade Storm from Sad. They're at a weapons disadvantage. And oh, Skarn hits every blade but can't find the kill. Zeldris' turn to give it a gander of their own. Unfortunately, Darkus gets the pick onto Zeldris before that Blade Storm can really make an appearance. 0 point gets Nada. Viper's Orb goes out. The wall goes up. Darkus could get a pick on a Snarly if they go for the extension. Skarn wants to get an approach through the wall as well. And Darkus, a unbelievably well-timed rotation there to look toward a cave as Ziff is getting ready to engage out.
Sad has adapted well to QOR's strategy of they go mid and one site. That is how they like to push intro.
Yep.
They figured it out. They're starting to pseudo zone mid without overly committing too soon until they find that initiating pick, and then they start to control it, corralling the rest of QOR to commit to the site they already were investigating. And now we have Darkus going in, pop flashes, hits the null command, and everyone is getting trapped over here near A main.
A is about to be a bloodbath. Let me tell you that much. These teams are about to get hyper aggressive with their notes here on the performance. 4 detected with that 0-point knife. Darkus goes for the wide swing. Everybody caught in cave. This could be a massacre if Sad can pull off the numbers in time. Already able to find Nerve. Takes one down. 5v3 in favor of Sad. They are looking for their antepenultimate round win. And they are just seconds away from being able to find it.
E-Dog has fallen. Skarn's down. Neuro Theft in a 2v2, but it's a 1v1 right now. I don't think KO is going to be booted back online. And with that, QOR, that's another round win.
This goes here.
Another round win on the board for Sad against QOR, so they're going to be 11-7 now on the board. Skarn in particular, 22-15, so really leading the charge on this entry duelist performance and not even slowing down on the defense, which is where the duelists, sometimes do a little bit worse or slow down a little bit. Skarn definitely still leading the charge, loud and proud for this team.
This is my spot.
Your fault.
Ooh, speaking of Skarn, Zeldris down and out.
Ooh, Zostel saw those shots, is choosing not to full engage, maybe waiting for the swing with Skarn, but they don't exactly know where these shots are coming from. They don't know how many people are there. Skarn has Tailwind ready to go.
Ooh, Ziff, great pick off the corner there. Skarn will bite that bullet early on. Sad up 11-7, 4-4 alive here in round 19. With Neural Theft available, I'm expecting Sad to try and find a pick off red. Usually, utilizing that Neural Theft toward the B site could be really beneficial. But they've got to get the Cypher first, who refuses to engage through that Viper smoke. Ziff rotating up into elbow. Goes for the fake out here. They get the intel A sites. Not necessarily open, but maybe a little more comfortable for the team. It's up to Darkus to be the hero at this point, because it's about to be a 3v1. Uh-oh, took the wrong way. The wall's out. 0-point knife is in. He's going to get knifed on his own, though. Has the wide swing. Gets one pick onto Snarly. Looks for another. Get the body shot. Caught into the back corner here. Dark gives him away. This could truly go either way. The Darkus trying to make sure it tips his way. Another one down. T-Dog obliterated. Cypher last player standing, and Darkus finds it. Ziff goes down. Sad's penultimate round has come to a close. Only one round away from making it into the top 4 and going up against Veers Kittens, aka Expect the Expected.
QR has started to lag behind. They're not out of it yet. Yes, Sad is. This could be the last round. But QR's managed to bring it back a little bit at a time. The question is, they've given a little. Can they give a lot this round to be successful? It's just, again, that buying tendency a lot of these players means they're pretty broke right now.
Broke in a very unfortunate round to be broke in when there's only one team. When there's a team one round away from a victory, it is not the circumstance that you want to be stuck in. We're looking at Sad to walk away with this, but 3 ultimates alive on the side of QOR. The neural theft available for both. They get some necessary intel on QOR. They're on Sad, excuse me. There's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. Fragment grenade goes out, and Zostal sent to the spawn once again. Zeldris and Snarly give their lives for the cause. Sad 3 eliminations away. Still locked onto that neural theft, being incredibly patient with it.
I know exactly where you are.
Finally, one comes to fruition, but it's from QOR. Ziff gives their life for it. Skarn gets the trade. Viper spit out from QR, a play of desperation. Every ultimate under the sun, because they know this round could very likely be the last. Use it or lose it. And with a numbers disadvantage, Viper Spit is their last saving grace. Oh, neural theft.
They're done for. Bob finds T-Dog. It is just Viper in their Viper's
07.
pit.
There you are. Down and out. Sad will emerge 13-7 victorious over QOR here in the Round 8 Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps. It's a close one, but close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and none of that involved here in this Valorant matchup.
I mean, it was fun to watch nonetheless. It's just Sad adapted. Things started to get rough for them again. Just commonplace, I think, for teams to get rough in the mid area of the game, and they adapted. They fixed it. They figured out what the secret sauce was, and not to mention also again, you know, the redundancy aspect of some teams to continue to do the same thing. I mean, yes, you were varying between A site and B site, but still the way in which we saw QOR go about attacking these sites, it was the mid and site control. That's what they sought for. It gave away the intentions of what they were doing, and once Sad started to read that, it was done.
Yeah. Sad really had a great job and did a great job adapting to the performance, and a lot of that, I think, is off the back of Skarn, that leading duelist I had the opportunity to compliment earlier today. Constantly found those entry eliminations, 7 first bloods across what I think was 23 rounds, 25 eliminations across the board, and an ACS of 333, some lucky numbers there on the board, but a wonderful job from the entirety of the team, Skarn just being that entry duelist. And folks, as much as I hate to say it, that does wrap things up here for Nerdy and myself here today. Clutch Key and Sam Talks are going to walk you guys through the remaining semifinals and grand finals, which here on out are best of 3. So everybody enjoy the rest of the weekend. Thank you so much for spending 6 full weeks with me, Nerdy. It was so great to have you here for 2 of those. A big shout out to every single team that came out. We're talking teams in the hundreds across these 6 weeks, so that is a very exciting thing to be a part of. A big shout out to our production team in the back line and every team we got the chance to see. We love each and every one of you. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and enjoy the rest of this series. We'll see you guys in the future.
The future is threatened by enemies often unseen
They alert Marines.
and unexpected. In the midst of an uncertain and evolving world, the need for Marines to defeat these shifting threats is critical, because the need to ensure stability for our nation has never been greater. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines. suppressed. One suppressed.
We are in week 6, the final week of the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps. And as we step into the semifinals, things are starting to unfold in front of us. But whether or not whoever is going to be able to make their way into the grand finals is yet to be seen. But we are going to get there. My name is Sam Talks. Joining me, none other than the best, the most amazing Clutch Key. And Clutch Key, like I've been saying, it's the final week, right? So much has happened during these Fighters Cups presented by the United States Marine Corps. And now that we're starting to reach the end, I think what makes this even more so interesting are the teams that we have coming up and going up against each other.
Yeah, of course, for the entire series long, all 5 of the weeks previously that we had before, we had upsets left and right. We had all these different teams come in, and some that we didn't know were going to make it all the way through, but now we knew who was going to make it through because the seeding worked out perfectly. The committee finally got it right, if you will, to put all the seeding all together. Top 8 landed up being the top 8 in the Elite 8 side. That's now moved on over, where all the top 4 seeds are now in the top 4 position in the Final Four as well. So we're about to see some big gameplay. I mean, we're going to see here Krispy Kreme 8 hours of sleep, and then as well as Expected, which I believe is Fierce Kittens, and then Sat Esports as well. So this is going to be all over the place here. Top 4 overall. This is going to be super, super close in general. But yeah, look, I'll just say it, Sam. Committee finally got it right. They got the top 4. They got the top 8 correct. So hey, props to them. Although upsets happened all over the rest of it. 24 beat 9. We're not going to talk about the rest of the bracket before that. But yeah, I mean they got it right in general. So I'm excited to see what's going on. And now it's best of 3 scenario. They started this off a couple of hours ago. Now we're going to the best of 3, and the $500 difference here. $1,000 guaranteed at least for the winning team, $500 for the losing team. So not a bad paycheck to start, but at the very least you want to be going for the $3,000 at the end.
Absolutely. You want to maximize your earnings. You want to maximize the amount that you're going to be getting out of this, especially since this is the last week, the last of these tournaments.
Yeah.
And for the series that we're going to be having on stream, Krispy Kreme versus 8 hours of sleep, one that's going to be nothing short of explosives, I'm sure. We did see 8 hours of sleep last week taking up that second place spot against Expected. So we might have that potential rematch going on here in the grand finals. But if Krispy Kreme has anything to say about it, well, they're going to make their mark heard just as much. And especially with what I saw out of Krispy Kreme last week at the MFH LAN, where they went second place against Blinn Esport or the Blinn University. It was a very close game, but Krispy Kreme has been able to take on some very powerful tier 1 players. They've been able to take on some really strong, just overall matchups and combinations that I think would crush any lesser team, but they are obviously not a lesser team. 8 hours of sleep has to prove to themselves that they are also not one of those. But hey, we have maps, Keegan. We got so many great and so many beautiful maps. We're all going to be starting off on Haven, going into Lotus, and if we need to, that decider map of Split.
Yeah, perfectly named for the decider map as well. Split down the middle 1-1. But yeah, I guess these guys are 3-site demons to start us off because both Haven and Lotus, the only 3-site maps that are in the game currently. So they banned out Bind, and they banned out a very good Breeze map that we saw previously to us. So Breeze was a very exciting map overall. But for these two teams as well, I mean, you see Krispy Kreme in week number 4, champions overall there. And then for the 8 hours of sleep team runners-up. So we could have either a team that is going for the repeat finals back in week number 4, or the team that's going to be repeating week 5 appearance in the grand finals, and they landed up just short. Can 8 hours of sleep get vengeance, I guess you could say, earlier on? We'll head into the agent selection right now, as we'll get to see here for Haven, and this is, I mean, right? I mean, you got the KJs out, you have the Sovas out as well, Jets out for the same token. This is standard, you would think, right? At least from 8 hours so far. Viper as well, too. This is pretty much all standard agents you're going to see.
The compositions all looking like they would align perfectly with what we see out of these teams in previous matchups as well. 8 hours electing to go with the double initiator of that breach of that Sova makes sense as well, considering that they are the attacking team starting off on attack, whereas Krispy Kreme leaning towards that double smoke, and that's where you're going to see Viper having a lot of utility coming out of her. The big thing that I think we're going to want to keep an eye on is that Skye being the lone initiator is a bold choice, but she fills in all of the spots, right? She's able to gather the information. She's able to hit the flashbangs. Even with her nerfs, I still think she's the ideal initiator. Obviously on Haven, completely different story when you're running Breach and Sova. But when you want to have the only one initiator, you need flashbangs, you need information gathering. That's what Sky is best at. Sky's that hybrid, and her hybrid nature doesn't even take away from the impact that she has when used correctly and when used in the right hands.
Yeah, I think overall for this team composition here, I like it for Krispy Kreme right now, having that Sky like you were talking about earlier, but also the double smoke, the initiator too. But keep your eyes on Zachary and Penny. The Jet versus Jet scenario here is going to be really good. And Zachary, if I remember correctly, I mean, after all the weeks that we've done this, Zachary's been so good on the Jet here on Haven at the very least, because I think I've saw him once or twice when Zachary was playing on Haven and just absolutely popped off here. So this Jet scenario is going to be pretty interesting to watch as we start this off already. You can see the utility. Nobody's sitting on B, but it's just the turret for right now, as it looks like they want to try to go up into B, just rush on in there. Turret spots him immediately, and Angie is not ready for whatever they are bringing to the floor. They already get into sight. This is going to be quick for them, as they might try to rotate the C here, and they get rid of Drone too.
Look at how much space they've taken. Look at what they've been able to accomplish. Spike now going to be planted. Krispy Kreme in shambles. And look how slow they are in the approach to actually even get back towards the C site. On this KJ, better watch. Precision, better watch out.
Gotta watch out for
There it
right
is.
now. Yep, there it is. They got rid of it for now. They're just trying to find a way to get into the site in a 5v3 scenario. Right around the corner, though, could be the KJ. I mean, they could double peek this corner right now. Watch for Zachary on the headshots. Penny's got a third. Could follow up with an ace, though. Riku's able to take care of Penny in the back line. 3 versus 1 scenario. Just hops up for 1. Riku's found 3 now. Got an ace to pretty much clutch this out unless they can get the spike down. I don't think it's going to have enough time regardless, unless they just shoot through the smoke, which they do. And 8 hours of sleep starts us off with a 1-0 lead.
Couldn't believe how much space Penny was able to take. So bold in their approach to go towards the back site like that and still be able to walk away with 3 kills. They may have fallen, but they did their job. They did their damage. And then for the rest of Krispy Kreme and trying to fill in those gaps after they lost everybody, it was just too much of a task. Riku did an admirable job, but morality is only going to take you so far.
Yeah, and also look at the buy-ups tier 2. Penny's already got the Guardian 2 with 3 kills on them, and now they just get rid of this KJ turret. They already got to put up the smoke here on the Viper wall on the defensive side, so they can go anywhere they want now. They've got rid of a lot of utility, but watch the flank here from Krispy Kreme. They're going to go head-on here in the back.
Oh, my word. 8 hours are not going to let that stop them from doing anything. Firmly root themselves into the ground, and Zach sees this as an opportunity to just pick up a Vandal, walk away with it, be happy with what you got.
What the heck just happened? What just happened back there? I mean, in one blink of an eye,
Massacre.
Yeah, it was just a massacre. One blink of an eye, that entire team is flanking around, and the next second, yeah, everyone's dead. And I don't know if Zachary realizes he's about to walk into a Sova.
Ooh.
And yeah, picks up the Vandal for basically nothing there. They were on the hunt regardless. So 8 hours of sleep with a very good job, only losing 1 in that second round. So hey, I mean, you take that any day of the week, especially what could have been the really big flank turning out like disastrous for Krispy Kreme.
Those are the kind of things that you want to do, though, right? You want to be aggressive. You want to go into there. 8 hours. I don't know how they had that read on that happening.
No information.
And then, yeah, there's no information. And then not only that, but killing pretty much everyone out on the other side of it. Immaculate showing here from 8 hours, but kind of something that we expected out of that anti-eco round. Now we're going to see what happens when Krispy Kreme has the weapons to work with, has the weapons in the inventory. Zachary, you are nuts and insane. Ooh. That kind of aggression, when they triple peek in through the smoke like that, is not going to go anywhere. Thankfully, Riku, though, has words to give for themselves. Trades it out. Now sandwiched in, looking like they're on the defense for 8 hours, but attackers, and she has to be quick on the play, looking up towards the heavens above. Firing back around, but Physic, so quick on the draw, so quick being able to take these fight. Krispy Kreme kind of all over the place, but 8 hours abandoning A, making their way to C.
Look how low the health bars are too. This is no healer, no Sage, no Sky, nothing. Just playing with their lives, just hanging from a thread here. And
they baited them.
Yeah, they baited them entirely. Look, I mean, they tried to rotate out towards C, they thought, and then all of a sudden A is completely free now. And Oh my god, they could be playing with the threat of health here, but they're gonna get the spike down regardless here. This is impressive the way they baited them out. Just watch out for the Omen on the flank here.
I think if anyone needs to be watching out, it's gonna be the Omen. Back turn to them, Penny! Oh, they're gobbling that up for free, it feels like. And then Drone. Again, it's just a backstrike that Krispy Kreme is not ready for. 8 hours looking poised to be able to take this. And they're spread out all over the map, not giving any chances, not giving anything for Precision to be able to work with. The fault line pushing them away, going for the ping on the spike. Wow. Penny walks up, sees their target, executes perfectly. 8 hours. And I'm sure, by the way, Keegan, that there was like probably 15 HP between the three of them. Yeah. But it was clean. It's clean all of the way through, and they get a bonus round.
I don't even know how you do that. Like you said, like maybe 15. I counted one person at 24 health. I would have said maybe 40 health combined between 3 players, which still in itself is insane. But yeah, you're right. Clean is the only word you can make of it now. And the economy in shambles, everybody picking up shares to see if they can find headshots here. So for 8 hours looking pretty pristine here on this, well, I guess you could say attack-sided now, but they're making full control of the fact that it is an attack-sided part as now they're just trying to run this down along here, and this Jet's in a lot of trouble. Zachary's down there. I said watch out for Zachary here, but 8 hours knows the key here. Just get rid of a Jet, get rid of something here, and you win first pick, you're probably going to win the round, and so far so good for them.
So far so good. They cleared the Omen out of sewers, sacrificing only 1 to make that happen. Drone Paranoid. Not really under too much heat just yet. The drone going into the corner. They're going to sneak right by. This could be the perfect opportunity they were looking for. My God, Drone! Give it up for them. A split second to be able to make those shots with the Sheriff, but not a weapon upgrade they've been able to gain on the flip side of that. They do have the spike, though, and that's the biggest factor that 8 hours has to think about. Oh my God! Again from Drone! The Sheriff Extraordinaire flushed out by the Swarm Grenade. Moose is going to gobble him up. And now it's a 1v1 between the two KJs. Krispy Kreme versus 8 hours. Krispy Kreme needs to win this. They need to get their first round. Precision. This could work out so perfectly, but they also go back onto them.
Oh.
The alarm bot triggering. Spike going to be planted.
Spike gets planted down. It's the 1v1 here now. The cages will go up against each other. They have the lockdown, though, which is so big because you either need to push or you either need to go away now. And this is going to be huge. Moose can just wait this one out, and Moose will get the kill. The clutch up for Moose here. And 8 hours is so good. But let's talk about Drone there for a second, my friend, because Drone popping off for 3 kills on that Sheriff, and that eco round is so good for them on Krispy Kreme side. And look, Zachary's going to pull out the op here even with light shields, but man, that 8 hours is still going to have good econ regardless, though. Just the shots being hit from Drone. Just nuts. The flick, too. I mean, that second kill flick, that's a highlight reel pop shot.
It was so close for Krispy Kreme. You got it. Your heart pours out for them. And like you said, with all of the work that Drone did there, you get the pain.
You feel sorry
Precision
for them that they couldn't win the round.
Gonna get a world of pain from Penny. Yeah, just use knives. That's what you need. Snakebite's gonna stop them for just nary a second. 30 HP up in the air. Knows exactly where their next target is gonna be eaten alive. Push down back onto the ground finally, but not stopping. 1 HP is all this player has. Keegan, a literal sneeze would get rid of this Jet. But Drone has 2.
Sneeze, a gust of wind, something here, just anything, just hit them. I mean, just 2 players living on the thread. I don't even see their health bars anymore at the top. Do they even have it? Like, it's just a pixel, if anything. And no, oh, wow. Okay, well, at least that didn't almost hit the sky here. But for Krispy Kreme, you're happy just running away at this point. You have 1 player down, and you also have another player just trying to save the operator at this point. Zachary wants to save it. Oh, but here comes Vic on the flank. It probably won't get to the sky, or maybe to the Jet, maybe the sky, but yeah, they're just saving guns at this point. It's smart to save, especially with the econ where it is.
Especially considering there's an operator.
Oh yeah,
in Zachary's hands.
Oh, they're hunting though. They're
Vic.
gonna hunt.
Oh, but Drone might have the drop here. Looking over on both sides, up in the air. Shot needed to be quick. Drone can't play like this. Can't play too crazy. Ooh. But Zachary is gone. The operator has fallen. And that's going to be good enough. That's going to be disastrous enough here for Krispy Kreme to call a timeout.
That's disastrous. You're right. I mean, that you lose the operator. You were hoping to stay there, and then all of a sudden, just the Russian and everybody just goes down for it. And oh my God, that's such a huge loss. I mean, that was light shields, that was operator down as well, and you're not going to be able to get that, I would assume, for at least the next 3 rounds if you're hoping to save that up. And even if you lose the rounds, maybe 3-4 rounds just to get another one. So, oh my God, Krispy Kreme just did themselves no favor. It's, oh boy, that's what we like to say. That's rough, buddy. That's rough.
And 8 Hours of Sleep has 5 rounds in a row now. Have not dropped a single round since this match has started. Haven really feeling like a dominant spot for them and taking it to the number 2 seed of Krispy Kreme, I think, in ways that I didn't think was going to happen in this matchup. I know 8 Hours of Sleep is filled with so much pedigree, but so is Krispy Kreme. This is a team that won out in week 4 and has been kind of a surprise across a lot of the tier 2 scene and what they've been able to accomplish, what they've been able to do. But right now they're being played like a fiddle, and 8 Hours of Sleep is just having the time of their lives.
Played like a fiddle, play the entire orchestra at this point, because, yeah, I'm surprised the way that Krispy Kreme hasn't been able to go up against this, but this is what you expect when you get a 2 versus 3, right? It's a tough matchup either way. Who knows what we're going to see here? And for Krispy Kreme, this timeout, much needed. I would say you needed that about a round ago as well, because you just needed to find some kind of rhythm here, and if this timeout works out in your favor through the wall, nice. Riku may have just given them some momentum there, because that's a big pick for you on the breach. There's no initiator now. Well, except for the Sova, but there's no big, I mean, that's information only. You don't really have fault lines or anything else. They're going to chase down the KJ at the same time, but Moose is able to find Zachary again. Zachary's not having the best time here in this map.
No, they're not. That's an insane play, regardless of how you put it, though. And you walk through that garage door. You had to be ready to take that fight against Moose, who is always ready to go. On the flip side of this, Moose might be able to pick up another one. Look towards garage. The sight lines for drone. Moose is just cleaning them all up one after another. The timeout looked like it would have worked for Krispy Kreme. The efforts of Riku, though, are going to go unrewarded here. By themselves alone in a 1v4 scenario. Not an envious position by any means. And one that would take no less than a miracle for them to be able to win. Because look at Moose. Oh, so ready. Riku picks up one more. But that is all they are going to be able to get in this round. 8 hours of sleep. The roll just continues to keep going for them. Now 6 rounds in a row.
Look, I'll just say it before. I'll make the joke here before anybody else does. Before we do it, probably later on when they win. Look what happens when you get 8 hours of sleep. I mean, you're awake. You're ready to go. You get all of the kills. You move on in the bracket at the same time too, and now you're just cruising. They're in cruise control here. That's 6-0. The economy going to be really bad for them. And yes, Zachary picks up the operator here, which they get off of, well, basically what was econ from somebody else, I would imagine. So, yeah, you get something good out of this. You get the operator. You got to find picks, though. Zachary hasn't found a single one this entire game so far, even on an operator. So, just got to find something here. Got to find some kind of hope, because otherwise you're going into this half already down, and we're only the 7th round in.
Krispy Kreme is just having such a hard time reading this team. Zachary has another operator, but they're not going to get too much out of it. And Vic is going to play this so carefully, so cautiously. They've been keeping an eye on the economy, and they'll know by now that Zachary is going to work with another op. Physic didn't gain too much information off the back of that owl drone, but it doesn't matter. See, this is how 8 hours of sleep has been playing this entire matchup, Keegan. They want to figure out where Krispy Kreme is hiding. More importantly, they want to figure out where that operator is. Once they figure that out, so much opens up to them, and see how methodical they are in this approach. This kind of slow pace has set themselves up for so much success. They basically have this A site. No one is home here. The turret's going to go up. Maybe able to ping that out. Precision, though, waiting in sewers for so long is going to come off of the back of a big win. Precision is getting the first blood of this matchup. 8 hours of sleep on the back foot for once.
Yeah, for once, apparently they get on the back foot. If we know 8 hours of sleep, though, they're not going to let this go just on that empty-handed. One player down as Jonah's able to take care of drone to start this one off. On the Tries to retake this entire site, but there's the Hunter Spear that's going to go right out to Spike. Spots up Angie, and Angie is just going to waste away from what was a man advantage down to a man disadvantage. The cleanup is there from Vic in heaven, and 8 hours surrounding this entire site perfectly. And they are going to keep advancing on in the lead at 7-0.
They just can't be stopped. They really cannot. You lose Penny, but it doesn't feel like it matters for this team. They're oozing confidence. And for very good reason. I mean, you don't go 7 rounds in a row bringing it to the number 2 seed like this without knowing what you're doing. And the way that they execute on the site, how slowly they approach onto it, but not only that, but how much they clear throughout the entirety of it. Krispy Kreme just cannot answer it. Now you have to take stock of the inventory. They only have sheriffs to their names. So this should theoretically be another round for 8 hours of sleep to convert into another one.
Well, you say sheriffs, and then Drone, but they all buy sheriffs, and then there's Drone. Okay, I jinxed it. I just jinxed it right away. I thought Drone was going to pop off again. Caster Curse, my apologies. I thought Drone was going to be there, but yeah, now they can go ahead and just walk right on in, and they can go anywhere they want to, and just cruise control yet again. They're just taking a stroll. Look, they even left Spike up there just to see what they were going to do, obviously. And they can just cruise control. Now they're going to try to poke out C, see if anybody's going to rotate on over. Which they do. There's the Viper and the Omen there, and they leave A wide open yet again. Maybe
There's not much they can do here. And Moose.
Oh, Moose.
This angle could be perfection. But thankfully for Zachary, coming online maybe a little bit here. Lands the kunai right where it needed to go. Jonah, undeterred from all of this, but while all of that's happening in mid, C is where the actual happenings are going to be going on. Spike is now planted. And Penny set themselves up towards the back of this, rearing and ready to go for anyone to walk into them. This lockdown might throw things into chaos, but Penny knew exactly where it needed to be. 8 hours of sleep. Make that 8 rounds of winning.
8 in a row. It's 8-0. Krispy Kreme doesn't have anything on this board, which... to you and I think that's a shock. I thought this was going to be a lot closer than what an 8-0 looks like right now, and they're going right in the hole. They're going to have to keep playing this out. Zachary again going with the operator and everybody else buying those rifles, but other than that, Angie's line has been 0-8-0, and no Viper Spit either to use all the way through this entire game up until maybe getting one Alt Orb or the kill, and at this point, man, this is not looking good for Krispy Kreme, already guaranteeing themselves down to the half. If you can win these next 4, you've got some momentum at all. Just don't. It's just collapsing, and the defense of the Spike has been immaculate here from 8 hours as well. You saw it last round. They just entirely took over the entire site, and now just trying to find a way around, just trying to find some kind of entryway in. They have the Spike. They've got 3 waiting A, but it looks like at least 3 are going to go towards window here. Going to look towards B at the very least. They split them up for right now. Split the red C. They will go to. They get rid of the alarm bot at the very least, which they knew was right there in that corner. And now B is going to be a little bit more open than they like to, and they're actually going to use the lockdown right outside of B here.
Just right outside of it. The dark cover is going to go up, denying that vision. A quick flash through from Drone.
Wow.
But that quick flash is going to lead to a quick death for them. Nothing to be garnered off of the other side of that, but just your dead body. And now the post-plant setup has come through. 2 of those swarm grenades on top of it. And Penny is just walking around like it's a free day for them. And when you come popping off headshots like it's nobody's business like that, how can you not be scared of what's going on? Tip of the barrel was the only thing that Physic had to... No way! Put that away! Put that down! How did you know, Physic, where Zachary was? This is just unreal. This is unbelievable, Clutch Key. 9 rounds in a row. Not a single one for Krispy Kreme. Not one.
This is it seems just like another day in the office for 8 hours of sleep. They're cruise controlling. They're just taking sites, just going ahead and doing whatever they want to, and absolutely wrecking Krispy Kreme. I hate to say it, but there's really no other way to put this right now. That's the only word I can come up with. 8 hours, just so dominant here in the very first round, the very first half. You already have 9-0, and now they're going to use the Viper Spit to clear out A, but what we know of Krispy Kreme, or for 8 hours of sleep, what we know is they can take any site they want to. They can rotate out if they really wanted to here, and now they're going to use Oh, they're going to try to step from behind. They don't know that the Viper is waiting right there. They get that kill. It's a 1-for-1 trade. It's a 4v4 precision, though. Takes care of Physique, and now the man advantage finally looking like theirs. And they finally do. They get a round on the board. Krispy Kreme finds their first win. They stop the immense bleeding that was the first 10 rounds and finally get one on the board.
It feels like they just have a band-aid on that gaping wound, though, Keegan. But we do gotta say, they've finally been able to do it. It took 9 rounds from 8 hours of sleep before they were finally able to do it. And this is still going to be a long, long road for them. Whatever happens here, 8 hours has massively secured their lead. But, you know, hey, the 9-3 curse is a thing for a reason. We've seen it happen. I've seen it happen just in the past week alone. So if Krispy Kreme can get 2 more rounds converted, that could be good enough for them. It's just all about getting there. And Zachary is already ready to play another kind of game. We're seeing them being tempered more. You see that they poked a little bit forward, then came back. And this is the adaptation I'm loving to see from Krispy Kreme. They're not using this over-aggressive tendencies anymore. Whether or not tendencies is going to happen here for Angie. Up in the air, Penny goes, drawing away the crosshair. Physic knew exactly what to do. 2 kills for this player. And opening the doors wide open for 8 hours of sleep.
The store is knocked wide on open. They could try go for C here, and actually they get one on the flank. So the call, I think they're just going to either rotate towards A, and they're just going to go hunting here as Drone gets rid of his Physic. And yeah, it's just going to be a plant on C here. They're just going to wait around. Drone, if you're lucky you save this gun, you could very well go for the clutch up here. You don't have Seekers. You only have a Trailblazer. Your next Guiding Light is in 15 seconds. This is gonna be rough, buddy. This is gonna be a little tough to work on as that spike is planted all the way for C long, of course. See, try to walk around, just trying to find something, finding open pick, find anything, any hope at all. Just walking up here. Nobody knows that Drone's just gonna keep walking up towards them. Around the corner they will go, but Penny's waiting for them with the shorty.
Nasty.
10-1.
No charges left.
It was a minor misstep that previous round for 8 hours of sleep. One that they immediately corrected and rectified. That Krispy Kreme, again, you thought they were going to be able to do something there, but the way that Angie was just overwhelmed, tried to put the sights onto Penny, but moving that crosshair away from them, Physic just walked in and decimated C site pretty much single-handedly. It felt like, of course, supporting the rest of their team. We might see a similar play happen here for 8 hours of sleep. Okay.
That's 2 ops.
Ange, live your best life, my friend. And you're still going to try and fight it out. You're still going to try and walk forward again. But you know what's going to happen every single time. 8 hours of sleep, walking away the victor.
That's 2 operators. They just wanted at this point. They know that, again, you can't carry the Econ to the next round anyways, so hey, why not at this point? As Penny around the corner is able to find precision, and that's not good for you. You know, I'm no longer have any defense, Penny! What are you doing to him?
This is immaculate gameplay from a Jet player, and they may continue to just keep going for it. Look at how far they've drawn themselves away. Physic may be blinded, but they're not done yet. Look at 8 hours of sleep. Look at what they are doing to Krispy Kreme. And you can tell me that this is not a team that's ready to send themselves into the grand final. Zachary, the lone player, but Penny roars at the top of their lungs. Bring me more. To end out that round with a 4K. To bring 8 hours of sleep into an 11-1 first half.
Well, I mean, you and I have seen 9-3s, and we were talking about a 9-3 curse, 8-4. Ever seen the 11-1 here in a top 4 game?
Oh.
No,
Okay. Okay. All Krispy Kreme needs to do is win 10 rounds
straight
in a row.
rounds.
It all begins here on this pistol round, right?
Yeah.
It all begins here. Because if they don't win this pistol round, I think we can pretty much safely say it's GG's go next map. And 8 hours of sleep has been proven they're a strong team. Look at how they're set up.
Boy.
Already being the tip of the spear from Penny. Beautiful execution. That Krispy Kreme, they're not going to be able to recover from this. Look at them. They're stuck basically still inside of spawn. Nowhere to go. 2 players already gone. And just a smidge of damage to 8 hours of sleep. This is not how you wanted to go on this attacking pistol round, and especially not when 8 hours of sleep is 2 rounds away from winning.
Yeah, especially, like we were saying, pistol round becomes so much more important when you're down 10 like this, and they're only 2 rounds away from winning. So what do you do here? I mean, you have controller, initiator, sentinel, really no duelist to talk about because Zachary's gone. So Krispy Kreme is going to have such difficulty entering in this right now, and yeah, you don't even have the wall anymore to protect you. So this is just this breach waiting for you in the corner here. But Precision's able to take care of Jonah. That's a huge pick for you. That opens up B a little bit. And you've given yourself at least a little bit of a chance to go ahead and plant this down. Watch out for the flank, though. There's one. Looking for another headshot as they wiggle peek. And Jerome finds one, but that's big one on Penny as well. They could rotate out to A.
And Riku not moving away, staying inside of that dark cover. Has gotten rid of moves, but pulled out the knife at the wrong moment, the wrong time, sacrificing their lives to make it happen. But for Krispy Kreme, the chance is still there. The spike has been planted. It is a 2v2 with pretty much similar HP across the both of these teams. Not much left in the util bank to work for. Drone getting out in the nick of time and leaving their mark with a little bit of damage. And now they know exactly where Physic is. Precision ain't missing. They ain't losing this round. No chance for that to be happening here. And one more to go. Krispy Kreme, from the jaws of defeat, has snatched away a lifeline. Just a little bit. That pistol round, that's the pistol round that'll send your heart spinning.
Yeah, they are climbing up the rope, and that rope is about, I'd say 100 meters long, but they're climbing up the rope at least a little bit because you win that pistol round. Credit to Drone, though. Drone able to spot out the flank gun window and is able to get rid of Penny on the back line. Penny's been so good. Only 5 deaths here in this entire game, but that 1 death in the window gives them the pistol round, in my opinion, just so that you know that there's no flanking position. There's no way you're stuck in B. And now Krispy Kreme's giving themselves a chance to at least crawl back into this one a little bit more. If we know 8 hours of sleep, though, at any given point, they're just going to walk up right alongside you. And right now, Penny waiting for something to happen here in Sewer, seeing if they want to run in here at the moment, just quietly waiting for something, anything, a call out, or just any kind of push. Who's going to make the first move? Who's going to blink? It's going to be dark cover that goes out for a little while towards B. That may give them a signal of anything. Penny's like, nah, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying what they're pulling out right now. Could be the Viper versus the Jet here in a couple of moments. Instead, they all go towards A long, and this is gonna be a 5v5 here, and no decision has been made. They're just gonna push up and wait for something to happen here. Who's gonna blink first, Sam? We don't know yet.
We're all waiting with bated breath, but finally the move has been executed. Zachary blinded, needing to use the cloud burst just to make sure they survive through it. That's a big misplay. Thankfully, though, it's being equaled out. Drone having the time of their life. There is no more 8 hours of sleep except for Vic alone. And what a monumental task they have ahead of them against Krispy Kreme. This is exactly what Krispy Kreme needs. That one player falling, not too bad. The guiding light is going to tell them exactly where Vic is. They can just hunt them down. They can just walk right through them. They're not going to do that. They're going to play this patiently. They're going to play this, more importantly, very, very conscientiously. I can't let Vic get away with any more than what 8 hours have already done. And they won't.
And there's the peek out. Vic's like, hello, and she's like, yeah, okay, dude, let's just stop the shenanigans already. Let me kill you. And now the big thing here for Krispy Kreme is they get a little bit of a bonus round. But you know you can't bonus out. You got to buy what you can here, at least for rifle side. So they're going to buy up the Bulldogs. They're going to buy up the Phantoms here. Precision's just going to stick with the Sheriff, at least for right now. All rifles here for 8 hours, and when they have the rifles in hand, big things happen for 8 hours. And this is what attack side map that everybody will say. So Krispy Kreme's trying to take rightful advantage of it. They say we can go. You went 11-1 last round. See if we can go 11-1 this one and take us to OT at the very least. But right now, they want to try to win this out. If they can grab all the rounds, this would be the most impressive attack I've ever seen in this game. Krispy Kreme is going to have, or rather 8 Hours is going to have something to say about it is, again, this is going to be waiting with bated breath one more time. They're just, nobody's there. Nobody's in this corner for right now. They'll use the Trailblazer to find anything around the corner, but Jonah takes care of Precision. Yeah, it's a big kill on the Sentinel at the very least, but you lose one. Man disadvantage now. 8 Hours loves what they're seeing.
Still more to go for Krispy Kreme. KJ's not the biggest loss in the world, but it will be felt for sure. In comes Zachary, but they managed to beat out Penny. That could be the saving grace here. Moose pushed away, but through the smoke, Physic. And then out comes the smoke is Moose. And she did pick up that nice big weapon upgrade, but they don't know that Vic's here.
Vic.
The Shadow Step comes through. Riku's still alive. The 1v1 between the two Omens. Krispy Kreme, 8 hours of sleep. Who's going to come out alive? Vic does have the spike, and they're going to draw themselves over to B main. To A main. But they may not be ready. Had Riku gone for that flank? Oh, my word. The tension is rising, bubbling, frothing. If Riku can do this, if Riku can stop it, stem the bleeding, but they can't. It's all going to be pouring out. 8 hours of sleep, and through the efforts of Vic, now onto match point.
You're saying stop the bleeding at this point. This is trying to make it to the hospital in time. Krispy Kreme bleeding out at this point, and now you see the economy. Drone is on wit's end with only a sheriff and full armor to talk about. 3 people with rifles, a stinger at the same time, and this is dire straits at this point for Krispy Kreme. Gotta find something here with rifles and all and guardians and all for Physic and Jonah. This is going to be rough. This is going to be a little tough here for Krispy Kreme to push through, especially with Vic covering the entire thing. They don't know where this Omen is, and Vic lines them up for 2, but they get 2 right back. They're going to push in to C. They're going to hard rush this in. Seeing if they can find something. 2 in the smoke. Jonah doesn't know. They're planning right on the side of this box. The dark cover goes out. They get rid of the KJ at the very least, but the spike still goes down. There's 8 hours. Looking to see if they can wrap this up right here, right now. Moose gets rid of Angie. It's just Riku left. Riku goes down. And 8 hours of sleep with a dominating first game, Sam. 13-3, your final in map number 1.
13-3. There's any way to show that you're ready to go to the grand finals? Well, 8 hours of sleep just showed us that right now. This team, you got to give it up to them, right? They every single round, it felt like there was purpose behind every single decision that was made, every single movement they had. They didn't want to operate without too much information, but once they were ready to go for it, once they were ready to go in, their mechanical raw skills just carried them through so much. The fact that Vic was pushed so far forward and still managed to drop 2 coming out of Garage lends a lot to be said coming out of that last round. And then everything that they were able to do after that just kept compounding and compounding that we saw multiple times from this team. Whatever happens going into the next map, Krispy Kreme needs to make big adjustments, because if Lotus is going to go to the same way as Haven, well, we might as well be looking at 8 hours of sleep going on to the grand finals, taking on whoever is going to win in the other series that's happening right now.
Yeah, you can already tell that at this point, right? It's all the 3-site map. It's another 3-site map, so you can already assume that 8 hours of sleep might have the advantage of it. And what's giving them an advantage is one of the players here. And let me see Penny's stats real quick, because Penny has been an absolute dominating force to be reckoned with. 351 ACS, 21 eliminations, and for Penny, 21, 8, and 2 top of the board. And good Lord, just the absolute reckoning that is Penny on the Jet. I was talking about Zachary being one of the players you want to watch out for here. Zachary goes silent on a 3 and 15. Penny absolutely the dominating factor. And the next player up after that is Vic with 17 kills of their own. So you were talking about how every one of these players is how they had an answer for everything. Any one of these players had an answer for everything and anything, if you will, for 8 hours of sleep. So, hey, when we head into Lotus here soon enough, this is going to have to be a really big break for Krispy Kreme right now. They got to figure out something, especially on another 3-sided map. Like I keep saying, this is not in their favor as we go into the next map.
Well, speaking of break, Keegan, I think this is a good opportunity to be able to say, hey, we are going to go to a short break, so don't go anywhere. The Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps is only just heating up here in the semifinals. Hopefully, Krispy Kreme can utilize this break to figure out what they need to do to find their success, but we'll find all of that and more when we come back.
The future is threatened by enemies often unseen
Sailor Marine.
and unexpected. In the midst of an uncertain and evolving world, the need for Marines to defeat these shifting threats is critical because the need to ensure stability for our nation has never been greater. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Map 1 of Lotus, taken in a way that I don't think anyone in the entire Valorant sphere was expecting. 13-3 in favor of 8 hours of sleep. We were talking about this after we got off camera here, Keegan, but 13-3, that's a head scratcher for sure.
Yeah, no one had that on their bingo cards. If anybody had a 13-3 on their bingo cards in the top 4 matchup, you might be a psychic. You might want to go and make some money off of being a psychic here, because nobody. I don't think any of us in the production studio. I don't think anybody in the TO side, the committee, did not expect a 13-3 here when they put up a 2 versus 3 in the semifinals. So hey, props to you if you predicted that one. You might want to go to Vegas later. Yeah, and overall, now we go to another 3-site map later after this when we get to Lotus on. And again, like we said right before the break as well, that you would expect 8 hours of sleep to have the advantage here as well. This is another 3-sided map, and they played Haven almost beautifully there. They played it almost to perfection. Could have had a 13-0 with a few, I guess, with 3 rounds luckily going the way of Krispy Kreme is the only way I can put it there. For 8 hours, though, they have on the momentum. They have Penny going 21-5, feeling the momentum, riding out the wave right now, and who knows? I mean, this break is gonna have to do something to Krispy Kreme. I don't know. Check the PCs unless something got motored up or something, because Krispy Kreme's gonna have to make a desperation comeback here.
Hopefully, you also look at the score line as well. Some underperforming players coming out of Krispy Kreme that I don't think we were expecting to see. Zachary and Ange, 3-15 for the both of them. You need to step up that performance, especially when you have the players that 8 hours of sleep are working with. But now we're into Agent Select for our next second map of Lotus, where 8 hours of sleep, of course, is on that series point. Now, if they're able to close it out here, well, they're going straight to the grand finals, and Krispy Kreme are going home. So Krispy Kreme needs to come up with something big here, especially since they're on the defense once more of a 3-site map.
Another 3-site map in 8 hours this time. It's going to pull out the double controllers. In this case, for that Omen and Viper combination, pretty standard. You'll see this on both sides. I think it's going to be Reflection. Jonah is the only one left that you have left to see kind of pick anything here. Hasn't really, popped up or whatnot. You expect, if anything, a Sentinel, obviously, to clear this one out. Although I have seen double initiator, double controllers here. I know I saw that a couple weeks ago that on Lotus as well, that they kind of just played double initiator, double controllers. But hey, Jonah's going to pull out the KJ as, KJ versus Cypher. Everything else mirrors out. This is basically what you expect on Lotus, right? You have the double smoke sound. You've got the Rays going at each other, the blast packs you can be very aggressive with down the middle of the lane on A. So, hey, who knows at this point? This is Krispy Kreme trying to respond to what 8 hours is bringing. If they go mirror side, they might have a chance.
I'm also curious to see how these role swaps are going to go. The Drone and Zachary swapping off Duelist, swapping off of the initiator role, but especially I'm looking towards Zachary. I'm wondering if maybe playing the Cypher might lend a little bit better to the ways that we saw them like to play. They do play Jet a lot. That's usually the agent that we see them on, but after the performance from last match, I assume that this is just going to be some compositional switch that maybe leans into a little bit better for how they're playing tonight. It has been a long day, and something that I think is starting to work against them just a little bit. But I know what Zachary is also capable of, and I know that the heights that they can attain. And so we can't really think too much about what happened on map 1. That's out of the mind, right? That's out of sight. That's out of that's out of any realms of possibilities here. New thoughts. That's what Krispy Kreme has to remember. And 8 hours of sleep after that dominant showing, it is going to be hard to put that out of your mind. I mean, 13-3 is not how you want to start off a semifinal series.
Not at all. 13-3 is something that you really want to just let go of your mind. If you're Krispy Kreme, take that to the back of your mind and allow yourselves to relax, calm, breathe, and try to make something out of this. Try to put something on your mind here. But 8 hours now on the first attacking side. And we remember, go back to the last map on Haven, it was 11-1 start on their attacking end. And you don't want a repeat of history. You just got to make sure that they're not able to take anything out of this. And you can see already they're doing something similar to what they did back back on Haven, where they're just gonna poke
This
A around
camera's
right
so
now.
good.
This cam is super good. Zachary not using anything. They're just pinging out right now. That camera's in such a good position to find out where they are. They get the call up for right now. Now they're gonna go connector here. Benny's got a blast back away for right now and retreat. So that camera doing some good work, letting them know the rotation. And they get a 1-for-1, but the bigger pick there is Drone. However, watch for Vic in the back line. Gets it and evens up the man advantage for right now.
Vic's just able to hold on so well in a lot of these different scenarios. But now with the spike being planted, Krispy Kreme is starting to swarm this site. But keep an eye on Penny. Don't let them get the flank of a lifetime here. Walk forward, the dark cover goes down. Perfection incarnate. And Zachary with the read of the century.
My thanks.
Like I said, put Haven out of your mind. Never existed, never happened. Krispy Kreme already putting a line on the sand in this very first pistol round.
There you go. There you go. Just deny them the first pistol round. Hey, you take that any day of the week, and now you're setting yourselves up for success. You're trying to turn your favors on, again, what is always considered 3-site maps, always considered attack-sided. Now you get the one round off of them. You got some weight off your shoulders. Can you get the rest off? Yeah, that's looking pretty good for you. Now, Riku going for what is the Marshall, so in this case a one-shot body shot as it does 1-1 on the body. So hey, anything works. Now they don't have any armor to work with, so if the first big pick comes out, line up for the Viper. They're not, I don't think they're going here. Oh, they are actually going, yeah, they're going to go three men here on C, so that's going to be a very interesting Viper smoke. They might not need it. It's that one-way from Zachary. Zachary's able to get that kill through the one-way. Vic's able to trade that back. And now this is still the C push here. This is 2 men going towards C, one staying on B for right now. It's the Razor versus the Omen here on B looking for each other. Zachary and Angelo making this a little bit more scary as it's just the Viper left to go. Moose is in so much trouble here. Just a lone wolf left, standing with only so little health. Oh, he's looking to get away from right now. Yeah, Moose is going to try this. Obviously, with 35 seconds, just going all the way around, but that gives them a little bit more information with that guiding light to see where they are. And Precision is just going to use the Bulldog to sweep up house. They get the bonus round 2-0, although 8 Hours is able to get 2 kills in the end there. Krispy Kreme go up 2-0. A good round lead for them to start this one off. They get to go through with them for right now. The Vandals will come out entirely, but only light armors for right now. We're going to see what 8 Hours can do here on their attacking side. Light armors and all. Krispy Kreme will try to bonus this one out. They'll try to run through the wall for right now as 3 people lining up. Riku trying to get the body shots with the Sheriff. Line up hitting 1. Will have to run away, though, because everybody is looking at a paranoid Omen right now, who gets away scot-free for only a couple of moments before 2 kills finally fall there. And now, it's just the patient game, just waiting around. And they're going to plant the spike here in B. They will get surrounded by 3 people, but they do have the man advantage coming up.
And they're just going to continue to further that even more. 8 hours of sleep. Really putting in the effort on this bonus round for Krispy Kreme. And what's even more impressive is that everyone is still alive so far. It might be a completely different story. Moose is just continuously jump peeking, trying to gather that quick information onto Precision. Out comes the flash. No body coming out on the other end of that. And you just see 8 hours of sleep knowing what they want to do. An ace on top of a flawless. Going to give them their very first round. But now Krispy Kreme is going to make their full buys. And this is where the real action is going to start happening.
And this is going to be where it happens. Round number 4, when you have a 2-1 scenario. Round 4 is always the famous one to see whether or not it's the turning point or whether we tie things up and things get a little bit more stressful for the losing team here. Yeah, 8 hours of sleep does have the economy going into the next round. If Krispy Kreme loses this, though, Oh, that's going to be in shambles in 8 hours. It's probably going to take the next round after that to take the lead back from them. It's going to be guiding light out. Zachary does get spotted and does get blinded out at the very least. Even the spike in check down in spawn right now. Just waiting to see where they want to go. Zachary with a really good camera as well. Not over the sights of anybody. And just waiting to see if they push up C. Another guiding light will get popped up. Nothing there. So for the call for 8 hours. Pushing this up for right now. Vic maybe looking around the corner to see if there is a camera anywhere. Zachary, though, just staying on this camera. Just staying here. Just noticing. And there's sound everywhere that they're going to go. They're going to try to rotate or just open up the door. See if anybody pushes up from there. A guiding light. It's towards Moose. Moose will back away for right now, but is in a lot of trouble if they decide to push that up.
And there's going to be the snake bite. In answer to what 8 hours of sleep, how far they've been pushing up. Moose gains so much space too. They've kind of trapped themselves at rubble. Not really very many places to go. 8 hours of sleep. Finding it a lot more difficult this time around to get anything on the back end of this Lotus map, and you see that they're struggling to make the moves on where they want to go. Make some noise on B, draw Angie's attention away, and now Physic is going to seeker their way into there, right through the smoke. Zachary had no HP to survive. Finally, it takes so long, but 8 hours of sleep, this is what they need, right? It's all of this preparation, it's all of this lead up, all of this poking and prodding is going to give them C sight with a spike planted, and now they're ready to start fighting it out on all areas, on all frontiers of this map.
Can they do so? There's a question. 8 hours defending the spike has been so good as of late. The double peek. Angie had no chance. The aim at the alarm bot, you're not aiming at a head. For right now, Drone giving them a chance, though, with a headshot around the corner. Gets Penny. Snakebite defending that spike. They can't get up there unless it's with a blast pack. And Drone doesn't have another one to get up there. Drone, though, is able to flick onto one head onto Moose. Gets another one on the Physic. Do they have this? Time starting to run out, though. Jonah, they are starting to defuse this. Do they have a chance to kill this one out? They are not faking it. Do they have it in time?
Oh!
No, they don't! The Nano Swarm kills Riku just in the nick of time. Oh my goodness, how close was that?
The thinnest
And they are able to get the
margins.
rounds. Holy cow.
The thinnest of margins. It couldn't have been any more than a millisecond.
Oh my goodness. Breathe. Breathe, if you will, folks. Take a breath. Because, yeah, I didn't see any space left on that diffuse line. I thought Riku had that.
I think we all did.
Oh my god.
It was right there. And Krispy Kreme, look at this aggression, how fast they want to go. But Penny is going to temper these expectations with a fury of their own. 8 hours of sleep now back in the driver's seat, filled with vim and vigor. Already doing the world of pain against Krispy Kreme. Might be able to pick up another one here through tree. I would say for Riku, very lucky on that positioning of the door, and very lucky to still be breathing.
Very lucky indeed. I agree with that. Very lucky. Just around the corner, around the door. As long as you're not getting hit, you're fine. That door kill could be so important, though. They decide now, maybe not going towards door, though. Try to trailblazer this, trying to see if anybody's at B. Awaiting them, though, is a Viper and a Cypher, which they will see. So the call here, just grab the orb. And Physics is going to try to maybe 1v2 or 1v1. No, they rotate out all the way towards C. They're going to open up the door. See if anybody's flanking them. And C is wide open right now. There's no utility on C whatsoever. They could very well have this. The Viper is the one with the spikes that gives them enough time. But what doesn't give enough time is Zachary and Angie both going down. It's a 1v5. And this guy just waiting down there in the back, seeing if anybody's there. The turret's there. Might just spot out the sky for right now. It does spot out the sky. And this is just in a whole world of trouble. Yes, it's an econ round. Is it going to be a flawless round? They notice.
Stuck.
Yeah, Precision's just stuck.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Penny loves doing this. And Precision looking in 20 different directions. They're just going to wait for it.
Okay.
That was really the best that they could have hoped for off the back of that. But Penny, a 3K to close out this round. 8 hours of sleep. 3 rounds in a row. But at the very least, Keegan, Krispy Kreme is doing a lot more than what we saw out of them coming from Haven.
They, you're saying a lot more. They've doubled their points. from what they had in the very first half on Haven, and we're only 5 rounds in. So to be fair, they are doing, what, a lot more than, technically speaking, mathematic-wise, yes, they're doing a lot more than they did back in the last map. So now, the showstopper to start this off,
What is
the blast pack around the corner. Zachary, though, is going to pull out the Odin. I love this play right now. He's just going to use this to blast against the wall. Won't do it for right now, though. Can just go ahead and shoot against the wall. Gets a couple of shots off. Penny's right there, though. The Boombot does hit Zachary for all their armor, plus a little bit more. And now it's the showstopper from Drone. They have one in connector right now. We'll back away from that. Just these showstoppers left and right. And now it's the Sentinels that are the only ones that are going to have anything left. Zachary, though, is going to shoot right through the wall. Not knowing Vic was right there. Love the strategy from Zachary here on Lotus. Bring out the Odin, rip away at him.
I can't even begin to believe that. And Ange hears all of these footsteps. And they know exactly where Jonah is. Just wait for them. Give it a second here. Let it cook up some more. You got to go fast on the sea. But you can only go so fast if everyone is dying to these hailstorm of bullets. And now Ange ready to make their move. The shots were a little sloppy, but recovered it perfectly. And Krispy Kreme simming the bleeding, simming the tide. The 3 rounds in a row that 8 hours of sleep had and prevented the 4th one from coming to fruition. This series is looking good. Map 2 of Lotus looking spicy.
Spicy, jalapeno spicy, ghost pepper spicy. Right now, we're getting up there in levels. We're getting up there on the Scoville levels of spiciness right now. As, like you said, 3-3. They tripled the amount of points that they had in the first half. I'll point that out right now. As still having the Odin around, you'd never want to go A against this Odin because Zachary is just an absolute threat, and I think 8 Hours knows this. So they are rotating all the way around towards C right now, and you can see the B flank at the moment. If they open up this door, they're in a world of pain. Where this Raze right now, they do open up the door. What they don't expect to see entire team there. What a guiding light and paranoia right now, though. That's huge.
They stuck in. Vic walked right through. That flashbang couldn't have been executed any more perfectly. Oh, now Ange might want to try and go for it again, but Vic is just non-stop. They're going to be able to pick up another one, potentially make that 4. 1 more to go. Get this man an ace. Let him have it 8 hours of sleep. Don't deny it. Jonah might be the pickup of the information here. Zachary, off the back of this, has to go out for 3 more players. They're going to set themselves up pretty in this corner. They definitely don't want to be the one to ace things out here. And look at this. Camera up in the air. Looking all over the place. You might be caught in 4K yourself.
I don't think he can see the back right now, though.
No, he can't.
You're waiting for a trap wire or something. Vic is low health too. Around the corner.
Oh, he's gonna be the one.
They know. They now know where.
Wait for it.
Do they get it? Yes,
there
they
it is.
do.
Oh my God.
Worthless dead fools.
Ace for Vic. 8 Hours goes up 4-3. And this Omen popping off right now. Oh my goodness. Like we were talking about at the very beginning as the timeout comes in from Krispy Kreme. You saw that big flank earlier from Vic. Vic got in, somehow gets the 3 there. And oh my goodness, this Omen pops.
This is a different world, a different look, I think, for Vic coming out of Lotus, where they were still doing massive impact, right? 17-10 for an Omen on Haven is a beautiful scoreline. And now translated into here, we're only on the 7th round. Vic has 10 kills. Just got themselves an ace. Doubled the amount that they had coming out of the previous round already. They're playing out of their gourd. And for this time out from Krispy Kreme, this is a good one to take. Right? You're not letting things spiral too far out of control. You're not letting 8 hours of sleep get too far ahead. And you really need to have conversations when you look at the economy. You're still buying Vandals, you're still buying Odins, but Drone is suffering. They're languishing in the trenches. A classic to their name. They're gonna buy the Sheriff, but if Krispy Kreme don't win out in this round, Keegan, this is gonna be 8 hours of sleep rolling right through it.
I was about to say the word you're looking for is disastrous. You're looking at a little bit of worse for wear for economy, and somehow is able to buy one person with full armor and Phantom. And Look, I think 8 hours knows the strategy now. Zachary's just going to sit on A with the Odin. And you know for sure it's going to be a 5v4 scenario. Penny's able to take rightful advantage on the headshot onto Precision. And now, yeah, Zachary set up on A. If you avoid A, you've got the man advantage overall. And now I think the plan here, go towards C. There is a Raze waiting, no utility otherwise. And so what are they going to do here? Moose is able to get rid of Zachary, and that's so big. A just opened up immensely, although Riku waiting around the corner will try to say otherwise.
There's just nothing that Krispy Kreme can do, it feels like. It's these little plays, they catch 8 hours of sleep off guard, but then they try to readjust like what we just saw out of Riku at Rubble. Nothing. It's so difficult. It's a struggle every time for Krispy Kreme. Oh, and Vic, they're ready to go.
There it is.
This is the ace extraordinaire doing what they do best. And that is killing everyone who comes into their sightlines. And Angie's just gonna walk right into another pain point. That pain point's name is Penny. 8 hours of sleep. Taking down Krispy Kreme in a round they needed to win. Now this buy is going into Depressionville.
This is Great Depression levels of this. This is the economy at its worst at the moment. The Great Depression is in history, and so is the Krispy Kreme economy right now. Only shares, not even buying light armor in this case. They're just gonna go with shares. I think they're gonna try to play a little bit more aggressively on the push. Yeah, you can see Precision, the Rays are ready as well. They're just trying to find something, anything that they can. And Jonah's sitting in spawn here. Jonah's just like, all right, you want to push? I'm waiting for you right here.
They know what Krispy Kreme likes to do. They know what they know the storyline. They know the playbook on these save rounds.
Uh-oh.
Give it up here for Zachary. They might break the neck here. Look at how quick that Vic had no more than a millisecond. It felt like Zachary had to be tuned in completely and utterly. But Vic is just always that next step, that next level of gameplay here out of 8 hours of sleep. And already A-side is going to have a spike put on it. And this is just going to be another shooting gallery for Vic. Still posting themselves up on the high ground, not even caring that someone's down below. No way you do that, Vic! Jumping up from above like it's Assassin's Creed. 8 hours of sleep, a flawless round. And now 6 rounds to go along. Put that in the bank.
I mean, you talk about Assassin's Creed, and yet the Omen has the cape on and the hood on and all. I mean, yeah, we could very well be watching, what, Assassin's Creed Valorant here? At this point, Vic can do anything he wants to. Vic's got 14 kills, has an ace up the sleeve, is going for, what, the bingo card of the entire round at this point. Just let the man do whatever he wants. Just let him be. Now what are we gonna see? Cocoon up next, or Dredge coming up next with the horror game that is? I mean, Omen could be the horror show at this point. So this is just trouble.
We are getting a horror masterclass out of Vic.
Yeah.
This player has been doing some incredible things, and Moose is not overstaying their welcome for too long. Drone made that swing a little bit quicker, but Moose is so slippery. Look how fast they got out of there and then regrouped to the team, making sure to keep that flank covered. Drone just didn't have the timing.
Got your trail.
They missed out on it, and it all falls apart.
It's just crumbling apart now. And 8 hours gets this off. They get what they want to here with the lockdown at the very least. That Viper's Pit is going to come up now, and that's a free plant for them. This is just an insane take of C right now as they plant the spike down. There's the showstopper. Penny's able to get rid of Zachary, although living down with 16 health through the bottom of the wall is able to find another, and Penny will clean up house with a third of their own. 8 hours guaranteeing themselves a lead at the half. But what a take of C-Site there from 8 hours.
They are eating Krispy Kreme alive. An appropriate thing to do, I guess, to a team named Krispy Kreme.
You know what? I will say we live in Hawaii, and I live on the island of Oahu, and the closest Krispy Kreme is one island over on Maui. And right now, 8 hours is kind of, if they're devouring Krispy Kreme right now, that's making me kind of hungry. I want to fly over to Maui right about now to go get some donuts.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. And I mean, they're gobbling it up. And, oh my God, Vic! Give me a break! This dude goes from, oh, and then Penny is just adding insult to injury, it feels like at this point. 8 hours of sleep. Vic had an operator. They're going for the whole special. This player, this man's, they're having the time of their life, and they're just rolling right through it. Finally, the aggression has been tempered. But it's non-stop because the rest of 8 hours of sleep is still alive. And the rest of 8 hours of sleep is ready to bring the pain. Zachary knows one more target ahead of them. Physics making sure they don't lean anymore into disaster for this team. I'm floored right now though.
I feel like that's a crime in some states, though. I feel like that surely deserves a pair of handcuffs there for Vic in a few states, because that op shot was just illegal, and they double peek that around the corner. Zachary goes for it, picks up the Vandal, gets Physics. Doesn't really matter though. 8 hours gets another round. But can we talk about Vic? 15, 5, and 6. Operator in hand could very well buy another one, mind you. So what we've had pistol kills, we've had Vandal kills at the same time. Picks up another operator. Yeah, doing it again. No. Well,
yes,
drops the operator.
Drops the operator. Okay, all right.
So buys the Vandal. We'll put that on the side.
This is the double attack operator meta.
Yeah. With Jonah putting it too. Jonah gets the op too. So oh boy, this okay.
Jonah wants to be a part of the highlight reel too.
Vic's gonna get the highlight reel right now. Oh,
ooh, so close.
Very close. Zachary gets one of their own to return.
They beat out Jonah too. They also had an operator, so 8 hours of sleep. These minor misplays, this confidence, I guess, that they might be feeling. All right, Vic's done with the operator. They've had their fun. Now they realize this is a 3v5. Might need to take this a little bit more seriously, but Krispy Kreme is oh so happy to take advantage of all of the pain. A couple of shots through the smoke, but Precision is still going to be standing. A little bit of bullet holes in them, but not enough to really make them scared in any way. Then Neural Theft is going to find out exactly where the rest of 8 hours of sleep are. And at this point, you just keep them locked out here. That is going to be the job of Ange. Moose has to be ready for this. Needs to be clean shots.
Oh.
Just the toes.
Saw the shoulder. Yeah, saw the shoulder line and just runs away at that point. So this is going to be a rotational call here from 8 hours. What they don't know is Moose is right there. Zachary takes care of that in the process, though.
Well, these are the great. Is that Trip on the... Okay.
Okay. So they used... Yeah.
The lily pad.
Yeah, that's a tripwire on the lily. I've never seen that. Have you?
No, I haven't. I'm learning new tech out of Zach. Thank you for that. And that tech, hey, I'm going to say that tech won Krispy Kreme that round. And it won-ended them flawlessly. So, hey, first half, it's 4-8. This is a notorious attacker-sided map. Once again, Keegan, so it's not over yet for Krispy Kreme. And this is definitely a lot better than going into your attacking half 11-1.
Yeah, and it's a lot better. In fact, it's, quadruply better than what we saw earlier on towards their attacking side. And they don't have to worry about if they lose the pistol round, the next round is basically game over. Now Krispy Kreme, we didn't get to see, obviously we didn't get to see the full half just because of the way 8 hours played this, but now Krispy Kreme gets a little bit more breathing room. They have 4 rounds to come to bring this one back. They won the pistol round in the second half, at the start of the second half last time. If they can win this one out here, their chances are looking a lot better to bring this back closer towards a tie. And now we'll get to see them play a little bit more slowly, although the call out for right now at C. Moose is waiting with the snake bite. Just waiting around the corner in a 1v4 scenario. It's just going to run into 4 members if they know
they have the snake
they're
bite
just gonna
out.
Run all over the snake bite, ready to go. And they're just going to run all over. Moose is able to find one. Jonah finds a second here. And Precision just gets caught out using the guiding light. It makes it a 3v2 scenario, but 8 hours have the defensive advantage here on man. And Mystic just going to make that even worse.
You hear the footsteps behind them. Ange has to be very careful. Lurking slowly towards B. And okay, J utility. That's going to stop them or slow them. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, they're going to plant the spike here on B. I know.
You can hear the footsteps.
The tidal wave is about to come. They need to try and get on the high ground, but they deny them that. Big doesn't miss. Vic's not of this world.
Yeah.
Vic is what aimbots are modeled after, right?
Vic is what Aim Labs wishes it were. Just perfect aim overall. 17 and 6. Vic's popping off and the closest is Penny at 13, and then 12 kills for Zachary. Zachary popping off on Lotus at the very least for their team. And no surprise at all when he had the Odin at hand for a couple of rounds. But yeah, I mean, 8 hours starting off with a pistol around here will most likely go up 10-4. And for Krispy Kreme, they're buying as if this is their last round. They want to make sure that they're going to try all that they can to put a point back on their board, especially in a second round right after the pistol like this. They're bringing out the Marshalls, the Stingers, and all, seeing if they can bring this one all the way back to there and get a point at least back. And you see it right now, again, the slow play just to push. Awaiting them, though, is a flurry of utility that is this KJ, waiting for the alarm bot, waiting with the nano swarms and all. If they decide to push in here, they're in for a world of hurt if they go around where lily pads are. Instead, they try to go towards A.
I'm liking this tempered selves from Krispy Kreme. Not wanting to go too crazy in these very pivotal next few rounds. If they can win it out here, it's going to do them so much good. And you do not want to give anything left to 8 hours of sleep. Oh, up in the air, Penny. Little extra, yeah, little extra weight that they're running away with, that bullet. Now we're going to see the...
You're looking for surgery on that arm.
Might try to, but Ange is clearing them right on through. These flashbangs are immaculate. And the decision to buy up here, working out in spades for Krispy Kreme. I'm going to swarm over A, pick it up, plant the spike. Drone, just a little bit carefuler. May have been able to take that, but Jonah's alive. Jonah's ready to bring the heat.
They are, as Moose waiting around the corner with the judge here, seeing if they can get anything. Krispy Kreme starting to dwindle away that time ever so slightly. Moose is about to run into the buzzsaw.
Oh!
Moose does get one on Tariq, but Angie's right there to go ahead and flick the wrist out to get the fellow Viper 3v1 scenario, which just Vic left to go, but never count Vic out. Vic's going to try to run away. Will run away with their lives on a Guardian for right now. They're going to go hunting. Vic's in a whole lot of trouble. They are hunting. It's going to be the Viper versus the Omen on the flank for right now. It's going to go all the way back to CT's side. Spike explodes around the corner. Who's winning this? It's Vic.
What?
That takes care of Angie. Oh my goodness. Vic is insane.
That. They hit the body and then tracked up to the head while spraying down on a Guardian. Anyways, Krispy Kreme being able to take that 5th round, being able to take their 5th round of the 2nd round of this half is massive for them, though. This is the kind of things that you were looking for, and the right decision was made by them. The gamble paid off in bigger ways than one, because now they have big weapons, 8 hours of sleep, forced to work with ghosts and sheriffs. That's not a lot, right? That's not the greatest. Krispy Kreme has to be smiling from ears to ear. Ear to ear, not ears to ear.
Ears to
That's
ear.
a little weird. That's a little weird.
Yeah, you have more. Sam, is there something you're not telling us, or?
Guys, I have 3 ears on the right side of my head and only one on the left. Oh, Zachary! Whoa! They held back, but Vic, the one to hold on to the Guardian from the last round, is going to be the spearhead for 8 hours of sleep and may throw things back into the favor here for 8 hours of sleep. The silver lining, though, is that Zachary sacrifices their life, but the spike is going to be planted.
They just swap sides, essentially. They're trying to defend this spike, and rightfully so, even though they planted it down. They just switch sides. Now it's 8 hours playing from T side. Now Precision's able to get that kill on the Jonah, which is big news for them. That's a big chunk of that package from KJ out for right now. So now they got to run. They got to run all the way into tree. There's the guiding light out, and it's right there waiting for Physique. But is able to get that kill in general. Vic gets out. Vic doesn't get out with their life, though. Able to just run around. It's a ring around the Rosie inside of the central building right now. Penny's able to get that kill on Tariku. It's a 1v1. 1v1 on the Rays. They don't have enough time to defuse this anyways to win this one out. Wow. And Penny gets the kill. It don't matter. Krispy Kreme is able to find the kill. Dies to the spike regardless. And it is 9-6 in favor of 8 Hours, but Krispy Kreme on a 2-round win streak now.
I am consistently floored at 8 hours of sleep and whatever aim training they have to go through. Again, it's just these like microsecond adjustments that they make, and it's good enough for them to be able to secure kills. But it's again Krispy Kreme coming out the victor on the other side of these, and that's all that matters. If you're Krispy Kreme, you're taking these rounds and you're dealing the damage. 8 hours of sleep, though, does have weapons that one way the respect. You gotta respect it. Krispy Kreme does just that. And on the flip side of the map, a couple of bullets whizzing past their heads, but not enough to scare them out of here just yet. A new look for Krispy Kreme, still trying to formulate the plan for where they want to go and how they want to chew through this map of Lotus.
Surprised Ange didn't hit anything on that alarm bot that's just waiting right there. Hit shots all over the ground, just a bullet didn't find the alarm bot, so that's some more utility that gets saved for KJ for right now. Have the cyber cage up. Is this going to be worth anything for them for right now? Just letting them smoke on and just run on through. Rotating out towards C. It's the full team that's on C right now. They'll use the door, maybe try to poke out any stragglers behind. Instead, they'll rotate all the way towards B. Showstopper's going to come out, gets hit by a nanoswarm just a little bit for Drone. Has a Showstopper, will throw that all the way across and gets the counterpart onto Penny.
Vic's still there!
But Vic is still behind you. And Jonah's able to find 3 of your own. This is disastrous from Krispy Kreme. They wanted to go towards B, and it's all lost. And he's right around there. He's able to find Vic for right now. Picks up the gun, picks up the Vandal. We'll try to shoot through the smoke. Almost had a kill right there. We'll use the Viper's pin. This is a big investment here. It's not going to go for anything. Moose gets the kill in 8 hours. Goes up 4.
Whatever Jonah
Can I get a drop?
did, their positioning up on that high ground, it was cleaning up Krispy Kreme. Krispy Kreme was trying to debate 8 hours of sleep all over the place, trying to throw them off their game, but this is a team that isn't easily deterred from whatever plan they're making. For Krispy Kreme, only sheriffs in hand, they are going to have a long, long road that they need to fight. This lean towards C may be the right call. Moose is the only one there. KJ Utility is going to might slow things down just enough. 8 hours of sleeping for Jonah to get over there? Oh, this is gonna... Oh, I'm scared. Okay, all right. Moose able to make those first couple of shots.
Oh, that's snake bite.
It's beautiful aim, but still, the trades are gonna come back and forth. Krispy Kreme, that didn't go as badly as it could have gone.
Yeah, Krispy Kreme is happy with going a trade for right now. That snake bite did so much from Moose, though. You got to give credit because that puts the health bars down, especially on the Sky. A Precision at the moment who's just waiting around now. Cannot lose any more health. That spike is planted. Really good position
Don't let
for
Vic do
Krispy Kreme
this.
to take this, but watch out for Vic in the back line. Has the judge, has the classic, and the classic. Zach didn't pay attention now. Trying to step to get away, but Angie notices that and uses the Odin through the crate. Physics on the other side of that, and Angie will turn for Penny and Physic at the same time. It's a thrifty round for Krispy Kreme, and that might just be some momentum here for this team.
Krispy Kreme still has some fight left in them, still has a lot left to give. That thrifty round was basically built off that early initial attack. And Ange having that Odin was massive, right? Was everything that Krispy Kreme needed. 8 hours of sleep. Now in a similar position to what we saw from Krispy Kreme in the last round. Let's see if they're going to be able to thrifty out or if Krispy Kreme can continue this momentum shift in their favor.
You would love to see if Krispy Kreme can bring this all the way back, especially after a big round like that. They've got it towards C. They got trades. They got favorable trades for them. That Odin at the end just doing so much work. Getting them the 3 kills, the big 3 kills to end off that round. Massive. Now they're going to try to see if they can go around the corner here. Gets rid of the spy cam so they know that somebody's there at the moment. Does Physic want to run through the start cover? No, that's a little bit too risky, my friend. So back off for right now. As what is the call coming up here? They're backing off of C for right now. And it looks like, do they want to head towards A here? I mean, there's no utility on B for right now. There is a lot of utility on A, especially that Nanoswarm on door could very well stave them off for a couple of moments, and even more seconds gone. But the call is, yeah, they're just going to rush towards A. They get rid of the alarm bot too, which is huge.
Get rid of the alarm bot. They use Seekers. And then they give a spike to A. Now Ange is going to be the one to post up on this angle. Rico missing just a smidge of health that Precision is going to get back to them, and that's from that Swarm Grenade. And now we're seeing a lockdown expended. Zachary's looking all over the place. They're going to get exact locations on top of that as well. Like exactly, Physics wants to take this fast. They don't want them to give any information, but they're stuck. They are stunned. They're going to try and use another flashbang, but Zachary whips out the classic and pistol whips Physics in the face. But what is Moose doing with a classic of their own? That should not have happened. That should not have been a thing. This is getting a lot closer than I think Krispy Kreme was wanting. Moose looking towards the wall. Not looking at... Okay, Jonah.
Okay.
All right. It doesn't really matter at that point. Jonah is just going to sacrifice their life to the spike gods above. And Krispy Kreme narrowing that gap round by round.
Down to 2. The lead at one point or another was as much as 6, and now all of a sudden just turning their fortunes here as, oh boy, 8 Hours has got to find some kind of response to this. Krispy Kreme playing this slow, steady, and you know what they say about slow and steady wins the race, and right now Krispy Kreme doing an excellent job of trying to tie this one all the way back up at 10. They've won 4 of the last 5, as you can see right there. Now it's just a game of what can they do, or it's more the game of what can 8 Hours do? Because 8 Hours right now, we've never asked this question before. What is 8 Hours going to do about this entire attacking line? Riku's going to try to go in the back line. Actually, appears, and that's not good. Moose is able to get Riku in the back line. So Riku tried something kind of cheeky going up all the way in the back line, but that gets sniffed out right away, and that's a big kick for them.
You got to give it to
Smoke down.
Moose. You really do. That knowledge, that awareness is next level. And this player showing us time and time again what they're capable of in Valorant. That had to have sent a shockwave through Krispy Kreme. Nothing less than that. And then Penny, on the flip side of the map, blowing A up. They know Ange likes to take these positions. Crouching down below, Drone is going to lead Krispy Kreme into here, but denied any more space by Jonah. This is their site. This is their defense. Zachary's not done yet. Until Vic says they are. And Vic has a lot to say. 8 hours of sleep, small stumbles, couple of rounds lost, but no sweat on their brow.
Nope, not at all. They're back up 3, and they're back to a point where this is going to be really, really important. You can see the economy of Krispy Kreme right now. Rifles, light armor. There's a Stinger out at the same time, too. And look at the creds. 500. 550 at the most for this team. They lose this. I hate to say game over, but the way the guns are going to look after this round, the rounds are over either way. And you can see the economy on either side. The loser of this one is going to be in shambles, but the bigger part of this, if Krispy Kreme loses this, they are in trouble heading into the next round. So this round has just become that much more important. As you can see, there is a rush on A right now, and this is trouble if they want to go through this right now.
We almost looked at a veritable war zone at Rubble, but Krispy Kreme acknowledging and understanding that they don't want to take all of that heat lest they get burned, abandoned that site, but instead wanted to take their chances with the Jonah KJ utility. But they need to keep an eye on this. They cannot let Jonah walk away and have another 3K inside of here. That was really scary from Ange. Thankfully, they had the recovery. They had it all up in their hands. Physic firing everywhere. The bullet's not going. Moose down from below. Now it's a 1v1. Ange, you gotta stop them. All right, they get it to half. It's not done just yet. But Ange had nothing left to give. Nothing left in the tank. And 8 hours of sleep weathers the storm all the way through to bring themselves into match and series point. One more round for this team, and we're looking at our first of the grand finalists.
Oh my goodness, what was that, Moose? I had, 2 opportunities to win that. First of all, the double shot. Holy cow. Second of all, could have stuck that, and Ange would not have known that Moose took it out. But anyways, Moose gets that win. Big round for them again. The economy in shambles here for Krispy Kreme. They have only Guardians, a Bulldog, a Vandal at best here with light armor. And now 8 Hours can have a little bit of fun, even though the economy's still lower of their own because they got 4 down at the same time. And now the dire straits that is Krispy Kreme needed to win 4 just to take this to overtime. 4 opportunities for 8 Hours to win this one out. And no ultimates on the board for them except for the Neural Theft. So if they get 1 pick here, that Neural Theft is going to be so big for them. Waiting in the annals of A right now, though. They run into this Judge. You can bet there's trouble ahead. Trailblazer will come out, see if there is anything. And in fact, there is. There's going to be call-out to rotate at the very least, heading towards A. They're going to try to invest in this, though. Krispy Kreme wants it. They want it now.
All right, drone up in the air, but they still get the shot off. And so it's a 1-for-1. It's not over yet for Krispy Kreme. They can still do something here. Bend to the site, go for the rotate, maybe try and fight it on B. And now the door is open. Precision needs to land these shots, but they can't. Physic is going to deny this tree approach. But not only that, they have the spike. It's all unraveling for Krispy Kreme. 2 more for 8 Hours of Sleep. All they have to do, last one to go, and Moose is shutting the book on Krispy Kreme's dreams. 8 Hours of Sleep have just punched a one-way ticket into the grand finals.
Man, oh man, what more do you want to say about 8 Hours there, playing both sides of the coin perfectly? Maybe a couple of missteps on Lotus. Otherwise, that was all of their series. 13-3, 13-8 overall. And that 13-3 on Haven really spoke wonders. It spoke absolute truth to what was going to happen here on another 3-sided map. And on Lotus, yes, it was a little bit closer for Krispy Kreme to bring it all the way back. But how about Vic at the end there as well? Vic was the carry there. Second place, I think, back on Lotus with 17-10, and now overall probably the MVP on this team. Yeah, 26, 11-10. We'll get the stats here overall in the entire series. But man, oh man, I want to pull up Vic stats for the entire thing, average combat score and all. Because this is, oh boy, Vic on the Omen has just been absolutely nuts. Again, you and I want to see what Aim Labs trainer they are working with, because I want to have that kind of aim. I want to have that kind of game with them.
They got an ace, right? They took themselves to the next level. They actually kind of swapped stats with Penny too, because Penny got 17 kills on Lotus, where Vic got 17 on Haven. But now we see the scoreline. We see the whole story of what this player has been able to accomplish. You don't think this much out of a Smokes player. You don't think of what a controller is able to bring to the table. But Vic showed us that and then some. This is a masterclass of Omen capabilities. But not only that, the right one ways, the immaculate paranoias, and so many different, so much impact that this player was able to bring to the team. You saw the ACS, you saw the total elims, and you saw how they improved going from Haven into Lotus. Beautifully well done, beautifully executed. And whoever is going to have to go up against 8 Hours of Sleep in the grand finals, I do not envy them.
Yeah, you could see this is a vengeance tour for them, right? You go back all the way to last week. They got second place against against Veer's Kits and take Expect the Expected here, and actually Expect the Expected is down right now to SAD Esports. SAD right now is up one map number 1, 13-6, and they have, actually SAD Purple was the one that landed up week 4, so SAD Esports, on the other hand, wanting to make their first appearance, at least this team, is trying to make their first appearance in the grand final, starting off very well against a very good team, Expect the Expected, 13-6, so who knows at this point, but if they're going to, whichever team wins this one is going to run into the bulldozer, the absolute carnage that is 8 Hours of Sleep. And like I said, I told you I was going to make this joke at the end as well. Look what 8 Hours of Sleep does. They're ready to go. They're ready for the grand finals coming up later.
Oh, they are so very ready for the grand finals, but unfortunately for us, we are not quite ready. We still need to wait and see how that other matchup is going to end. So we are going to go to a break. We'll see whatever happens coming out of that game. And then when we come back, we are going to have what is going to be the final grand finals here. The Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps. Don't go anywhere, because this is not something you want to miss.
The future is threatened by enemies often unseen
Stay alert, Marine.
and unexpected. In the midst of an uncertain and evolving world, the need for Marines to defeat these shifting threats is critical because the need to ensure stability for our nation has never been greater. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Welcome back, everyone. So I know when I said when we came back we'd have a grand finals for you, but we're going to give you a special little treat because Expect the Expected versus Sad Esports has veered into map 3 territory. So we thought, why not? Let's go ahead and see how the outcome of this is going to be and see who is going to be taking on 8 Hours of Sleep in the grand finals. Is it going to be a rematch between Expect the Expected, who was Veer's Kittens, or is it going to be Sad Esports to take on 8 Hours of Sleep? Well, we don't know until this map 3 has been taken care of.
Yeah, I guess you could say with this broadcast, expect the unexpected as we veer into a different direction for a third map of what is going on right now, and a very close one at that. You can see the maps at the bottom of your screen. We'll recap this right now. Map number 1 went 13-6 in the favor of Sad Esports. That went very well for them, and then all of a sudden, Expect the Expected on Ascent, and this was Expect's pick, actually. Or, I'm sorry, this was Sad Esports, this was Expect's pick. They win it 13-11 at a very close one as well. Sad was just that close away from making it to the grand finals. Expected, though, turns them back. And now we go all the way up to a final map. And for you and I's second time today, we're going to see Haven one more time here. And I know earlier on we saw a lot very similar things, and it looks like, yeah, similar actions here either way, and only one Sky on the board yet again.
Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's kind of the philosophy. Then that's kind of what you see with that style of play, right? You go the double controller, Sky is just good enough. But we need to keep an eye, I think, on Skarn for sure. Skarn's Jet has been nothing short of destruction incarnate, I think is the right word, honestly.
Yeah.
They have been cleaving through almost all of the competition. Anyone you set forth in front of them, getting aces left and right like it's nobody's business. And for the map of Haven, where it's all going to go down, the final opportunity, the final chance for both of these teams to show us what they're made of, to step up, take things into territories unknown or uncharted. Well, Expect the Expected versus Sad Esports. It all happens here on the final map of Haven.
All happens here. Players you want to watch out for so far, of course, for Expect the Expected for Veer's Kittens. Of course, Veer is the one, of course, that it's named after, but Spagubio as well. Spagubio's been fabulous in the tournaments that we've seen so far, especially two-time champions here for this team. If you're looking on the side, really haven't seen anything out of Sad Esports, although I know one of the names you're looking out for is Darkest on this breach as well. So this is going to be one of the ones that this game that's going to go back and forth. Obviously, with Ascent going 13-11, you know that it's going to go back and forth. But remember, back on Lotus 13-6 in favor of Sad. That was a three-sided map. You'd expect pretty much something of a similar result here, unless Expect the Expected can turn their tides and turn their favors. And you can see all the group up right now. But here comes the immense flank. 3 on the flank here, coming out from Expect the Expected. See if the unexpected happens here when they move all the way around. It's going to be a rotate all the way from A towards B towards C. And what is going on, Sam?
They went through CT. Veer is about to be hit with a tidal wave of pain, but they're sailing right through it with the greatest of ease. Until finally, Darkest is able to meet them in this matchup. What a lurk of the century from Bob. You don't see that one coming very often, but now with the spike being planted here on A, Coburg is leaning towards this heaven approach. The Sad Esports feels firm and in command. GMD clearing this out methodically as best they can. With the breadth and the numbers that are working against them, it becomes so difficult. Put down the dark cover, start going for the defuse, look up towards heaven. 7, give it up to them! Right back around and no one's stopping the defuse. Expect the Expected. Well, that was unexpected what just happened here.
Man, what a pop-off there from 7. Absolutely goated with the shots. And that saves you. That helps you out trying to get that defuse. Nobody stops it. And Expect the Expected start this off running. And it's usually, when you say three-sided maps, you usually say attack side. On a pistol round, anything can happen. Expect the Expected running off rampant there for themselves. So an excellent job by them. And now they get the advantage going into this next round with the economy and all. And look at this. Again, they're going to try push towards C. Only the Omen then they're waiting, but they also have a Nanoswarm waiting just in case somebody gives that call out too. So you've got some split pushes on B and C. However, this KJ looking for anybody on the backside. This could very well be a push-up so long as they get rid of this Omen. They can't, though. The turret gets the final blow.
Oh, GMT. Oh, they aren't being taken down so easily. They're not going to let that stop them or scare them. Now Coburg on the business end of a heck of a lot of bullets. But not done just yet. See how far forward Bob is pushed up. Expect the expected. They're not really feeling the pressure. They're not really caring too much about the fact that the spike is planted. They want to make sure that they don't take too many casualties and a retake of this site. But Darkus is going to throw that back in their face. Doing a heck of a lot of work here, but it's again 7 to be that ringer for Expect the Expected. They make their way into the second round. A little bloody, but nothing that they are going to cry about.
Nothing you're gonna mull over saying, hey, we gotta come back from this. No, I mean, they only lose 2. You've got good guns coming out in the end overall. I mean, you still have the Bulldog holding on, and 7 will pick up the Phantom as well. So, hey, this is not a bad round, although for SAD, you're gonna pick up a lot of things here, a lot of rifles, a lot of Vandals. And the Econ is in shambles. Look at what Expect has right now. They have over 2,000 credits either way, over 2,500 mainly. So if they lose this round, it's a bonus round overall. You can breathe. You know that you're going into round number 4 with a little more Econ. Very important round here for SAD, though. They lose this, it's in shambles, and you're giving up a 4th straight round. And on Haven, especially on attack side, that's not what you want to do.
We're going to see what Expect can do here. Splagooby, 3 down long. The bullets just were not going to land where they wanted to go. Darkus on the flip side, in pain, massive amounts of pain. But they're not brought to their knees just yet. That might be a small opening they found themselves for C. For SAD Esports, they're not able to execute on it just yet. The gap being filled in now here by Reformed on the KJ.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really tough for SAD to attack now or for Expect to come back from. Now they've got man disadvantage. You also have the breach that's just going to allow this team to run on in. And look, C is completely cleared out. They're going to go ahead and get the plan down onto C. And here we go. The craziness is going to ensue now. And you can see the low health bar in the breach right now. So for Darkest, oh boy, this is going to be a little bit dicey as they peek around the corner for right now. Trying to find some kind of entry point. Reformed on the Sheriff. He's just got to find a way in. Just looking around the corner. Spike still going off. I don't know if they want to keep bonusing this out. SAD looking pretty good. And if they want to make a move, it's now or never. The craziness has to ensue. Alarm bot around the corner. Gets triggered. They know where 1 is. Guiding Light gets 1 blind out. Trailblazer will come out, see what's peeking around the corner. There it is. But a great use of breach. Utility to go ahead and fault line that out for right now. They're looking right around the corner. They don't have enough time. Skarn's able to get that kill. They trade that out right away. The spike detonates.
Wow.
They get a few trade-offs in the end. But SAD is able to take their first point on the board. It's 2-1.
The plan was never to win that round for Expect the Expected. The plan was to deal as much damage to the economy that they could against SAD Esports. And they did a phenomenal job of that, right? Only 2 players were able to make their way into this round. And on top of that, 7 was able to save their gun. So they're still looking very strong on the credits. This is going to be the real test between these 2 teams and whether or not SAD was just a small fumble that happened on Ascent, or if they do have what it takes to stand up against Expect the Expected. Just a pixel. 7 saw, that's going to be good enough. Coburg, that is disastrous for SAD Esports to start off this round.
Disastrous, yeah. I mean, for SAD, you lose out. And you may only lose a KJ as a Sentinel. Overall, though, you lose a big piece of trying to defend a spike out if you can even get the plan down. So, big pick for them. And now, for SAD, they want to go around the corner. Fury's going to wait for them right there. They now know it's just going to shoot through the corner of the wall. So, Magooby's there to clean up. 5v3 now. Trailblazer will go out, see if anybody else is left in the sewer side. And Skarn had the chance for the kill in the Omen, but it doesn't happen. Magooby turns around, is able to get Skarn. It's a 5v2, and this is going from bad to worse, Sam.
All going downhill from here for SAD Esports. You 2 initiators are trying to decide what to do, where they want to go. The approach that needs to be taken. Darkus and Bob making the right call. It's time to save your weapons.
Yep.
Don't lose them. Try to salvage as much as you can from the economy. And this again, what we're seeing out of Expect the Expected. these early initial plays, like Seven just walking out towards mid and seeing enough of Coburg's head to rip it clean off their shoulders.
Yeah, this is going to be this is going to be a flawless round for them. And this is overall just saving the guns here. They're just going to stay inside and expect the expected. Obviously doesn't want to go hunting, even though there was only 6 seconds left anyways. They could have gone for it. 2 Vandals in hand for Sad. You keep the economy, at least for Bob. And look, Bob had 0 credits overall, so keeping a Vandal was huge there for their economy. And now for Sad, looking a little dire straits. Coburg's got nothing in the bank. And so does Skarn. Skarn's not going to get anything out of this either, unless maybe Darkest can buy something. Not even then. You're going to waste away a lot of credits. So credit to Expect the Expected for getting rid of a few good picks early on. And now you can see the difference in economy here. This is make or break for the next 2 rounds, you would say, for Sad Esports right now.
Dire straits, and hopefully something that Sad Esports can weather their way through. And Expect the Expected, they go for these different plays, right? 7 came out of mid last round, but now they're inside of Garage. They're mixing things up, while on this A main, you have your Sky and your Viper taking all of this space, gobbling it all up for themselves. It's a tepid approach onto B, and Reformed is there. If Skarn is going to come out on the other side of the smokes, they need to come out guns blazing. Crosshair aimed at just the right spot, but it's not going to be good enough. That smoke is just good enough to deter them away and maybe take their chances towards Garage, where they trade Reformed for 7. Oh, yeah.
So 7 swings around the corner. Gotta watch the corners, folks, as they get the mirror battle 1. And now for Sad Esports, yet another decision they have to make. Where do you want to go? You have Spagooby just waiting for you around the corner. If you go A main here, even A short, and there's Spagooby getting 1. Omen down. Can't really do much else with anything. Snakebite around the corner. And Bob through the wall. Great radar arrow to give yourselves a chance there. And an ultimate play.
What is this, Darkest?
Well, where is Darkest? Darkest is a flank here. Darkest is around the corner. Doesn't know where anybody is. Veer is still there. And Darkest wins the flank battle. Do you get 1 more out of this? And it's a runaway game for right now with 14 seconds left.
Put yourselves in heaven. Put yourselves in the shoes of Reformed. You got it up there. No shots onto you. The Owl Drone is going to see them up there. They're going to leave behind the Sentry turret as a small gift. Anyone walking out towards that way, knock them off their feet. Drop your jaw on the ground. They're just going to use the Rolling Thunder to stop this push as long as they can in its tracks, and then follow it up with the Swarm Grenade here. 7 up in the air.
Oh.
Right click into their face, but Darkest stands strong until GMD is ready to put this round to bed. Expect the expected. Scrappy as can be, but claws their way into the next round.
Scrappy, throw the haymakers left and right. Darkest had a chance there. Darkest was, you and I both noticed it, where like that flank was so good that allows them to get into A. In the end, though, it's not enough. And look at 7's scoreline, 8-1, and will pull out the op. You do not want to peek C, and if you're Sad right now, you are making sure. I don't know, if you're thinking the economy and they have the Jet at the top of the board, you're probably thinking op, and so they're going to try to avoid this at the very least. So they're just going to use their utility right now to kind of peek B a little bit. And look where this Jet, look where 7 is right now, is going to go all the way in a flank. A flank operator on her unseen.
I can't believe this. If they're able to weasel their way as far as they have, this might be a game of timings here. And GMD is going to be punished for that transgression of wanting to walk through the smoke. This is looking fantastic for Sad Esports. Already 2 picks right off the rip. But whatever decision they need to make, it's going to have to be one that's careful. They are kind of surrounded on all sides. But Veer has pushed so far forward. They're flashbanged out. They perfect flashbang. Chef's kiss. And that's a B site for Sad Esports.
Yeah, they've been avoiding this op the entire time, and this is going to allow them to go into 1v5. Now, if you're 7, most likely you want to keep the operator, and so just going to allow them to plan for right now. It's the hunt on for Sad is the question. Because look at where the Jet is right now. Skarn is all the way in the back line, all the way in CT side. And 7's not going to look there. 7 isn't looking at all. towards flank. This is going to be timing at its finest.
that's drawing
Skarn
the
around the
attention.
corner is going to look at Seven and just pop the head on one shot. Loses the operator and all will pick it up themselves. And Sad finds themselves a flawless to bring the lead down to 2, picking up an operator in the process for Skarn.
And the way that Sad Esports was able to do that, it was just being able to make the picks, right? Getting the picks on B, slowing down the roll of Expect the Expected, who I think has been kind of brimming with confidence at this point. You rip away that confidence from them, there's really not much that they can do. You had 7 push so far forward, but you kind of take away that player who's doing 8 and 2 with an operator. They're going to try their luck one more time with that op, but it's kind of this round where it needs to be the deciding factor on the success of what this player can do.
Yeah, and there's also got to be a lot more success here for Sad. They have 4 ultimates. You would think that, you know, you and I know the game of Overwatch pretty well. If you have more ultimates, the tendency is you usually win a fight. And so 4 ultimates on the board for Sad. You think that if they can use their ultimates in right order here, even using only 2 of them, you should win a round. So for Sad, they can bring this all the way back. A big round for them, though, is just trying to decide where they want to go. And around C, they could go. There's a lot of utility waiting for them, especially that dark cover that'll come out. So they're just playing the patient game. They're waiting for the smoke to go down, which it will now. And Skarn is just going to play this up so aggressively right now, waiting around the corner. Skarn is just looking for some kind of pick. There is a KJ to their right. Going to pop the poison cloud for right now, giving the operator away. And so Slow and Steady wins the race, but if you're going to make a decision, 30 seconds left, you got to go.
You got to be careful. Splagooby posted in the corner. Splagooby posted in the corner, swings it off, but it's still Reformed. Walking away with 2 headshots. Now we have the Hunter's Fury, but it's just a cry in the night for Sad Esports, with Reformed picking up their 3rd kill. Stuck inside of lane, 11 seconds to go. Hold on to the operator. Don't give any more away to this team. Expect the expected. Flight fumble from the last round. Easily course correcting on this round.
Yeah, they give themselves a little bit of a correction there. Only losing out on the Viper in the end. And yes, you don't get rid of the op still. You give themselves enough time, and there's going to be a timeout here from Sad that gives them at least a chance to breathe and recompose themselves. And if you look at the scoreboard right now for this team, for Expect at the very least, your big problem is Seven, who picks up an operator and still has 3,100 credits to talk about, so could very well bring up another operator later. So it's going to be the op versus the op look down. And Seven's been golden so far. Only 2 deaths in this entire game. That's the play you're watching out for. And Seven right now, I would believe that if they die, Sad's going to win the round. So your win con, you know that already.
I'm also not convinced of the attack operator for Sad Esports. They spent so much time trying to be able to use it that Expect the Expected knew they had that operator. And so what did you see them do, right? They didn't put themselves out and long. They used dark covers to let Splagooby get into the corner over at C. They were playing these corners so hard and posted up in there so much that by the time Sad Esports finally decided to drop it, give up that operator, and let Skarn go on to site, Reformed got a triple kill, and then there was just no time left for Sad to do anything else at that point. And so then the decision was made, let's hold on to the operator, bring it into this next round. But where was the value that you got out of it during the attack, right? Where was the value? There was none. And the fact that they're still holding on to it, again, we're kind of the same thing I was echoing from last round that we had from Seven. What are you going to get the value out of that operator?
I'll give you a story. About 2 weeks ago, I was with Visionary One, and we said the same exact thing.
Love
the
that
attack
guy.
operator hasn't been working. The very next round, whoever one the op was absolutely popped for, I think, 2 or 3 kills. So let's see if the Jinx still lives here. Because, yeah, this Jet's looking down sewers right now with nothing. Has the operator in hand, but nobody's going to be there in the first place. So just waiting for nothing to happen. So B site a little bit more open, although there is that wall. And there's going to be that alarm bot plus the nanoswarms that are just going to cover this entire line of sight. Just popping a nanoswarm
And this
card. They're just waiting around B, and they're just going to go rotate around window. What's the call here, guys?
And this is the big thing that we know. Expect the Expected. The operator is on the field, and they are not going to get caught by that. Look at where Splagooby is finally making the swing. It couldn't have been done any better. Right, no damage taken, and now the Viper's Pit is going to be put up. Goldberg is going to have to wade their way through the jungle of poison. Wow. The fact that they're alive, the fact that they've gotten rid of Splagooby, sure, their lockdown is going to be there, but the simple play is just walk away now.
And right next to GMD's feet is that operator too, so that op is now gone off the floor. And so I guess the jinx didn't happen. Good job, Sam. You didn't jinx it like I jinxed something earlier on. I forgot what that was.
13 seconds.
GMD and Veer both finding their kills. And this is just going to be over. Yes, they're going to run out of time here. The Silva's just trying to hold on for dear life with the Vanda was expected go hunting for it. And around the corner. Uh-oh. Here comes the Sharks. No, not around the corner, so Silva will live. But overall, expected playing that perfectly. And yeah, the operator doesn't work out. Seven's going to hold on with even more credits to speak of. Just waiting for something, but they know they're not going to peek down C. So look where Seven's going. Seven says, oh, maybe they try A. I'm going to get one this time.
You feel bad for Seven. Thankfully for Seven, they're not dying. So that's always good for
they're not
your
dying.
hopping jet. But that's the big problem that we're seeing out of SAD Esports when they have this attack operator. So the expected is not giving them any opportunity to be able to use it, and then you're just taking so long to get on site. And you're seeing what happens. They run out of time, and then they're forced into these situations where they just need to full speed ahead. It keeps falling apart at the seams here for SAD Esports. The expected is just playing this so perfectly. Finally, though, we might get to see something from Seven. Maybe. Okay, ruined a little bit, but they're not done just yet. Second bullet happens, but Seven needs to wait before they can go one more time. Maybe here. Third bullet. It's just difficult for this poor player, but now they have a shorty. Walking away over to the other side. 2 bullets out. Needs to fire through the smoke. Who needs an operator? You pulled out the knife, Seven! You're gonna do Scar dirty like that?
What the heck just happened? Scarn, you can't. That. Oh my gosh, that's illegal. That is illegal. Get the handcuffs out. That's just illegal. Oh my goodness. What an absolute nasty play, but it's still not enough. SAD is able to win the man advantage right now. GMD's last on the line, but 30 health. Gets hit. Front line for right now. And there it is. That GMD might get hit by it. And through the wall. Darkest quietly getting a 4K in the back line. Gets SAD their 3rd point. But oh my goodness. Whew, Seven, you can't. Oh boy, Seven, you can't do it to him. You can't do it to him. That feels illegal.
Yeah, so Seven did it's again, they're going to go back to the operator. They're going to try and make it work. But their 2 kills came out of a shorty and a knife, right? The shots just weren't landing. But we know what Seven is made of. We know what Seven is capable of. So I like the fact that they're continuing to try and use that operator. And I also like seeing from here Skarn not using the attack operator. But the ringer from the last round has already been taken out for SAD Esports. Expected, ready to step up and bring the fight big time here to SAD Esports. Don't want this have to go any further out of their hands than what it already is.
They want to play aggressively. They're already putting this lockdown in garage, and they're going to try to clear out the entire site. You have an Omen and a KJ that are stuck back there. And what an arrow. That's going to allow you to push right on in, get the KJ. What an arrow, and they know exactly where they are. Just checking whether or not there was somebody back there. This Sova, wow, what a lineup from Bob there for SAD Esports. They get a free plan out. Seven. No.
Oh!
Bob's like, no. I got you.
Counter operated.
Attack off.
Oh, they knew they were hiding behind the box. Splagooby has the potential to ace this out to save the round for expected. They know that someone's gonna have that operator being, oh, very careful. It was right there. 1 more to go. Put down the poison orb, and Splagooby wants to go for it, but they know that Bob waiting right there. How did they know where to shoot? It's all up into Splagooby's hands. There is no other opportunity. It's one after another, but the defuse is there. Splagooby is alive. They may not be able to get the ace, but they got the round. They're going for it. Full speed ahead at the last second. Splagooby has laid down the law in more ways than one, crippling SAD Esports.
What can Splagooby do? Defuses, pros don't fake, and pros get that ace at the end. That's an ace plus the defuse plus the clutch. What can Splagooby do at this point? And oh my goodness, expect the expected. Man, they are running with it, and they've got the momentum, and you know they have the lead at the half. Oh my goodness, though. What can't this team do? What's 7? Oh, 7. You're going to do it dirty again. Hits the shot on the op. Expect it.
It was just gift wrap. He just walked into it. 7 says, ooh. But Darkest is able to equalize things back out. 7's having a heyday now. They're online. The operator's there. It's again, though, Darkest being the one to clean things up and bring it back into favor here for Expect the Expected. They're gonna have to be so careful. They know someone's walking up on them. This is all timing. Oh. Darkest! Are we gonna get the second ace of the game?
In a row?
But between the two teams? It is smart that you have Darkest being the one to plant the spike. They only have 30 HP. Now with the spike planted, Veer is the last player standing for Expect the Expected.
Back-to-back aces. Possibility is there. Bob has the arrow to let them know that Veer is in garage. Bob waiting for it. Darkest looking to see if they can get that second peek out. Knows where the leg is at the very least. Does Veer run away or Veer keeps this going? Veer shoots through the crate. Hits him for half health. Hits him to fit from 30 to 50. Guiding light is out. No, Bob takes the ace away, but still 4K for Darkest. And Sad gets one back. They're only down 3.
It looked like a small conversation was, do we want the operator? Thankfully, no. No operator. Sad Esports are learning their lesson. Scar needs to be the one to go onto site. We were very close to seeing another ace for Darkest, but I also like the fact that Sad Esports knew the position that they were in, and they also knew that there's no reason to throw this away. I'm also kind of surprised that Darkest didn't throw out the Rolling Thunder just to secure it. But again, this is a team that knows that grand finals are on the line. Yeah. No risks need to be taken if they don't have to. GMD, excuse me, how far they pushed up, how much space they've taken, and 2 kills that they were able to grab? That shouldn't have happened there. And then 7's going to try and meet them up there in sewers as well. Sad Esports swept off their feet. But it's going to be Bob with that Hunter's Fury trying to track them down. No one caught on the other end of it. But a little bit of damage.
I was about to say too, Darkest was while you were in that fight there. I was about to say Darkest has had 2 4Ks in the last 3 rounds. So Darkest was a player you were going to watch out for, especially with that Rolling Thunder being popped out, and nothing there for Sad. They now lose 3. Expect loses 2 of their own. So 3v2. It's a good thing your KJ still has a spike in hand. Call us 8 here. Veer wants to peek around the corner. They hear the jumps though. So they know at least somebody's here. Do they know that this KJ is waiting for them on the side as well? Of the side. Oh. As they jump, Colbert gets the shot on the crate.
Well.
And it's able to take care of Veer. It's a 2v2. And this just got a lot more manageable for Sad.
And they're using the utility. Reformed. Caught in 4K from the Owl drone. I don't think they realize someone's coming up behind them. Bob tried their best, but it's a 1v1 between the KJs. And Coburg is not going to let Sad Esports lose this one. It ain't happening. 7-5 first half. Sad Esports. They managed to draw it back for themselves. That could have been a much worse scoreline than what we saw. But Expect the Expected not out of this just yet. Not out of the woods. Feeling a little bit of the pressure now.
Yeah, they're feeling the pressure. The pressure is on here for Expect at the very least because they had themselves a good half on the attack on the defensive side. Now they're attacking, so for Expect, you would think they have a little bit more an advantage going into this. For Sad though, defensively now you have that KJ setup that you can use, and Darkest has been popping off. Look at that, 14-7 leads the entire board at the same time, even while down by 2 rounds. Darkest, remember, had 2 4Ks in the last 4 rounds there, in rounds 9 and 11. So big plays overall there, and they're going to look towards C already. They know that somebody's there towards C, so the dark cover is just going to come out immediately. And I hope that staves off Expect for right now, which it does. Expect is going to turn around and maybe heading towards B.
And Zoso has a couple of new bullet holes that they got to deal with, but they're still alive, which is vital for what you want your Omen to be able to smoke off these angles. Coburg sees enough. They want to go for the swing. Perfect headshot. Make that 2. Can they get the 3rd? No, they can't. But this garage play from them may have set things up for Sad Esports, but it's been answered in kind with picks back and forth between the two teams. 2 players are bleeding heavily. No one's out of the woods just yet.
No one's out of the woods yet. Or you can see as well for Sad all the way back at CT is this breach right now. Just waiting. Darkest is just waiting back there, seeing which side they're going to go to. Zolstol's in a lot of trouble, though. Around the corner, through the smoke. They don't know. Zolstol saw the head of the Omen.
They're not flashing.
But they're not. No, there's nothing there. Yeah, and Spagubi able to take care of Darkest. It's a 2v3 situation. This dark cover is going to go down in the next couple of seconds.
I don't think they know he's
each other.
here.
They don't know.
Okay.
But GMD around the corner, they know now. As they get the plant down within the final seconds of the round, Bob is just going to try their best. It is pistol run after all. Just go right on in. Seeing if you can get 3 kills. No, you can see our observer taking care of the sight lines for right now. Seeing where they are. Bob flicks the head of GMD. Will not get much more than that. As expect, win the pistol round up 8-5.
That was one of the scrappiest pistol rounds I have seen in quite some time. And it looked like it was going to go so well. Coburg did a lot inside of Garage for Sad Esports there. But Expect the Expected is a masterclass team of being able to recover awful situations. And we saw that happen here. And I think for Zolstol, the position that they were in, they were trying their best to stay alive. And I think they should have made their presence known a little bit further or tried to do a little bit more. Once GMD was breathing down their neck, it basically became a moot point. Spread out all over the map, defaulting in different angles. 7 has the Marshall jumping. Oh, wow. Give me a break. Give me a break. It was a jump peak. They were jumping up and down, but it was just so easy for 7. It feels like it's just a shooting range for them. Skarn blinded out for days. Darkest has the trade-off. Sheriff shots are not going to miss.
That also puts the Marshall over there as well, so if they wanted to pick that up for the long-range sights, they could, especially unless they're armor at the same time. Although they do have a little bit of armor to work with. But yeah, they pick up the Marshall. Spakubi, though, with the Guardians, able to find Bob. That's a big pick for them. That was all the way towards B side, and now they're going to get a plant on B with 2 people headed towards CT. Only Skarn, as well as the KJ, just looking for something. Coburg's going all the way around, seeing if somebody is towards B. They might run into Veer, and Veer's got the headshot on the Coburg already. They take care of Darkest, and all that's left is Skarn, who finds the headshot through the corner of the wall. And Skarn, though, is going to have to do a lot more than this, especially on what is a bonus round for Sad. It's able to find Reformed. It's going to pick up that Bulldog. There's a shot at this.
They don't have the time for this. Really, at this point, it's just all about going for those frags. Guiding Light knows where they are, but looked over in the other direction. They saw GMD for but just a second. Tried to flick back over, but GMD gonna chew them in 2 pieces. Still a costly round for Expect the Expected, and Sad could take full advantage of this with the weapon buys that we're gonna see out of them now.
Yeah, you can see right now, Darkest, Bob, Coburg, nothing in the bank. And for Expect, what do you do here? You do have 3 players running a little bit low on cash, a little bit low on credits. So it's going to stick with Sheriffs right now just to keep them within that 2,000 range. And yes, okay, for the first time, we're going to see a Bucky get pulled out. And I will tell you folks the funny story. You can call me out all you like. I don't care. Bucky is my favorite gun in this game just for how many funny clips I've had off of this. The Bucky is so much fun. I want to see a clip. I hopefully will get to see a clip here.
Listen, the Bucky has its place.
Yes.
That's why it's in the game. The Bucky, I love the Bucky too. The judge. Oh, 7! It was a firing squad that they were met with. Trying to even peek a pinky toe on the side. Oh, and GMD, the one-way working against them. Their own one-way. At Darkest is going to walk away happy with 2 kills in their pocket. Expect the Expected. Oh, Splagooby.
Oh boy,
Back turned, and it's just a nice wrap up here for Coburg.
Splagooby ran into the buzzsaw there. Just ran into what was not checking your corners. And now teleport away. Coburg's found Reformed at the same time. So this is a 5v1 situation. This has turned on its head. Sad winning the after pistol 2 rounds battle. And all they have to look to do is get Veer, who only has a Bucky waiting. If they approach him now, though, they could run into the Bucky instead. Will Veer around the corner, and Zolstol is right there to get the flawless round for SAD. A much-needed flawless as well, because that bank is going to give them a lot more. All they got to do is buy armor, and they're inside of what is great territory for their economy. Expect the expected now. Half good buys, half not-so-good buys.
I don't think anyone took any damage either. I think that was like as flawless of a flawless round that you can get for SAD Esports, and that's being reflected in them not buying full shields. They're still working with the light shields that they had from last round. No reason to. One job of the headshots. Lagubi caught inside of the concuss, and Skarn feeling so greedy, feeling so locked in to this fight. Not gonna fall. Flashbang, not good enough. The cloudburst is not good enough to obscure the vision of GMD. A wallbang headshot, and they're still gonna try and push forward to take even more. Quick jump up, but Darkest, you gotta be so careful of that, buddy. You do not want a repeat of what happened here. GMD, Aldrone, pinging everything for Darkest to take full advantage of here. SAD Esports sweeping the legs right from underneath. Expect the expected.
Skarn coming up big. Flash don't matter. You can take my eyes out. But I will take your lives away at the same time. What a kill from the Jet there. Yes, paying with their lives. That could have just won them the round there. Around the corner they will go. So Radar Alpha right now is giving them a little bit more information. Bob and Darkest around the corner will find themselves kills. SAD winning the back-to-back rounds here. They're within 2-7. This is striking distance now. They win this next round. You can look at the economy here for Expect. If they decide to buy up now, this is going to be in shambles. They half buy really, but GMD is the one you want to watch out for. Only at 900. The call-out is either half buy, full buy, or let it ride. And right now for Expect, it looks like maybe half and half really, because they're going to buy up for Bulldogs and Stingers here.
They don't have any ultimates online. They're getting kind of close to some of them, Veer and GMD with their ultimates respectively, but nothing that's going to change the course of this round massively. And Veer's already at half health. They're going to have so much difficulty getting onto site with where Bob has posted themselves, trying to push through. You see two of them on the high ground, looking all over the place. You're going on to B because you want to have the Stingers at their most effective usage. Seven's just gonna walk through, get the heck out of dodge. Don't stay any longer than you need to. Quick cloud burst to cover the approach. Right back up in their faces, but it was just all for naught. Bob is going to keep this at an even level, all over, back and forth. This is kind of what we expected out of SAD Esports to do against this team with the weapons that they're working with. Gonna be the last one standing. There was some damage making their mark, but it's not gonna be anywhere near good enough to stop SAD Esports. We're now within one round of tying things up.
And man, look at the economy. Gonna be in shambles here in the moment. You can buy rifles. Yes, you'll have enough to buy rifles and the full armor, but maybe not enough for the entire kit. So do they buy light shields at that? They will. GMD will at the very least. Seven's gonna pull out. Hey, this is your favorite sound. Look, the attack operator on Seven.
All right, Seven, you gotta impress me here. If you're gonna do the attack operator, I expect no less than an ace.
But wow, you have high standards, my friend. An ace on the attack operator? Wow.
Come on, you gonna pull out you gonna do that to me? And they're already gonna throw chaos. That makes it so difficult for Seven to use this, but they could play off of the unexpected.
They could.
Or that SAD Esports may not know that operator is here.
I guess you could say expect the unexpected with this op. Sure, the attack operator in the hand. Skarn doesn't even have the operator, just sitting pretty with the Vandal right now, as Skarn might run into Spagubi here in a little while. Meanwhile, look at the Jet that is going to be coming up, trying to see if anybody's on the flank. Will push up towards A. And now you've got the Seekers that are going to get popped up from Expect. The expected, what wasn't expected though, was Darkest through the Cloudburst, able to find 7-10 to roll that operator on the ground. And now, just running around trying to find some kind of pick. GMD all the way in CT side, looking for something. Gets another, and it's now a manageable 3v3 versus Expect. And look where the spike is. This guy trying to run all the way around, trying to find some kind of opening here.
That was so close right there. But with Splagooby never leaving A site, they know that this is going to be safe. The spike gets to be planted here, and now it's going to be a mad dash back. But look at what Sad has to work with. A Rolling Thunder and the lockdown. Oh, Veer, you veered too far out of the Viper's pit. And Bob is just going to see that opportunity and take full advantage of this. You leave him poor Splagooby by themselves to take on 3 ultimates, 3 players. They're just going to keep themselves inside the lockdown. They're going to rely on their Viper's pit to try and keep them safe. No, they're not going to be able to get out. Oh, the stun was perfect. Now it's an aftershock. Oh, Darkest. You're just going to walk in front of that? In front of Splagooby and do that? But it doesn't matter. Sad Esports has executed this to perfection, needing only 1 ultimate to win that round and tie things up 9-9 on Haven.
Oh my goodness, the combination. That fault line plus the concuss and then the lockdown as well while time was running out. That combination. You know what? You say, are you going to do that to them? I'm on Darkest side for that. Yeah, you can absolutely do that to them. That's the show. That's the perfect combination working out in your favor with that. So Darkest overall 23 kills, the highest, and next tied is 15. So 8 kills away. Darkest is doing some work here for Sad, and they have tied it up, and they put themselves in prime position to even take the lead. So much momentum headed towards their side, and Zolsto lining up 2 of them will help you out as well, all on C. They tried to push C. GMD at 5 health now. It has all gone awry. Coburg's there as well, and the only one left to go is Splagooby, who's just running for their lives, only on a Sheriff, trying to find some kind of miracle.
Oh, miracles need to be abound. But no miracles to be found here. Sad Esports, in a spectacular turn of events, with 5 rounds in a row, has now taken the lead for the first time on this map. And expect the expected. Backs are against the wall. They need to pull whatever strategies they have out. I'd also like to have a timeout at this point from this team. They think that they can stabilize things out without it. I don't know if that's going to be the right call. We'll find out here.
I was about to say that point too. Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't called a timeout, especially losing 5 in a row. You got to regroup here. You got to breathe a little bit because for expect the expected, they are just running out of ideas. They're running out of anything that they can throw at Sad, because Sad's been able to cover that the entire time. 5 rounds in a row, and I think that all started off with a flawless back on round 15. And now it's just gone from bad to worse. Bob and Skarn both finding their picks. They were looking to push towards A, but that push is just going to get stalled out now. The Sky and the KJ want to get in for the entire rotation, and you have the KJ on B as well, just waiting for you. But Bob and Darkest are saying, we're just going to clean up house. And another flawless round for Sad Esports. They're 2 away from the grand finals. Expect the expected. Might want to call a TO here.
Sad is just not missing. They made the right call. 3 were on A. And they're trying so hard from expect the expected to get their way onto the site. But they just cannot go anywhere with how Sad spreads themselves out, with how Sad covers all of these angles, but more importantly, that they're not falling. And Darkest is sitting at 24 kills. Unreal stat line from this player. Now looking to make that the 25th onto Splagooby.
Yeah, if they can get out of this with another point, that economy in a little worse for wear. Darkest getting Splagooby is such a huge pick for you. And now you also lose the lockdown as well, because Reform goes down. So that's a lockdown gone. You have 4 ultimates to use if you decide to use it, but the big one there for expected. You don't have a lockdown to enter. Yes, C site is clear. Now you got nothing to clear it out. You just got Instinct. Well, 4 ultimates available for Sad. They're going to plan down on C. Now they all know it's just the Swarm game here, as all 4 of them are on CT side.
First answer, the Hunter's Fury, Veer, walking right into it, and then another bit of chip damage. 7 inside of this corner, GMD, massive pressure, but now they know where the recon dart is. There was no hope for 7. There was no hope for expect the expected. Sad Esports now on map and series point. 1 more to go, and then they're going to take on 8 hours of sleep in the grand finals.
My, oh my, what a comeback here. I thought the saying was this is an attack side and map. Sad wants to turn that around and say, nah, we got this on defense. And this is insane right now that they've won 7 in a row, excuse me. And again, no timeout coming from Expected. I would assume that maybe you try a timeout here just to regroup a little bit. You're giving them 3 opportunities at match point, and your economy right now puts Veer with only a Bulldog to work with. Same with GMD, who's at the top of your board. It's all going in favor of Sad. They even have the op to look at, and look, this Jet's not even looking down C right now. This Jet's looking down the pipeline of Sewer on A. They're going to try towards B for right now. First pick is going to determine the win or the loss here for either side.
Coburg swarm grenades are going to save their life. Had they not used that, their ticket would have been punched in immediately. And you know that Expected would have swarmed inside of Garage just to be able to take them out. The Sad Esports,
You should run.
they're not giving too much here. Expected using the lockdown, making sure that B is going to be theirs. It's kind of a draw. It's kind of a bait. Neither team still making their move, but it looks like it might be towards C.
They started through the wall. That's
it's
so huge. And they get 2 kills.
It's all
of their
just
own.
a firing squad.
It is. It's a firing squad in general. Sad is able to find themselves 2 picks, 2 big ones. You've only got From the Shadows left for the Omen, just looking around, seeing where they want to go. GMD's in a lot of trouble as well. By them loans themselves. Inside to C Long, Cobra getting Spagooby as well. Skarn cleaning up. It's just GMD. They could just run him down, which they do. Sad's able to clean up house, and Sad Esports have sent themselves to a finals, and we will have a new champion in week number 6.
All right, you denied the rematch for Expected, and now you need to go up and meet 8 hours of sleep. Sad Esports. What a comeback, though. What a return. It looked so scary for them. At one point, seeming 9-5, but a comeback of the ages, one that they're going to remember for quite some time. And then you remember the pedigree that Expected is working with. So you have 7, you have GMD, Reformed, Splagooby. He's a tier 1 player, strong teams. But Sad Esports didn't let that stop them. It didn't let them scare them. And they held their nerves, and they kept pushing forward. And we see the results happening right here in front of our eyes.
Yeah, Darkest overall coming up big for this team and the rest of them. And I want to take a look at the stats right now, because Darkest for this team just absolutely popping off. 26 eliminations, that ACS of 330, top of the board. Cleared by the next person is Bob at 255. An absolute carnage coming out from Darkest there. And of course, that 75 ACS doesn't come on the hands of a lot of deaths. 26-9, Sam. Overall, that econ rating 123. But man, 26-9 from a breach from your initiator is something you would love to see in every single game. And in game 3, that's exactly what they would love to have. And man, Darkest popping off. This is going to go up against a really good team overall. And you and I got the chance to see this earlier. They're running up against Vic as well. Vic and Penny on the side of 8 Hours of Sleep that had 2 of their own great games. But for Darkest popping off like that to have the most kills that we've seen the entire day so far, that was well worth an appearance in the grand final. So we'll get to see them against 8 Hours of Sleep. I'm excited for this next series. I don't know what the heck is going to happen and how close this is going to be for that $3,000 grand prize at the end in our final week.
I'm glad that we were able to peer into this map 3, but I'm also glad that we are going to have the grand finals with a new champion. But we're going to see all of this and more after we come back from a short break. So don't go anywhere.
The future is threatened by enemies often unseen
Stay alert, Marine.
and unexpected. In the midst of an uncertain and evolving world, the need for Marines to defeat these shifting threats is critical, because the need to ensure stability for our nation has never been greater. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
The finish line is now in sight for 8 Hours of Sleep and SAD Esports. These grand finals will determine who will be taking home the title of grand champion for this final Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps. But before we go any further, we do have a small request. If you've participated, if you've been a part of, or if you've been watching the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps, we do have a survey that we ask you all to fill out. I believe you can type in !survey. We'll give you a link to where you need to go in order to get that taken care of. If you want to see more of these kind of tournaments later on down the road, very, very important that we get that filled out so that way we can get to have more of these, which I would definitely like, I'm personally speaking.
Yeah, I mean, you would love to have more matches like this, and of course, it's top-tier matches as well, right? You're getting all these former players, I know earlier on Expected we saw former TSM players, I believe it was, that on their roster that we got to see. So overall, the amount of talent here over the last 6 weeks that we've seen has been immense, and now we're going to get to see more talent here as we get to the grand finals, right? Two teams that were very much lined up to be number 3 and number 4 seeds, and look, it's not a 1 versus 2 final, so hey, committee, for the first time in the quarterfinals and the semifinals, you got one wrong. You got both matches wrong in the semis, actually. SAD Esports coming in as the number 4 seed, 8 Hours of Sleep coming in as the number 3, and look, to be honest, I think 8 Hours of Sleep comes in as the it comes as the higher seed for a reason, but don't count out SAD Esports. That final match could have very well been the momentum shaker, if you will, and could very well stir up some very nice matches, especially for Darkest overall on that team, that insane Breach player that we saw on that last map on Haven. So actually, let's pop off the maps right here, because we will eventually get to see Haven. And it will be in map number 3 one more time. Lotus will be map number 1. Split will be number 2. Haven will be number 3. So I think, if I remember this correctly, this is the same maps that we saw, or we would have seen in the series that you and I got to see, the full series that was between 8 Hours of Sleep and I'm forgetting, and Expecting. Oh no, I'm sorry. It was, let me look at my bracket one more time. It was SAD. Yes, and it was Krispy Kreme. This would have been the same maps that we would have seen, just in a different order, where Split would have been the last map. Haven was the second map overall. So, or rather, Haven was the first map. Lotus was second. I think Split would have been the last. But either way, same map set. So this works out more. I would say works out more in the favor of 8 Hours of Sleep, because they were going to play these maps anyways back in the last series that they had played. So hey, overall, this is looking pretty good for 8 Hours of Sleep to start us off with.
And it's been a long day, right? We've been going for quite some time now. These teams have been playing for a long time.
What is this?
So
8 hours now? We're approaching 8 hours, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, first match start. And yeah, it's been a while. So let's just jump right into this, Sam. Let's jump right into agent selection here. Lotus starts us off, and well, Lotus is what we saw from 8 Hours is exactly what we're going to see back on Lotus. This is where they played pretty well earlier, and pretty much the same thing. Moose on the Viper, Jonah was on the KJ, Physic was on the Sky, and Penny was on the Raze. So I'm expecting Physic to pick the same thing. Who knows what the heck SAD Esports is going to pick, but I'm assuming something very similar.
Yeah, you're not going to see too much differences in the composition. You're always going to have that Raze, KJ. Although we did see something interesting out of Krispy Kreme with the Cypher that Zachary was playing. It did, and Zachary were playing out of their minds that matchup. definitely a lot of improvement. But for 8 hours of sleep here in SAD Esports, they're looking pretty similar across the mirror so far. The only one who's leaving us with our head scratching is Zostel. Not for too much longer. Gonna be occupying onto Omen. So we have that full-on mirror matchup. We've seen how both of these teams are playing. 8 hours of sleep, that methodical team who combs things so carefully, looking for the right places to go, looking for the right times to strike. SAD Esports, kind of in that same boat, a little bit rocky, but they can course correct relatively quickly. And we're still going to see whether or not Darkest has that fire in them, that fight that we saw from them in Haven. Same thing for Vic, right? Vic blew the lid wide open on Lotus with the impact that they had on Omen.
Yeah,
New teams that they're going up against, right, in these grand finals.
Yeah, you were talking earlier about Darkest as well. Sorry to interrupt. You were talking about Darkest earlier as well, and we were talking behind the scenes earlier on. Our observer Close was saying earlier that Darkest is one of the best breaches we have seen here on this channel, and I will not disagree because this breach absolutely popped off, especially with the combination of the Killjoy as well. Now we're not going to see that at all because they're going to move on over to an entirely different character in general. For Darkest, moves on over to the Viper, the double controllers here, the same thing that on the other side of 8 hours as well that we usually see on Lotus regardless. And we're going to get to jump right in to this match where it's going to be 8 hours on the attacking side to start us off. And this is the game of slow and steady, right? We've seen 8 hours usually go slow and steady, try to find the opening pick before maybe rotating around and going to a different place. So for 8 hours, will we get to see the same thing, especially on a mirror match? Who knows? But it looks like maybe start off call is split where 1-1 goes AC and the 3 go down the middle and nobody really covering B except for that one turret in the middle anyways.
Grand finals, SAD Esports versus 8 hours of sleep. 8 hours of sleep starting off on the attack. And B, where they feel a little bit of that pulse. But you always got to be careful for Darkest. They've been playing an insane game of Valorant. And look at how far forward SAD Esports pushed themselves up on Mount. They're getting the idea that they might be somewhere. Moose did take a little bit of damage. There's not going to be enough really that can't be bailed out through the regrowth. There's also a couple of jump peaks. They're going to have to be ready for this. I'm pretty sure they saw almost the entirety. Now SAD Esports needs to make the quick rotate to support their Omen. The door is going to open, but it's kind of once again that we see out of 8 hours of sleep. Slow, methodical pacing. And no one caught on the other side of that guiding light. And this is where it's all about to break loose. Paranoia is going to prevent anything happening off the back of those paint shells, kind of flush them into different directions. Now 8 hours of sleep, starting to run out of time, less than 30 seconds to go.
And this Nanoswarm is going to get control of lower side B for right now, just to stave off anything that clears the site that's going to allow them to push right on in. And now Physics going to have the free plant. This is everybody on site here, nobody looking at a different direction. It's a flawless 5v5 so far, and here we go. Here's where the chaos ensues. There's the third gone. They know where one is. And they're just trying to see if they can find this first opening pick with the time running out. And Bob able to find Vic is such a big pick for SAD. It's now less dark cover to use, less utility, and the jump around the corner. This is turning good for 8 hours. You got big picks, especially on the Darkest at the same time around the corner. They go, the defuse starting to happen. Penny gets the headshot. The instant headshot, and through the smoke it will go. Zostel's not two. Wait a minute. Has to spike in half, and Zostel just clutches it out. An insane turnaround and a clutch out from Zostel gives SAD the 1-0 lead to start. Zostel, oh my goodness.
Give this player the biggest pat on the back. Saving the day. They'd been kind of quiet on Haven. Right, they still made their impact. But not like this. That could have gone in a completely different direction. And in all honesty, it should have. But 8 hours of sleep were just not ready for the Zostel special. So determined to stop the defuse inside of the smoke. Just enough damage had been done. Zostel keeping things real. And now we're going to see if 8 hours of sleep can make this C-site push happen once more. Coburg set themselves up with a stinger.
Set themselves up, waiting for the door to go ahead and rotate out. Coburg doesn't see anybody there, so it could have been a bait out. So calls for a ping and calls that there is somebody still here. Paranoia will go out, nothing, only hitting Moose so far on that door. Skarn and Moose are going to run right into each other, and Skarn's going to win that battle all day long. As Skarn got that first peek, Moose just kind of flicked around, nothing there either. That's a big opening pick for them too. That's the Viper gone, so one less smoke you got to deal with for Sad. If you want to try to defend this one out, especially if they try to go for another B push here, which they do so. They use the Guiding Light, a lot of good hits, and Skarn gets Jonah again. So that's a big pick for them. It's a 5v3 even if they get the plant down.
But at least they get the plant down. They get the money off the back of that. Bob has set their feet down in heaven, walking right in with the speed of death. Skarn's going to put this to bed, and Sad Esports is going to take the second round flawlessly.
Yeah, you feel like right there, it's an entirely flawless round, and yes, it's a bonus round anyways. If you're 8 hours, you're disappointed you couldn't find one pick there. You had a chance, especially with that Skarn versus Moose matchup. Unfortunately, doesn't go the way of Moose. So you could have found a pick onto one of the good players there. Fortunately, Zolstol, I feel like that entire pistol round may have just changed everything, because now it's just a full-on bonus round, and Zolstol still has the Vandal in hand. 8 hours, you don't win this one. Oh man, that it's just gonna avalanche and snowball downhill, because 8 hours for Sad Esports right now, they are feeling it. It's Zolstol making sure that their team is still on top. 10 total kills for just the top 3 already.
Let's see if Sad Esports are going to keep feeling this now that 8 hours has some guns in their hands. Darkus is going to take some small pings from the bullet. Jonah wants to go for more. They're climbing their way up, trying to take the space, but the vision will be denied by that poison orb, trying to get the heck out of dodge, but look at how many are all over them, and that's going to be an easy weapon upgrade for the players that were on Sad Esports. 8 hours of sleep, seeing this as an opportunity though, knowing how many players were over towards C, needs to go fast onto A. Coburg getting pinged with a lot of damage, but still able to make their mark and get a kill.
To find another one. Physics is able to trade that one right away. Skarn going down, and now Zolstol will try to run this away. Great snake bite. Good thing you have the step away. Right now with the snake bite, 2 snake bites are just going to keep them staved away for right now. Spike is planted on A. And here we go with the craziness. It's a 3v3 scenario. Sky does have the Seekers if they want to use it. Physics has it. Decides not to use it for right now. Won't be able to. Moose takes Physics down by their own snake bite. I think Physics ran into it by accident. And now it's gone awry. It's a 3v1 scenario. They start the defuse. Moose has no idea. They now know where the know where that Viper is. And Darkus gets that cleanup kill. Bob will get the ult point out of it. But man, oh man. Just that accidental snake bite turned it.
Turned it all on his head. 8 hours of sleep. Losing out on Jonah so early on into that round 2. Like, right, they were so close, and I expect they didn't think that there was anyone, that they weren't going to be met with that much resistance. This just goes to show you that Zolstol knows what they're doing on Lotus and how confident they feel on that, right? The paranoia, then everybody else coming in. They still had the Vandal from the last round because nobody died. It just all fell apart, and then that massive misplay by Moose just sealed the deal for 8 hours of sleep at that point.
No charges. Yeah, it sealed the deal, and it assured them that now they're on the better economy side, especially for Sad. They're just making sure that they can just run right in, and for 8 hours, for 8 hours, just trying to run and gun right in. Darkus knows that, just staves away the attack for right now with the wall along with the snake bite. So where do they want to go now? The call out here is if they want to try to go for C, sure you can. You're going to run into a lot of KJ Util though. You're running into an alarm bot and 2 nanoswarms basically on both the plant site as well as down below. And that Poison Cloud's just going to make it even harder to do, and especially on a round where you don't have the econ to win it. Can they find it? I mean, they got the Marshall out. Marshall doesn't find anything, and so far, slow and steady. They try this again. The last time they were slow and steady, though, Zolstol came out with a clutch. And maybe they try the slow and steady approach yet again. It's just not finding anything at the moment. They got to find a first pick, and this Boombot can't even find anything either.
And Sad's not setting themselves up in positions to get taken advantage of, right? Beautiful first pick from Bob to be that first blood for Sad Esports again. Skarn's flashed. but not dead. They're able to push themselves back away and continue to keep going more and more. The key here is they're not overheating. They're waiting for more of these picks to happen. It is getting responded in kind. We do have a 3v2. Weapons are going to be upgraded and picked up. He's also getting the heck out of dodge, but time is starting to run out. Jonah needs to make the executive decision to plant this spike down. With less than just 10 seconds to go, it's finally going to be happening. This team is leading. Sad Esports has the numbers advantage, and they're more than ready to take the patience to be the ones to make this happen.
It's taking a little while to get to the rest of the team on site, and it's a Sky and an Omen, essentially a 2v2 here for Sad to try to defend this one out. They get the trade. Bob and Penny will go out. Darkest now is going to run out with the knife. They're going to surround him out, and they will get the kill. Darkest is there, delaying the attack. It'll take a little while to get there, but able to clean it up, and Sad Esports now goes up 4-0. On a map like Lotus, where usually, again, it's attack-sided, Sad Esports taking well advantage of the defense right now. They're up a big 4 spot.
They're up a big 4 spot. I mean, their economy is busting, right? They are non-stop, it feels like, at this point. 8 hours of sleep. Nothing to be found on their attacking half. Right? This is an attacker-sided map. And 8 hours of sleep so far is just no footholds that they're grasping onto. No quarters are being given. They are going to be able to make a full buy this go-around, but their slow and methodical approach is just not working. The sheer aggressiveness that Sad Esports is throwing back in their faces.
Just the aggression from Sad, especially on the defensive end, is so impressive that 8 hours just really has no answer, no opportunity to answer because they're being that aggressive. Now, seeing if they can push C-side, knowing that they've only got 2 here. There's the Showstopper out. Showstopper fired, not going to find anything, goes a little bit wide. And Penny, a little worse for wear, health-wise. Snakebite gets pulled out. Coburg, though, defending that for right now, and lines him up. Coburg's found 3, and the defense is strong from the KJ. No utility required, as now 8 hours just trying to find an answer. We'll have little answers to work with, Sam.
Oh, don't do it, Penny. Don't walk into it. Never mind. Don't listen to me. That kind of gameplay can only come from someone who has nerves of steel. And Penny, ready to continue the approach once more. The spike has been planted. These are very similar situations that we've seen them in time and time again. The snakebite dissipates. Life goes away. Bob alone. Penny gives 8 hours of sleep, kicking and screaming into their first round 1.
Man, Penny comes up big there. 4K for Penny, went from 5 to 9 kills, separating themselves from the rest of the pack and their team. 9 kills, 2 kills to the next closest for Moose. And it may not be a good separation here for the rest of the team, but 8 hours relying on Penny right now, and Penny comes up big with that 1 big 4K, and that puts them back into the game. You were talking about economy earlier. Now the economy important for both sides. Loser this one in shambles. If 8 hours can win this, they could win the very next round, and they could be within striking distance at 1. So a very, very big start for them if they want to try this out. And they may not be going slow. They may be going slow and steady one more time, in fact. But where they're going to look, they may be looking towards B already with this KJ and Omen looking down the middle.
Looking down the middle. Again, it's 8 hours of sleep. Not wanting to go and take these fights without everything working in their favor, or at least in ways that they think it is. They're gonna extract as much time as possible out of this that they can. Ooh, Zosol up in the air. Still has a head to work with. That's always important. In comes the one way, followed up by the paranoia. And then Shadow steps towards Rubble. But with 8 hours of sleep meeting any resistance whatsoever, you kind of back away. You give up a little bit of that space before we're going to see how Vic is going to take this off with the paranoia of their own. Second one way is in. Here it goes. Up in the air. The showstopper putting Physic into the ground. Zosol putting themselves right there. The smoke dissipates. And then Zosol's life goes along with it. You're not working with too much help on the other side here. Sad Esports. But Darkest is full speed ahead. Darkest is punching hard.
Darkest is punching up, and Bob getting that cleanup kill means Sad gets him back, and I will tell you what, if you go to the economy right now, 3 players in shambles, Physic, Vic, and Jonah, all down there in terms of intense buys, and really have to stick with the pistols, if anything, if they want to keep going for the next round here. Jonah with the Sheriff, if you want to full buy this, I mean, this is going to be trouble. And look at what's getting pulled out. Old Faithful here, at least for Zachary earlier on. Sad wants to try this as well. They're going to pull out the Odin here too.
Yeah, why not, right?
Why not?
Give yourself that little bit of an extra edge. That Odin chewing through that. Excuse me? The second the round started, Moose sends one right into Skarn's face. Sad Esports operating now at less than peak efficiency. Clean way to start this off from 8 hours of sleep. And now they're going to try and continue the momentum, pushing forward even more. With Penny finding so much value off the end of that showstopper.
So much value off the showstopper, because that now gets rid of KJ. Ray's gone as well, and now you have no entry points to try to get into a place. Although Bob gets rid of the Sky, which is very big while they were planning the spike down, and now it's the lockdown all over C on the back end. And this Viper's in a lot of trouble. If this Viper doesn't find anything, yeah, they needed to play aggressive. They were right in the middle of that lockdown with only 3 seconds left to go. Darkest goes down. It's a big pick for you now. It's a 4v2 situation. Yes, Raze falls down to a low health bar. Can you find a win here for 8 hours? It'd be such a big win for them as they trade out guns. Penny gets the Guardian instead. King Shells come out. No one's there anyways. And I think for Sad, yeah, with the economy as it is, you just back away for this for right now. They used up ultimates. They used the Viper's Pit. You just save the guns at this point. You give 8 hours to round. That's okay.
It was, in terms of value, pretty big for Sad Esports in what ultimates you made 8 hours of sleep use. But that was something they needed to use, right? They needed to make sure that they secured this. They didn't want the economy spiraling any more than it did. And for 8 hours of sleep, you use all of those ults, right? But now you've kind of guaranteed that Sad Esports is going to be in a horrific state going into the next round. And we are seeing that being reflected pretty much across the board. Buys are having to be made. Sad Esports is still able to boost up the team with the survivors that did manage to make their way through. This is what everything that 8 hours of sleep could want and more. And it really just all started off with Moose. It wasn't even a second. And they took Skarn out immediately.
Yeah. Yeah, immediate kills that gets rid of a Raze that wants to be a little bit more aggressive, and you get rid of that, and that just means that Sad has to play a little farther back. That allowed 8 hours to move on in and give themselves a chance to get another point on the board, which they did. So now if they win this round, like you were saying, the survivors bought out. If they can get rid of the entire team here again, they've given themselves a better chance to make the economy go all the way down for Sad Esports. They could even put this at a 5-4 situation where that next round becomes oh so important to either tie or even take the lead afterwards. But we're looking too far ahead in the future. Figure out this round now. You can see the sight lines just looking all over. Coburg able to escape with their lives right now, running all the way across the wall. The walls intersecting. But A looks to be the site of choice here. As look at the flank here. The Raze is on the flank. Skarn is on the flank. And this KJ not noticing whatsoever right now. Viper's Pit does get pulled out. The lockdown also gets pulled out. Sad Esports, they want to hold on to this. They're going to use everything that they can to make sure that A is not the choice. They got to run all the way around.
And then you're going to funnel them if they go to Skarn. B or into Skarn's waiting arms. Skarn had to hold the line. And they did. No one gets past them. And they even get a bigger boon in the form of a spike at their feet. Congregate everyone back over to here. Skarn is unstoppable. One more to the ace, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is the moment where they just keep pushing forward. Little do they know where the final one is. Moose right there, wrapped up in a gift. They didn't quite do it, but Zolsol's there on the support end. Sad Esports punching back in a huge way. And that was a gamble, Clutchkey. Had Skarn not been able to do that, would have gone in a completely, totally different direction.
Yeah, a completely different direction entirely. Skarn losing their life there would have been detrimental to Sad, but instead, Skarn lines them up, runs them down, guns them down, just staying put. And already, man, just the economy is looking great. Although Bob at 0 credits doesn't really matter. You can have somebody buy you up later on. Jeez. We've seen a lot of good plays when they are just coming around for the flank and just staying there. Penny now wants to be the one to aggress with these blast packs. And look, they've already gone in B. They create so much space. They're just going to get this plant down, my friend.
This is something we haven't seen from 8 Hours of Sleep in, like, ever. It feels like. This was Ferrari levels of get onto the site, take it over, and plant the spike.
Well,
happen in less than 10 seconds. They've already put their word on there and making it heard even more so with the impact frags that they just did. Sad Esports were not ready for what was coming, and this just leaves Coburg reeling in a state of disbelief, getting out of there to save their weapon. 8 Hours of Sleep, that was exactly what we needed to see from them.
Yeah, you say Ferrari. I don't know if the Formula One fan or observer would agree with that. I would say more like Red Bull push in there. Just absolutely running it down, getting it in there, getting the point that they needed. And it will be a timeout from Darkus. This is a timeout from Sad. They don't want to give up any more points, so a timeout just to regroup there, especially with the aggressive. They want to call that timeout early, which I think is a great timeout, honestly. And it gives us a chance to mention one more time that if you are interested in filling out the survey for us and you want to see more in the future, this gives us more of an idea. If you want to see more tournaments in the future, use !survey in the chat and click on that link, fill out the survey if you're enjoying it, help us out. And if you want to see more high-tier tournaments like this, you know, if you don't mind filling out the survey, taking a little bit of time, and, you know, giving us a look into whether or not we can do this in the future, fill that out now. But I think overall, I think it's a great timeout overall. A great timeout here just to regroup. You knew that 8 Hours was being very aggressive earlier on, and just the aggressiveness that they had. If they keep doing it and you don't have a way to calm or breathe out there, Sad 8 Hours is just going to run you down, and 8 Hours is going to continue to do so. And maybe the strategy changes out. Remember, the timeout is for both sides, honestly. So, hey, good on you for the timeout overall.
A proactive timeout is always important. Yeah. You don't want to be playing this whole reactivity game. And this is why the slow approach for 8 Hours of Sleep hasn't been working. This is, if you give the defense time to go where they need to be, it just hasn't worked out for them at all. And so that's why that super aggressive approach worked out. Now they're being, oh my God, Scarred! What are you doing? You look over to the left. It's just like that, and you're still gonna be up there, so close to the right. Excuse me. Coburg got a double kill with a swarm grenade. Couldn't have been done any better, and it's all full speed ahead for this player. Destroyed 8 Hours of Sleep.
When was the last time you saw a double kill on the Nanoswarm just being thrown out there? It's been a while for me. I don't think I've ever seen it in the entire time we've had the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps, at least from my vision of the entire thing. That's so rare. Coburg wins them the round, though, except for the fact that Physic does have Spike, and nobody's on C. This is just going to be free reign. Yes, it's a 1v3 man disadvantage here, but Physic's just going to have C just wide open, maybe even rotating towards B.
You got to make sure you plant the spike. You got to make sure you get the spike money. And Sad Esports knows exactly where they're going to be. They didn't hear the plan on spike. And they're going to farm Old Torbs too. Here it is. Play it carefully. First in the footsteps. In comes a flashbang. Physic. So close to getting the spike planted. But so close, yet so far away. Sad Esports, that was a crazy round from them.
Yeah, that was insane.
I mean, the Skarn showstopper, and you don't think about it, right? But that classic right click had so much value because it put Moose low enough where the swarm grenade got a double kill.
Was it with you that I can't remember, was it with you and me that we had the joke where the classic needs to be,
yes, it was us.
It was us, right? But the classic needs to be purchased. The classic it cannot be free. The way that these teams and the way that these players are using the Classic, it needs to be purchased at a higher level. You know, higher elo. Keep it free for us. You know, for me, you know, the irons down there. You know, the players down on the elo. But for the higher tier players, make a purchase. You know, purchase it. As we get to see the Odin being used through the walls of tree, nothing there. As Zolsto pulling a Zachary for right now, just staying in there for the moment. They're not buying it. They're going to run around. They're going to use the Seekers to find out that there is a little bit of a split where it's 1 and 3, and 2 of them already lining up towards the door, which they'll go ahead and open up and see if they want to keep it at B or if they want to just keep pushing A or keep pushing C. Who the heck knows at this point, as Physics use Seekers of their own.
They're not giving them any pause. And 8 Hours of Sleep is doing the same exact thing. They're still not able to even see the site for more than just but a second. Bob has 7 HP, but they've already done their due diligence and keeping B-site pretty much rebuked for the moment. A couple of more pot shots, but Physic is going to get the spike planted. Jonah's going to equalize the numbers back out. It's 4v4 between these two teams.
4v4 backs them out for right now. See if Bob can get a pick here. Bob can. Jonah gets it through the corner of the wall. And so a little less manageable now here for Sad. Wants to see if they can push up, especially try to get an 8-point on the board here. And behind them gets the KJ before the turret. However, Vic and Physic turn this around in a 3v1. Zolsto wants to save the Odin, will shot step away towards A side. The spike is going to explode. 8 Hours finds their 4th point as we head into the final round of the first half. That could be some momentum going into it. It's 7-5, looking a lot better than an 8-4, essentially.
You take those every day that you can get. And 8 Hours of Sleep is going to take that one more round. And a good thing they did win this round, right? That the bank was struggling for them, and they had just enough money to be able to buy things out where they need to stay on the right end of dodge for this go-around. Sad Esports, on the flip side, languishing in their own money woes. Yeah. But Darkus is looking to be that one to keep things on even playing fields, now operating with an operator.
Yeah, and I'll point something out here that the scoreboard showed earlier on. Every single time, or rather 3 out of the 4 rounds that 8 Hours have won, the spike has exploded. Essentially, they are so good at defending the site when they get the plant down. For Sad, though, and that was earlier on where they did get the plant down, however, they weren't able to defend it. The last couple of rounds, though, if that spike goes off, that means they've defended a point so well and a site so well as soon as they get the plant down, that right now that's showing here where Sad trying to make sure that they have all the util in their hands. They've got the Viper on C, the Omen on A, of course the KG on B, just kind of splitting up what you usually do. But the main thing here is that this Sky, Trailblazer are not seeing anything. There's probably going to be a call there, and Darkus popping the operator, smooth operator if you will, takes care of Vic, and makes it a more manageable 5v4 here for Sad. Showstopper comes out from 8 Hours. Tries to shoot it away. Penny finds nothing around the corner, but they're going to try to rush into B. Here comes the Cavalry.
Oh, back and forth, though. Physic. The shot's going nowhere where Coburg needed it to go, and that gives Physic a 3K, but it's not happening just yet. The spike still hasn't been planted. Until just now. Jonah's going to get it there. Moose setting themselves up for victory, setting themselves up for another kill. And now a 1v2 with a lockdown invested. Darkus has a world of hurt waiting for them. And now they know exactly where this final player is coming from. Not the exact positioning just yet. Trying to throw them off their game, throwing off the rocker, making them think they're coming through tree, weaving their way through the smoke. But Moose has different ideas of where this is going to go for 8 Hours of Sleep. And that's into a 7-5 first half for them. Sad Esports still has the round advantage.
Still have the round advantage at a 7-5. This is close now for 8 Hours. They know that attack-sided, they got 5 out of it. So if they can reflect what Sad did on their defensive end, especially getting those 7 points, they know they can take this to an OT or even take the lead if they can play this more impressively. So now, with 20 seconds, or looking towards what side they want to be in, only 10 seconds left to go. Call-out's going to be 1-1-3 here, mainly the 3 going towards C. They're going to run into an alarm bot. They're going to run into a Viper here. I wonder if Moose is going to play this aggressively only with a classic and light armor, though. Because looking out right now, maybe just trying to peek out, seeing, and knowing that there's a guy like there, they back off with the KJ and the Viper on the same site.
Darkest. It was so close. Quick snake by putting it down on the ground. Vic, so vulnerable and no HP to work with. But it was just too much for Darkest to be able to punch their way through. May have just done enough. Didn't look up towards heaven above, where Moose was still making their mark known. Skarn is out of here. Sad Esports, where it looked like it was going in their direction, now being ripped away. And Moose is still getting away with so much murder. Zosel regrowing their health back up. Quick flick over to the head. But Jonas one step ahead. A 1v2 for Bob. And a Sad Esports can do what they did in the previous pistol half. Nothing short of a miracle for this player. Crosshair not in the right place, flinging themselves back over. Now a 1v1. It's winnable, it's possible. Ooh. But Vic, undeterred by a flashbang, saves the day for 8 hours of sleep. And another explosive pistol round from these two teams. But 8 hours of sleep, just one more round to go to tie things up.
What a round. And these have, you and I can agree with this. The two last pistol rounds have been absolutely scuffed, absolutely scrappy. And who knows who the heck was going to win that. Zolstal won the first round in a 4K clutch and the defuse. And then now it was just at the end, just an insane fight. Vic gets the final blow, and now coming out big for them on this pistol round. So Sad's going to have a lot of work to do, especially on the eco round. And if they go tri-cold towards B, which 3 of them are, watch out for the gavel to drop here on the judge.
Oh my goodness. Okay. At least Coburg was able to stop Moose before they kept wrecking right on through them. But the range working against Darkest, Penny on that Guardian, keeping a firm reminder of what this team is capable of. Bob is still going to push their way towards this mid. They could try to go for the judge if they wanted to, but that upgrade is just a trap. It's a bait. Vic's aim. Ooh, wait a minute. Put a little pause on the brakes. And you have Coburg by themselves, only 12 HP. And they're going to walk right into the alarm bot, the swarm grenade. Any misstep here is pain.
Oh,
what?
Coburg. Okay, I don't care about the round there. 8 hours gets the tie, but Coburg, what? Coburg flicked on both the alarm bot and the nanosword to make sure they don't die to that. I think that's more insane. Yes, 8 hours gets the tie, but Coburg, the shots, my man. Holy.
This is aim labs at that point. That's pretty good stuff. Sad Esports has been struggling for 4 rounds now. 4 rounds in a row. 8 hours of sleep. Might meet their match. Sad Esports has a chance to stem the bleeding. This is the round where we really need to keep an eye on things. It's been 4 rounds in a row. It's a tied series now. All eyes on Sad Esports with the rifles in hand.
All eyes on them right now. Sad trying to make this comeback here. 8 hours to take the last 4 rounds. 7-3 all the way up to a 7-7. Door goes out. Snakebite is there, making sure nobody can rotate in, even though Moose would like to have seen somebody just walk in and run right into a judge. Instead, everybody keeping their health bars, everybody keeping alive. Moose does take a little bit of hits. We'll use the Snakebite yet again. They rotate out the door. To no avail, nobody's going to be able to walk in, but that's their last of their utility here. Besides the wall that can get popped up and down, so they'll try this again. 3rd time's the charm. Darkest will run around the other side of it, and Darkest, 3rd time indeed is the charm. Gets the headshot onto Moose. Tree is now wide open, the guiding light there. Darkest does not care about your blind. He will blind you with death. As Vic gets one back, it's a 4v3 as they head towards A.
Vic has a little bit of the blind of death medicine of their own to work with here. Sad Esports completely taking control, firmly in the driver's seat, ripping out the brakes, gas pedal all the way through. Jonah needs to weave their way to get onto site and take on a 1v3 with a Spectre. A really phenomenal start. Push themselves in forward. Sorry, 1v4 by the way, I don't know how to count. Now it's turning into a 1v2. Sad Esports kind of losing control of this a smidge. Gonna walk their way into Tree, right back out. But Zostal with a quick adjustment keeps Sad Esports in here, but that was starting to spiral a little bit too out of control. And now you're starting to see that be reflected in the economy here, Clutch Key.
Yeah, it's starting to be reflected just a little bit, where Sad now gets a little bit of a full buy here, and 8 Hours also running out of economy as well. So a very, very important round here in the 4th round of the second half, where if 8 Hours don't win this one, oh man, this is gonna be worse for where Sad can take back a big lead for themselves. It's gonna be 9-7, add on another round after that for the economy side. And so here we go. I mean, this is gonna be very tricky. Snakebite gonna be popped, also Boombot just to lead them right in for right now.
Your trail.
And here comes the Seekers that are gonna come out and about, seeing if this gets anything to do. Seekers notices one, Moose has noticed, Guided Light will be there as well. This is gonna be the lockdown in the corner by the door. This is gonna clear out C-Site entirely now. And this is free reign to see if they want to push into C if there's nobody there.
And 8 Hours Sleep has no more utility to work with. There's no way that they can stop the roll from Sad Esports. No snake bites. On the other side of that, Moose had no chance. The second they all started firing, and they kept going. They knew that Jonah was there. They just had to keep the dream alive, and they did. Small swarm in through the box. Cobart caught out in a massive way. Then comes another flashbang. Bob isn't gonna fall to that. He's through the box kills, working out nicely for 8 Hours of Sleep. But Sad Esports always has answers, always has ways to bring themselves back into this fight. One more to go, and Darkest is gonna put a nice bow on that, and some tactical crouching. Bring Sad Esports to round number 9.
Tactical crouching, yes, we love the tactical. We love it when we use the tactical crouching part, although the rest of the audience knows what that is. Anyways, regardless, 9-7. They are on a tear right now for Sad, bringing it all the way back. Yes, 8 Hours won the last 4. Sad brings it back to a back-to-back round win. And you can see for right now for Sad, look at Bob, 10, 11, 12 assists with the Sky. That's allowing them to push on in. That's the power of the Initiator for you right there with those 12 assists. Guiding Lights, Trailblazers and all. Bob is just leading them in with the charge. Yes, maybe 4th place on the board, but 1st place overall in assists, giving you a chance to win. They can keep doing this. They get rid of the Trailblazer. They keep doing this. That's going to have a good time. It's the split push continuing on, but nobody on C right now. They leave the spike in mid just to find out where they want to decide to go. What's the call, guys? Where do you want to go? You get rid of some utility. Dark covers out on C. Hey, this could be an A push.
Here.
Could be. And if it's an A push, with how far Moose is pushed forward, yeah, you got to see them get out of there immediately. And very fortunate that they did pick up the poison orb, push it back towards stairs, wait for the rest of the team to get here before making your move. Now you're getting the whole world of hurt that Moose is gonna have to deal with. Oh, you're gonna do him dirty like that with a showstopper, but Moose is staying alive, staying sneaky. And for about as long as they could. Darkest had to reload at the worst possible moment, but they get away. The regrowth gives them their health back. It also gets out of there. And then we see the retake. The 2 players left remaining.
Players left remaining. 4v2 scenario now, make it a 4v1. And just like that, just as quickly as that started, it quickly ends. And Sad now have the 3-point lead. 8 Hours economy, and Shambles only a little bit more. They won't be able to full buy. This is getting dicey, though, for 8 Hours. Sad comes up big with 3 rounds in a row, and an important round at that. 8 Hours is going to buy up what they can, especially that Odin could very well be important. They need to win this round, though. Otherwise, it's going to be in dire straits heading into what very well could be going towards match point, or rather, I should say map point at the very least, because that could give them 12. So a big, big round here for 8 Hours. Ultimates, though, leaning towards their side. They have the lockdown, they have the Seekers, and they have the From the Shadows as well, should anything bad happen to them. From the Shadows and Viper's Pit just to clear out a point, if anything, for Sad. If they decide to use it, Regrowth already having to be used here. One of the team members. And Skarn falling down to 2 health. That's scary.
This is just turned into a horror game now for Skarn. That's what you have your Sky for. Belly out, give you your health back.
Belly out.
The spray and pray from Moose on that Odin. So close to being able to take out their target. It's just, again, not quite there. Like you said, here it is, lockdown, making sure to set themselves up for success. And I don't know how Skarn got that kill there. No indication of where Vic was. Just a quick spray and pray up above. Moose needs to breathe inside the pit. They didn't even get to go towards that. Coburg, clean execution. And then you see right there, Physic wanted to go on the site. They were more than ready. The tails with their dead bodies is enough to send them reeling, walking away, making sure that they save this rifle going into the next round because Sad Esports, only 2 more to go. This is going to be their map 1.
This is going to be a very, very interesting next 2 rounds. 8 hours. Still has a timeout on their board. They could very well use it coming up here. In fact, you might want to. Even if the economy is in shambles, you want to come up with a game plan. All 4 times this half so far that there has been a plan down for SAD, they have won the round. So maybe try to figure out a way to stop them from planting. In fact, both of the rounds that they had, your retakes haven't been good. Your start-offs have been great because in the first 2 rounds, right, the pistol rounds, they didn't get a plan down. They headed both towards C, and 8 hours was going to win that. And yet when they get the plan down overall, SAD's been able to just keep the site to themselves. So no timeout coming here for 8 hours. The economy in shambles all of it itself. They lose this round. I think it's map headed towards SAD in the very next one, my friend.
No, I couldn't agree more. And 8 hours of sleep, making sure that they don't waste any time. But time not going to be working for all of this utility. The SAD Esports are going to go for it. They are not going to want to fight that. And for Vic, oh, they're here. It doesn't really matter. They're not going to take these fights. Thankfully for Physic, massive. Keeping the site safe. Keeping 8 hours of sleep with a fighting chance.
That's such a big pick. That's raised down. Solstill is able to find a plan down. Can they go 5 for 5 straight rounds where they get the plan down and they keep it? Bob trying to look around the corner. Jonas there with the Sheriff. Could very well upgrade that gun if they feel risky enough to do so. Around the corner it will go, though. Solstill thinking that somebody's at Waterfall Darkest is able to take down Moose. And now the showstopper will come out. Penny around the corner. Watch out, Coburg. Watch out above you. As there is the death. Penny will find maybe one more. Zolstil comes out of the smoke. Zolstil's able to find Penny with the flick. Doesn't matter. Physics gets that kill. Darkest is the last one. Jonah will get the defuse. That's such a big round. 8 hours gets one back.
Okay. Give it up here for them. Sad Esports. Thinking they could have abused the situation that 8 hours were in. Thinking that they didn't have good guns. But it didn't work out for them. They wanted to take these fights. And somehow 8 hours of sleep pulled themselves up by their bootstraps and walked into this round cleanly. With what they were working with, I don't think it could have been done any better. Sad Esports, though, that's not going to send them reeling in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, it's not going to send you out right now. For Sad, you're still up 3. For 8 hours, though, their economy looking a little bit better. So if they win this round here, that's going to be in a little bit of a tougher position, and that makes that next round also important, round 21. Here we go, as, again, Poison Cloud's already out. Leaving worse for wear right now, just putting this team from SAD a little bit out of range to try to push for seed. Now that they know that Poison Cloud's gone for right now, they could very well push to this up. Another Poison Cloud, this one headed towards A this time. Now it's going to be the lockdown here from the attacking side. This Viper has nowhere to go. This Viper is going to get chased down by Coburg. Only 5 seconds left to go, and this KJ needed to fight for their lives. Unfortunately, though, Skarn's there first. That's going to clear out the entire site, and it's a 5v3. This is going to be a free plant down here, or at least maybe a little bit more of a free site coming out from SAD.
Already on Z again, and Bob, very wise to have planted the spike where they did. Otherwise, may have ended in their death. Not going to have that post-plant potential, but I don't think they're really worried about this. Coburg walking away with another one. Skarn to follow up there. And now all alone by themselves. A 1v4. Vic, I would say, time to just save that weapon. Because now SAD Esports is looking at map point.
Well, the big thing tier 2 is if he can save oh boy, here comes the Raptors. Here comes the chase. The big thing, though, is if you can save the gun. You save the gun, you save the armor. Darkest does not want to let this happen. Coming in mid right now towards AAC's connector. Vic is spotted. Here comes the Raptors. Here comes the Sharks. Dark cover for right now. There it is. There's the win. The shorty is out. Darkest doesn't get the kill. Has to run away. Gets right down. Bombs through the smoke. Is able to find Vic. Oh, that is massive because now Vic has to buy up and can't buy for anybody else. This is in shambles. This is worse for wear now for the entire team of 8 hours. Map point for Sad. Oh, boy.
I can't believe my eyes. Sad Esports equalizing things out so massively, right? And that's what I was saying. They're not going to be too concerned about losing that previous round because why would you be? Your economy is still good. And now they may have just delivered the death blow to 8 hours of sleep off the back of that last round. They're basically working with nothing at this point.
Working with nothing on the board here. No ultimates on either side to be had. And so if you're 8 hours right now, what do you do? What's the call out here? And it gets even worse when you lose out on Penny through the poison cloud. How in the world did that happen? And it gets even worse for them now. Vic is going to run into Darkest. It's a 5v3, 8 hours. And now they get the Seekers as well with 3 Seekers and 3 people to search for. This is free point coming up on A for Sad. This is map right here coming unless 8 hours can find some kind of miracle.
Set your mark, set your spike, and set your paces. 8 hours of sleep needs nothing less than perfection from the final 3 players that are remaining. And Physic is going to be the one to pull the ripcord and start things off. In comes Flashbang, Zol still blinded, but Jonah was just enough as well. The recovery is going to be happening. Coburg is going to let their little toesies melt to pieces. And now all alone to win the 1v3. Moose by themselves. Sad Esports. You give them an inch, and they're going to take the mile. On a 13-8 map 1. What a way to show off here in the grand finals.
What a way indeed to start us off. 13 very nice rounds, especially on the attacking side. Planning down in the last 7 rounds there, that from rounds 15 to 21, all plans, and only losing 1 retake round at round 19 that was for 8 hours. Other than that, almost near perfection on their attacking side for Sad. That's the way you play an attack side and map to your advantage for yourselves. You got the 7 points there, and obviously after that, just an insane coming from them. And overall, just 8 hours comes up with nothing. 8 hours comes up for nothing in that entire round. In fact, there's a lot of players. You and I are looking at the stats right now. A lot of players you could come up with. I do want to look at Darkest overall, though, because Darkest on that Viper comes up very big. And yes, may not have the top ACS score, which we'll see in a second. It was close, though, overall. Darkest, though, has been good on the Breach. And Darkest is good on the Viper as well, my friend. 18 kills, 11 deaths, an ACS score of 258, which it lands them up in second, but only by 1 overall to Skarn, who comes up big with that 17, 16, and 8 overall. But going from a controller on Viper to a Breach on that Initiator, Darkest can do it all for this team.
Here's the other thing about Darkest. They got 4 first bloods. And this is actually kind of a running theme throughout the rest of Sad Esports. Skarn had 5, Bob had 4, but you never really think about your controller, Viper, having 4 first bloods. And that just goes to show you what Darkest was doing on these lurk plays when they were taking on basically kind of like 1v2s or 1v3s on A site. And they did it time and time and time again. And somehow they usually came out the victor. No one was able to trade them out. No one was able to stop them. Darkest had so much impact on that Viper, and it reverberated right through. It was a really close map, though, right? You think of 13-8, you don't think that's close. But the fact that 8 hours of sleep were able to salvage that first half in the way that they did to bring it to that 7-5, then they tied things up. But it just wasn't... But then it kind of like rolled back to what happened to them in that first half, where they couldn't figure out the answer. And Sad Esports just has that overwhelming knowledge of what they need to do when it comes to securing these A sites that 8 hours of sleep just fizzled out on towards the end.
Yeah, it just fizzled out, and they weren't able to retake it all, and that's the power here of Sad Esports. Another thing I want to point out, here one more time real quickly is we pulled up the stats as well. The big number that comes out to me is Bob at 17 assists on the Sky overall in that entire game. 17, almost averaging 1 assist per round is insane to think about in itself in 21 rounds. But 14, 12, and 17, still going positive, mind you, on the KD. But 17 assists for the Sky, that's what you want your initiator to do. And this is just an entire team play that you were seeing from SAT Esports. 8 hours of sleep is going to need a little bit more thinking time here as we enter a break in just a second. They're going to need a lot more than just the thinking time here. They're going to need some kind of big turnaround to talk about when we get to our next map of Split. And this was, I believe, their choice overall. So if this is their choice, they're going to have to prove that their choice was the correct one as we go into the final, as we go into what could very well be the final map of the grand finals.
All of that going to be coming up after this break, so don't go anywhere. It's a grand finals, the final one here. Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps. We'll be right back.
The future is threatened by enemies often unseen.
Stay alert, Marine.
And unexpected. In the midst of an uncertain and evolving world, the need for Marines to defeat these shifting threats is critical, because the need to ensure stability for our nation has never been greater. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
SAT Esports has issued the challenge to 8 hours of sleep. Win map 2 or go on out of here. After winning that first map of Lotus in a 13-8 spectacular fashion, this is the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps at its finest. These are the grand finals, and that map 1 really did feel like a grand finals match.
Yeah, it did. In fact, 13-8. Again, you said 13-8 doesn't feel like it was close, but it was closer than that 13-8 scoreline would show you. In fact, just everybody playing great. The only person, which surprises me actually, the only person that didn't line up in double-digit kills was Vic overall. So hoping to see Vic come up big here in this next map. And the next map is going to be split overall, which was, I believe, the side of 8 Hours' pick anyway. So if 8 Hours is the one that picked this, yeah, it will it'll very well land up in their hands to win this one out. This one is theirs to lose at this point, to try to take this to a map number 3 on Haven, and especially where Haven can go either way. And the fact that we saw a 3-sided map earlier favors more or less Sad in this case. So this is going to be an uphill battle for 8 Hours right now. 8 Hours really needing to find a way to bring this one back. Hopefully the break did that, and hopefully this map pick of theirs is going to bring this back in general for them.
And speaking of that map, right, we're going into that map number 2 of Split. Like you said, the choice of 8 Hours of Sleep. Right, when you come out of Lotus, you think about that being that 3-site map. This map, though, I think works a lot better to the way that 8 Hours of Sleep likes to play. That slow-going, molasses-like nature of this team, where they want to gather as much information as possible, but neither side wasting any time in getting their agents online. And for the most part, not even the most part, in all of its totality, this is a mirror matchup where we typically may see the difference between the two teams being the double duelist, or in some cases the double controller. Both teams want to have that double controller. For 8 Hours of Sleep on the attack, that's going to work out perfectly for them. You have this sort of new Viper meta coming in its way, and not only talking about that, but you see the two Cyphers right here, the Cypher buffs being massive in locking down typically that A-site approach. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's where we're going to see Coburg post themselves up. And for Vic, right, rough map number 1 of Lotus, but hey, we all have those rough times. Completely different story possibly here on Split.
Yeah, another story to talk about as well. Cypher is being picked by Vic instead. Vic played the Omen last time, so essentially Jonah and Vic are going to swap roles here. Vic is going to be on the Cypher instead. Jonah's on the Omen, so they swap entirely from controller to Sentinel. So maybe there's a bit more of a lineup situation, if you will. But 8 Hours is going to start us off on the attacking side like they did last time. So we'll jump right into the game. Otherwise, no changes. Coburg is on Sad side, the only one to swap off of their same agent. Coburg switches on over from the KJ onto the Cypher, otherwise Darkest on the Viper, Bob on the Sky, Skarn on Raze, Zolstol on the Omen. So essentially same thing either way, just changing up your Sentinel. Like I said, I'm more interested in that switch off between the Cypher and the Omen, and the Sentinel and the controller swap between Jonah and Vic, because yeah, Vic didn't really pop off all too much on that last map. And a big thing I want to see here, too, with 8 Hours on the attacking side at the very least, this is a stat that I'll bring up here. First Bloods went all the way in that last map on for Sad. They got 17 First Bloods compared to 4 for 8 Hours, excuse me. So Sad bringing up 17 of 21 First Bloods is an insane thing to think about when 8 Hours was the first one to attack. So if you want to play a little bit more aggressively for 8 Hours, I'm expecting hopefully to see a lot more First Bloods. Even though they got 8 points, yeah, the First Bloods make a big difference on the way you approach things.
Oh, that it does. And for a team like 8 Hours of Sleep, where they are where they want to have that kind of impact, where they want to have that early round impact, them not having it, just not good. Oh, we might be seeing some action right off the rip, though. 8 Hours of Sleep. I'm thankful that they didn't go too far forward. That one way already pushing it in. He's also blinded to Henkin back, but not going to let that stop them from getting out of Garage. And they're kind of alone on this approach. Not only, though, the dog being expended, you're making them use so much utility. Waiting out for the perfect timing. Penny not daring to step another toe here in the second map of the Grand Finals.
There is no risk being taken here from the looks of it right now. Need this map for 8 Hours in order to take us to a game number 3. Another dark cover is just going to waste away some more time. Boombot spots out something. They don't spot out Moose for right now. That Cyber Cage is up in a very nice position to make sure that they can't enter in. Even the Snakebite clears out Cubby for right now. So the Poison Cloud out from Darkest is going to go ahead and rotate on over. And they don't see Darkest at all, I don't think. At the very least, so this Classic might be doing some work. Darkest runs away from right now, back in the fifth, living with 4 health and a dream, and actually runs away from this guy who's trying to heal. the rest of the team on 8 hours aside, and they're just going to rush right in. A is pretty much open except for the fact that it is still Coburg waiting right there, and Coburg finds the kill. It's a 1v1 trade.
Here's all of the swarming around them. Needs to watch out behind the feet. They did their work. They got 2 kills.
Ooh.
Now it's looking back around. Penny alone. Be able to get the heals out of their sky. Physic. But Zosel did it once. Can they do it again on Split? A lot less numbers to work with this time around, but a much worse position that they need to try and fight. The blind not going there, and Physic is not going to let it happen 2 times in a row. 8 hours of sleep, taking the first pistol round of the second map.
Yeah, if they said Deja Vu there, I would have said Sad is going to win this one again, because Deja Vu rules would instigate that, you know, you see the same scoreline, same thing, everything. Zolsto winning right there would have been insane. No, 8 hours is able to take care of it this time and plays that really well, especially for the fact that they played a lot more aggressively. They didn't take as many risks around that in the pistol round, even though it was a scrappy pistol round overall. They kept 2 alive, and hey, a win's a win there. You take all you can, and now in the bonus round here for you in this pistol round, can 8 hours be a little bit more aggressive? They're stacking 4 towards B right now, and the only person you've got sitting towards, at least looking towards B main at the moment, is this Omen, who's just going to keep throwing out dark covers for right now. You can just wait for this to all drop, and then you can just go all systems in, because they think everybody's on A right now, except Vickers by his loans himself is able to find 1, trades that out, and Penny also getting the kill as well. This is a really good advantage for them, because now they know at least 2 more is on A. This is wide open range for B.
Oh, Vic is still going to stay inside of sewers. 1 more to go before Bob plants their mark. They do get the Guardian, pick up the Ultor, farm those out. Spike still hasn't been planted. You're gonna leave that in the hands of the duelists. They gotta have some form of a job. And Physic is on the approach. They're on the hunt. They smell the blood in the water. Looked away just at the wrong second that Bob capitalizes and turns it right back around on their head. But not gonna be good enough. They're all the way on the other side of the map. They still had to take on 3 more players and a spike that needs to be defused. Bob can try their best, but you can already see what's going to be happening here. They're going to walk towards this. Jonas going to make a swing. Tried their best, but the best is just not going to get them through that finish line. 8 hours, second round.
Yeah, it gets the second round overall, and for 8 hours, 2 in a row. Like I said, they only had 4 first bloods in that first game. They get 2 already here in the first 2 rounds. That opens up a lot of things now, and you can see economy-wise, they can bonus out. Moose, Jonah, Penny all saving their guns here with that Bulldog Guardians combination. Vic and Physic are just going to buy Sheriffs or Ghosts on their own as well to keep the economy going. For Sad, though, they've got full rifle buys. They've got armor buys as well. So if they win this round, hey, you get 8 hours to full buy, and that next round becomes also important. Lose this round, obviously, this is going to be in shambles for them in 8 hours. And this is usually, Split is, of course, you know, it can go either way. The map side, 8 hours want to prove that this is their map. This is why they picked it in the first place. They're up 2-0. They cover this out. There's a spy cam that's in a really good position. Coburg has to run away for right now, and even using the cage to get away. And yeah, Coburg's in a lot of trouble already having to run away. This Heaven site is all theirs.
They wanted to take that early, having control. If they can have that, then they can have so much more maneuverability to plant themselves, to make their mark, to even fight for the post plant. But Penny overstayed that welcome, punished massively by Skarn. But still, with the spike being planted, 8 hours of sleep does have this in their benefit, and they still need to look throughout all of these different angles that Sad Esports is giving a lot of time to make something happen here. Smoke does go down. It's going to deny that vision. The 2 players from 8 hours of sleep that are hiding there. Physic tries to go for the pop flash. A couple of shots from the Ghost, but it's just going to plant their feet firmly in the snake bite. And it was just far too much for 8 hours of sleep to deal with. Sad Esports, beautifully executed, flawlessly even, some might say.
Flawless round there for them. An insane push from them coming out. Yeah, 8 hours was able to get Heaven control, and then all of a sudden it just goes awry for them in the flawless round. gives them big economy boost. They could. This is a bonus round for them in general now. They didn't lose anybody. All you have to do is buy a full armors. They have bigger economy. So for 8 hours, that's such a bad round for you. You bonused out, and you didn't get any picks off of that as well. So, oh man, this just went. This just the tables have turned. The turns have tabled here economy-wise for SAD essentially, because they've just now turned 8 hours into. Basically, this is a must-win round for them.
Peak efficiency SAD Esports have. Not needing to waste any of that precious cash on silly things like armor or guns. And Coburg is going to be that continuous tip of the spear. Not only that, but the Neuro Theft giving them so much information. Penny was looking in one direction, wasn't ready for the strike on the other side of them. 8 hours of sleep. Started off split strong. Now struggling to find their mark in these next 2 rounds. This could be the turnaround point.
Could very well be the turnaround point. Good guiding light there. Jonah helps out with the rest of that kill from Heaven. Moose gets the kill onto Skarn. Those able to take that care. And Bob is another one in Heaven you want to watch out for. It's just being surrounded. And there is Bob getting 3 all upstairs. And they will get the cleanup kills. SAD only losing 2 in the process. We're tied up at 2 apiece, and now the economy. Oh boy, a little bit worse for 8 hours. Only a few people are going to be able to buy something here.
Yep, got to take stock of the inventory, what 8 hours has to work with, and it ain't good. A Stinger, not even a Stinger anymore. Penny wants to go for the Judge and full shields. it's the Ray special, right? Double satchel in and start blasting away. That's what you're hoping for, and that's what you are probably going to want to keep an eye on from this Raze player.
And want to keep an eye out here. Oh, Darkest with the mid-control for right now. Gets the
Blinded.
shots. And Darkest is able to find the kill onto Penny, even blinded. Just gets that big kill. The operator, big elimination that killed through it all, is able to get that big pick. And now, no mid-control anyways. You got to watch out for an operator. And here comes 8 hours. They're going to go through vents, looking for more eliminations along the way. And they have that dark cover and all. This is going to be chaos here, Sam.
Oh, chaos in all of its purest forms. Thankfully, Jonah does have the trade when they attempt to go for it. Bob had to have flicked around, check his wrist. I think he broke it in 20 different places. I don't know how they did that, but they did. They're alive. And Vic has nowhere to go. They need to match the aggression. They know exactly where this Cypher is. You just push in. You can end this right now if they wanted to, but no. SAD Esports is gonna let Vic languish for moments longer until Darkest decides they've had enough. Oh, you're gonna pulling out the webcam. Darkest hasn't been spotted. They can hear the footsteps of Vic. Quick shots here. You look like it was gonna be the shorty, but Bob has another ideation in their head. Final elimination going to them. And SAD Esports now taking the lead.
Yeah, 2 straight rounds where that spike does not get planted at all. And SAD comes up big. Again, another big round mid-control for them with that operator. Skarn holds on to the operator too. And the economy's so big. So now for 8 hours. Oh boy, look at that. Look at that. 650, 600, 050, 400. It's in shambles. And Jonah opting not to buy 4 armor as well. Want to keep some creds in the bank. So now trying to play aggressively for mid-control. Guiding light is there. So from Physic, and Physic will go ahead and run away for right now. Regroup with the rest of the team. This is a full group push here on B. Awaiting them though. Coburg in the corner. We're going to see if that drop wire finds anything, or if the spy cam at the same time gets anything. I think they noticed one from the shadow, is able to get one, and now the showstopper out and about. Vic and Coburg both getting their trade-offs right now. There's going to be the Neuro Theft at the same time. That Neuro Theft is going to show everybody here as they get planted on. Look at all the utility. It's chaos down here on B, especially with the Viper's Pit too.
Yeah, you've got the Viper's Pit expended. We're seeing the ultimates being used from 8 hours of sleep. They don't want this spiraling any more than it already has. On the other side of this, Jonah right before impact. It's their mark, but a 1v2 with Skarn not being able to see more than 2 feet in front of them. Make that an inch in front of them. Needs to go for even more. But no more is going to be given. 8 hours of sleep. And ultimate spectacular is keeping this series tied up in a nice, neat bow.
Yeah, what was that? Viper's Pit, Neural Theft. What else did we have? there?
Showstopper.
Showstoppers.
Into the Shadows.
Right, or From the Shadows, right? So,
Yeah, they basically used everything except for the Seekers.
yeah, except for the Seekers. What is that? The Ultimate Palooza, whatever we want to call it, the shenanigans, if you will. Just all the ultimates being pulled out, but it gives 8 hours their third round win, tying it up at 3 apiece. And now their economy, I said their economy was going to be in shambles if they don't win the round. Now they play a little bit more stable. If they can get rid of Sad here, and Sad's economy a little bit down for the drain as well, they can get rid of him here. They've got a chance to bring out that lead even further if they can take the lead. But mid control right now, all in the hands of 8 hours. Just Viper looking down a bit. Instead, they've taken control of Heaven, and with that Trailblazer, they know that nobody's up here. Heaven is all theirs to keep.
Sad Esports on the flip side are totally okay with that. They don't really care too much about that A Heaven control. Darkest might be a little bit under pressure across a bevy of different angles. Look at they've set themselves up. Darkest is going to hit their shots. And to add that insult to injury, an operator headshot to me, Klutchkey, is always just like that next level. I could have killed you in one shot, but I had to make it a headshot. Thanks.
Yeah, I had to make it a headshot.
Another one.
There. Yep. Okay, so you had a headshot.
Joins the grave.
And now it's through the corner. And now Skarn will clean that up with 2 of their own, lining them up. And flawless round, just lost. Was in their grasp. Pain Shell's being hit, though. And Moose, living on 7 health, is still able to find Skarn down as well. How? This is trying to just hold on. Moose trying to find that last throw. Will run around the corner. Darkest is there. 2 op kills. Clean that up with a shorter of their own. Sectico crouching, winning the mirror battle with Sad. Takes the lead 4-3.
Look at Bob, by the way. We were talking about how impressive their assist game was, but Bob said, wait a minute, I can also kill too. I can get so many eliminations here. This is a KDA that just goes to show you that this team makes so much adjustments, and that anyone can fill in that spot if you just give them the opportunity to. And Bob's been doing that time and time again. So we have this early Viper's Pit from Darkest.
Yeah, early Viper's Pit here is just going to be invested to make sure that they can't run in. They're going to call the bluff, though. This is already the Rays running in. Penny called the bluff of the Viper's Pit, ran right on in. Too bad Bob is right there. Bob still staying on top of the entire thing. And you know what? Sad 8 hours is like, okay, let's not push this any further. Let's go through sewers here. Let's go underneath, see if we can try our luck towards B. Waiting for them, though. This Raze might be going towards vent. In fact, also a Cypher as well. There's the dark cover. Here's the call. And they're going to go through the vents. Here comes the cavalry through mid. Skarn around the corner with the Vandal.
Wait for it.
Looking for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. No, they didn't push up mid. Instead, they go push on Heaven. The Skycam is going to be spotting them out right away. It's a push in here in mid.
And then you swing. Just only for the one, though. That's what. Oh, excuse me. There is no way that should have happened. Up and down, all around. Bob is putting their mark down. Sad Esports now 5-3. 8 hours of sleep. Had no shot of being able to go anywhere. It looked like something may have happened, but I don't know. Bob just continues to impress me right now, furthering their scoreline even more to 11-3.
Bob had 17 assists earlier on, and now coming to 11 eliminations. Yes, this player is something else. Probably, like you said, probably hurt us in the back end. And I'll tell you what, our producer just stood on up and just put hands up in the air after what Bob did up and down on the rope. Just absolutely disrespectful kill. And now Zosto has the operator to use, and it's going to look down the right sideline. There's 4 there, just looking for a push of some sort. We'll get the Trailblazer out. We'll have the drop down out of it already, and look, so much poison coming from this Viper. Doesn't matter. Zosto will go on the other side of it, just waiting for something to happen, especially when you get some information knowing there's one. Do they know there's one around the corner with the Bob? No, they don't. Bob, or excuse me, Physic is there around the corner, takes care of Zosto. Cobra takes care of it. It's a 4v4 situation. Now, if you're 8 hours, where the heck do you want to go?
The $1,000 question, it feels like.
The $3,000 question, really.
Yeah, $3,000 question. Yeah, no joke. That first place prize getting closer and closer into reach for Sad Esports. All they have to do is keep preventing 8 hours of sleep from doing what they do best and recovering rounds like this. And Skarn is going to be the one on ramps to make sure they are not going to give anything up. Oh, they saw the tip of the barrel. Just good enough, but Penny snaps right onto the head of Skarn. You're going to look towards Bob to be able to make that impact once more, but none to be found. All alone, by themselves, needing to make the trek of a lifetime, Coburg, in a 1v3. I will lose my mind. They make it happen here. This crossfire. This quick adjustment. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Put the brakes on. The neural theft right there. Knowing exactly the position of their final target. Time to make you move. Time to start the steps going. But instead of up through that corridor, it's going to be on heaven. But Coburg thinking in a completely different direction. It is now just a game of time. You cannot tell me that Coburg just did that. 4 kills. A clutch out of their mind. Clutch key.
Oh my goodness. Coburg saw Zostro earlier on Lotus and says, hey, I can do that too. Oh my goodness. Those are the only 3 words that come into mind. Coburg had no business of winning that and made it their own business. And I'll tell you what, I'm in studio with our producer and observer right now. Our observer has hands on head just thinking about what the heck just happened. And now Sad up 6-3. They won $3,000. They were outside of it earlier on. They were in the semifinals about a week or 2 ago. They're in the grand finals. They want it all now.
Oh, they want it. You can feel the hunger in this team. They want, not only do they want the prize pool, but they want the glory to go along with it. And Darkus right off the rip is going to be the one to start that off here. Missing the snake bite just a little bit. Impact has been made. And for 8 hours of sleep, that has got to be a demoralizing loss right there. But thankfully, Penny has the trade-off. Now a 4v4.
Demoralizing. I think demoralizing is an understatement. That entire thing should not have happened. You were talking about crossfire. They could have crossfired, except one person was right behind the wall as well, and now...
And they did it with a sheriff, by the way.
Yeah, they did that last kill with the sheriff. That's insane to think about. Showstopper around the corner. So know that the Omen is right there. They get the trade-off. They get the elimination with the Showstopper. And now it's a 3v3. No spike has been planted thus far. 8 hours wants to make a move. They got to make it now. There is going to be a little bit of information. Zolstol's behind them. They have no clue right now inside of the poison cloud that Zolstol's right there to take care of it. But Coburg, the hero of last round, will get 2 kills this round. And 14 seconds left. You got to run for the spike if you want to, but you're going to run right in to the hands of Coburg. Around the corner they will go. Doesn't matter. Zolstol will take the assassination, elimination behind. And this Sad Esports team is looking on fire right now, all thanks to the Cypher in first.
Sad Esports is just taking all of that momentum they got in round number 9 and are just rolling with it. And Coburg is feeling unstoppable at this point. I've sung the glories of Coburg. I've seen what this player is capable of. Their clutch factor is off the charts. That is the, no joke, second clutch 4K I've seen from them. Alone, the genes coming off of this player, they're built diff. And I think that's what horrifies me the most. Then 8 hours of sleep. No weapons, really. You got some vandals, you got sheriffs, mostly across the board. Sad Esports, they are just ready to win.
They want the money. The difference, $2,000. And again, we will have a new champion between these two teams. 8 hours, second place last time in our tournament, and now they're on the brink of it happening again. And deja vu in the second week in a row in the last 2 weeks. You never want that to happen. There's got to be some kind of fire in their bellies that's got to come out. And Sad right now is just making themselves happy and Darkest is able to take care of Penny, which is such an even bigger elimination. Coburg still finding picks left and right. It's a flawless Coburg with another 3K, and for this Cypher, that is 10 kills in the last 3 rounds. This Cypher cannot be stopped.
Coburg just flipped a switch. This player probably deserves the MVP title if Sad Esports is able to win Split. That's all I'm saying. And like you said, 10 kills in the past 3 rounds alone. The impact Coburg is having on this map cannot be understated. 8 hours of sleep just cannot stop this beast.
The beast, the demon, I don't care what you call Coburg at this point. Another first blood here for...
This just feels clinical at this point.
Yeah, this is just pointless right now. They're going
surgical.
And this is really, right now, they're just trying to find any eliminations they can. Darkest is there. And now, Bob, they run into an operator. Okay, all right, this is just Sad wanting to go up 9-3 at this point. It's a 3v1, and all that's left is a Viper and a Spike in mid. It's not looking good. It's the final round regardless. Nobody else has ults. There's just going to be a reveal at this point. Moose can do all they can. It's just going to be inevitable.
Inevitability. We can't say that just yet, though, right? Coburg pulled off miracles of their own. I'm not discounting anything from this matchup until Moose is gone. Just like that. Sad Esports taking this first half 9-3. But there is a reason why it's the 9-3 curse clutch key. 8 hours of sleep.
I knew you were
going to
mention it, and I wanted to ask,
ain't
do you believe in this?
Done yet. Yes, I do. Okay, I was at the MFH LAN casting a game that was 9-3 on Split. Guess what happened? 9-3 curse.
Shout out our observer, Professor Layton, for looking straight in my eyes and saying, no shot. No shot. He just said that. Sam, you got some explaining to do if it does happen, because I think this one won't be on you. It'll be the Layton curse overall. And we've mentioned this multiple times. We're good to say it one more time. And right now for Sad, they are 4 rounds away from doing this. And I got to look at the first blood numbers again afterwards, the first elimination numbers again, because this is an overall just absolute workshop from Sad right now. Now they're on the attacking side. You don't know what the heck they're going to pull out here, as it's 4 in mid. 8 hours wants to play aggressively, but their call may have been wrong, because now it's just the end around here for Sad. They get B side for free, at least on the lower end, just not having control so far.
You're throwing 8 hours of sleep into such disarray, such chaos, that look how far forward they pushed Skarn from one to the next. This player is mechanical. Come back to your teammate, come back to your Sky, get back up to full HP, top off the tank, and just keep going. Penny bit in the butt by the dog. Skarn, even though they're healed up, not gonna be good enough to give them anything more than that. But look at the rest of 8 hours of sleep. They ain't got no HP left to work with. Zostel posted up on the high ground. They're gonna try and swing him. The defuse coming through. Someone needs to stop
Someone
Vic.
needs to...
Wait, what? Excuse me? Vic all alone. Vic stuck it by themselves and stemmed the bleeding for 8 hours of sleep after a 6 round in a row spectacular from Sad Esports.
What are we watching, Sam? What are we watching?
It's the beginning of the 9-3 curse, by the way.
Oh, that's what we're watching. I see. Yeah, the defuse there, nobody noticing there. I don't like this evil laugh from Sam in general. The defuse clutch in the end, they played that perfectly, where they were giving enough cover to Vic to go ahead and defuse that all the way. Nobody peeking. And oh my goodness, what
is this?
What is going on there, Jonah? What just happened?
I don't know. I can't believe my eyes right now. That is 2 kills. Back to back. Literally backs to the shots. All right, 8 hours of sleep. Small minor missteps. Darkest, clean as can be. Picks up a Bulldog. Tries to go for the weapon upgrade. Skarn looking towards the heavens above, where Vic sees an angel of death. Needs to go for even more shots, but it's the 1v2 or 1v1 between the two raises. Thankfully, Penny is able to get the final 4th elimination on. But that was far, far too close for 8 hours of sleep.
That's not the kind of economy round you want into a 1v1 that very well could have gone either way. Instead, though, Penny is able to buy up to a Vandal alongside full armor. The rest of the team, though, not what you want to do on a bonus round. You have 3 Bulldogs and a Spectre. That goes up against 5 Vandals and some armor. This is the round that makes the biggest difference here. If 8 hours can win this, they're going to be essentially, hopefully, within 2, despite the guns. And I say that because that's the hope. Sad can turn it on its head, though. And there's going to be 2 people looking towards mid at the very least. 2 people headed towards A, looking at the sight lines. You can see the lines right now, trying to figure out where the heck is everybody. Split push, no group push. There's the Boombot that comes out. Vic has to run away knowing that they shot the Boombot. Cage will be out. Not triggered. Will get thrown out as at least the threat for right now. As it's slow and steady here for SAD, they don't want to give up anything. They don't want to take any risks, especially with the economy where it's at.
Here.
And I have my own adrenaline pumping, and we're not even in the game.
Someone check
right
his
now,
pulse.
okay?
Someone check his pulse.
Yeah, I think I'm spiking at like maybe 190 BPM.
It's
This
December
match-
too. It's cold. How sweaty are you right now? How much sweat do you have on you if you're spiking at 190 BPM?
We don't talk about that, okay? It's buckets are being filled, and if that's happening to me, I can only imagine what's going on between SAD and 8 hours. SAD Esports. This is a tune we haven't seen from them, but 8 hours may have misplayed into this over rotation. The quick getaway for Jonah needs to happen. They're holding their ground. 8 hours of sleep. They're not done. Right through the smoke. And time is hemorrhaging out. None left to be given. Bob, the last one standing, just looking for the exit frags. They're exiting on out of there. 8 hours of sleep. Winning out in their bonus round that could have easily ended in disaster. But give it up here to Jonah. Off of their plays and off of their immaculate aim is bringing the scoreline closer and closer. And proving the 9-3 curse is real.
He's gonna keep mentioning this until we're tied here. He's gonna keep mentioning this, folks. Just hang on to your seats. Just sit down. Don't riot just yet. We haven't gotten to that point where it's a tie. It's gonna get closer though. 8 hours has the gun advantage, has the entirety of the credit advantage as well. If you can find a few opening eliminations here, and this is gonna start off with the crossfire. Moose and takes down Skarn. Skarn had no idea where the other player was, and Moose completely in control of mid, staying in vents. And this has gone from bad to worse. You lose out on your raids. Yes, you also lose out on your Viper. Smokes are not there. Coburg goes down. Physics able to get that. And go ahead and say it, Sam. It's 5 versus 2 right now. You can go ahead and say it if you want, because 8 hours is looking to close the gap even further.
Oh yeah, getting closer and closer. Bob is so desperate. The feelings in their heart. 2v5 is okay. That's a jump scare and a half right there. You see 3 off of a quick peek. And they're going to feel the after effects of that. Jonah's still here. Quick shot. Missing it. Missing the initial headshot. And it's time to just go ahead and shadow step on out of there. I mean, look towards another opportunity, but SAD Esports, they're still trying to figure out what they want to do. It looks like it might be the mid approach from these last 2. She got Penny posted up. Doesn't even really matter if Moose is going for it. Stinger putting in the work. And how much more can you get out of Zostal when Moose is going on a 4K? 8 hours of sleep. 2 more rounds to tie this up.
The gap is closing, my friend. The gap is closing. You are holding on to your seat thinking this could be it. The next 2 rounds become so much more important. Skarn doesn't even have the ability to buy up to a full rifle. Instead has to settle for the Bulldog. Light armors, full armors all the way around. Penny sitting at 350. Doesn't matter. The rest of the team surrounding him will probably get the weapon that they need going into the next round anyways, even if they die. So the biggest round here for SAD, if they want to extend their lead, they're going to try mid again, and they need to take control of mid. Moose is waiting. Moose was big for 4K last time. Can they get another 4 here as they run away towards Vent? Will drop down. They have mid control this time. Can they keep it that way, and can they run into a site of their choice? Everybody's just waiting here, either towards B or this Viper. No one in heaven towards A. The B site looking a little bit more of a standard push here. Nobody's grabbed the spike. It's still in market side. But mid control is all theirs for right now. The question is, where do they want to go? Time is just wasting away right now.
And also with that Coburg lurk towards A, if you're trying to figure out where they are, I'm gonna have the double showstoppers, but neither one is really gonna find too much. One shot in the dark goes out there, revealed by the spy cam dart. Vinny's gonna use their own. The horde towards A. Moose has got to be feeling the pressure, but Moose has been kind of online for themselves. Big needs to get away. Little bit of the snake bite chewing through their toes, but not enough to scare them just yet. That's where you have Coburg on the trade-off and continuing that momentum forward. Sad Esports are going to be able to get the spike planted. A nice sight for themselves in a 4v2.
What a sight take there, just running them all the way down, and nobody dies for it. And he's going to try to make a difference, though. Around the corner, they will go against the kill onto Skarn. Now the elimination's working out well in their favor, trying to just retake this site. As Guiding Light will come out, at least knowing where one is. Coburg's able to take care of Penny. Last one around the corner is Jonah. They find a headshot, but it's not enough. That hit the wall, that hit the corner. So Jonah is still alive. Around the corner will go the Classic. Tries the first one, 2v1. Bob will take that elimination, cleans it up, and a big round for Sad to get one back finally. After 4 straight rounds for 8 hours, Sad gets one back. They're now 3 rounds away from winning it, and the economy well back in balance.
Okay, first round of the second half here for Sad Esports. They just
and Sam
need
is
to keep
shook
this roll
apparently.
going. I am shook a little bit. I was holding my breath. That was so close for Jonah. You had Darkest pinging with the Classic, then switching over to the Vandal, shooting through that. Had Bob not jumped down when they did, that could have been an easy round there for 8 hours of sleep. Now we have a Viper's Pit in mid that Sad Esports going to have to either wade their way through or just completely ignore. We haven't really seen this very often from Sad Esports where they go straight up the lane in quite some time. And with that Viper's Pit being there, a good reason to start now.
Yeah, you want to use that little sewer lane just because you had the mid control and the Viper's just going to be there. You don't want to take the chance, especially when the econs are as even as it is right now. You don't want to take that chance and rush right in. It's not like it's an econ round anyways. This is a full-on round. Don't want to take any chances. Spycam, you have the Neural Theft available to you as well. If you find this opening pick here, you're going to be in a really good position. However, Vic is on the other side of this wall waiting for something to happen, and Vic is in a perfect position to get that elim onto Coburg. Coburg's now gone. They still have no entry in for right now. And in fact, it's just going to be a rush on in. Watch out for the flank from Darkest, though. They do get the plant down onto A. Here comes the rest of 8 hours, though.
I am seeing Darkest all the way trying to flank, but that Neural Theft has completely ruined that plan. Swarming all over the site. 8 hours of sleep, not missing a singular beat. Now to take on the final target. Get rid of them. Find the elimination. Doesn't matter. The defuse there. Darkest may still survive their way through this storm. Same cannot be said about that round nor the rest of the team. 8 hours of sleep. Again, only 2 rounds away from tying up this map.
This is a really good play from 8 hours. You didn't waste anything except for the Viper's Pit and the Neural Theft. Not too shabby. You had the Neural Theft spot out, whatever Sad was going to give you. And now you're sitting at a pretty comfortable position economy-wise. 8 hours, going to have to try to balance this out a little bit, only buying shares. One person buying or getting a full-on Vandal at the same time. So this is going to be, yet again, they keep going mid. They're going to try to push their luck here, keep on going mid, seeing if they can find anything. It didn't work out for them last time because of the Viper's Pit. No Viper's Pit to worry about. What they do have to worry about is Skarn getting hit by the snake bite and Moose to follow up. Moose has been so good in mid control so far. It shows 8 hours wants this next 2 rounds.
Moose has an iron grip on mid. This is their territory, and you will have to fight with everything that you have to get them out of here. Darkest. Just enough of a pixel sees has been seen, but they still take the pot shots onto Jonah because they had just as much vision of their own. And they're not falling into the trap of that trip. Jonah wanted to go for it. They wanted to try, but these Vipers have a lot of venom to back up these shots. And look at where Bob is. They might have sent them reeling enough. They hear the footsteps, a couple of jump peaks. Bob sees Moose.
Done.
They don't want to take that fight.
Nothing different right now. Trailblazer will help them concuss for a couple of moments. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Pain shells will come out, hit Starkus for a little while. Starkus getting shot through. Bob with the follow-up elimination, and now it's going to be the Neural Theft coming out from this team of Sad.
Pit.
Just to help out. Viper's Pit is going to clear this one out. It's going to be 13 seconds left, but they will get the plan down. Just sprays away. Vic is going to try. Bob gets the kill there. Moose trades that out in a 3v2 scenario, and Moose gets a start. Moose gets rid of the Viper's Pit. Physic is there to take care of Zolskull as well. There's the Seeker, and Moose gets for the Iron Grip in mid, transfers on over to B site, and 8 Hours has claimed the 9th round. They are one away from tying this entire map
Oh
up.
my goodness. All right, Split is proving to be even more of a nail biter than Lotus was. This scoreline so dangerously close. 13-8 on Lotus, 10-9 here on Split. Sad Esports were so close to being able to take that round, but Moose has had enough of Sad Esports. They have had enough of what's been going on here. This is their map, and they are going to remind everyone of that.
Moose is relishing in the fact that in this half alone, they've had 2 4Ks. Think about that, 2 4Ks in a half is absolutely nuts to think about. And Sad wants to keep trying their luck here. They keep going in A, but
No,
Moose through the smoke,
come
through
on.
the wall and everything. Come on, man. That's check him, PC. Check him, PC. You can't do that. That's illegal. And Moose finally taken off the throne, but that kill already just is an exclamation mark on the Iron Grip.
It really is. It was so close to there to another one. Vic, clean 2 eliminations to save B-Site and prevent any further transgressions onto there, at least through main. They need to keep an eye on Heaven. The final 2 players. One more opportunity here. Vic looking all over the place, has the webcam put up, the perfect place. I don't know if Skarn was quite caught there just yet. I think they were because, yeah, the shots are going to ring out. They know where it's going to be. Coburgers push themselves forward. They need to go through the trip. That's going to make things so difficult. They walk right into it. 1, 2 fall. 8 Hours has now tied up this map of Split.
Go ahead and say it, Sam. Go ahead and say it.
9-3 curse!
Timeout coming out. You can see our observer shaking the head of the camera right into Sam. There's the timeout coming out from Sad. A well-needed timeout. 7 out of 8 rounds going in the way of this team from 8 Hours. Oh no, okay, our producer's almost like just looking to choke me out. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything here. That's all Sam. You gotta go visit him if you want to choke the man out. Then yeah, it's overall 8 Hours has played this perfectly. Let's just talk about Moose. 18, 14, and 7 right now. That scoreline that 18-14 KDA may not be the best, but the big thing about it, 2 4Ks in the same half, and the Iron Grip in mid. I mean, just it's not even the Iron Grip. It's just like the Emperor sitting on top of the throne at this point. It's Iron Grip. It's Golden Grip. It's whatever you want to call it. Just nothing gets past it. Nothing gets past Moose so far, and it worked out in 8 Hours' favor so far. So for Sad, this timeout needs to be, let's stop trying our luck in mid. Try somewhere else. Moose has gotten control. Try something else.
Every single time they've tried to go through mid, Moose has been there. It's also kind of a weird thing as well, though, for Sad. Every single time they've gone through mid is the only time they've won the round. But like you said, it just hasn't been working out for them. So the adjustment, the timeout has been called. You also got to, like, stop Moose. They haven't been smoking off mid at all. Keep letting them get away with so much each and every single time. We're going to see that stopped out for just a moment here. The cage goes down. But look at how far Penny pushed up. And look at how much value think out of where they were. The crossfire was amazing. And 8 hours of sleep, proving that, hey, timeout worked just as well for us as it did for you. Alone by themselves, as that smoke goes away, Skarn is going to be in for it doesn't even need to go away. A flawless round here from 8 hours of sleep. But not only that, they have taken the lead.
They have taken the lead. And Sam was right all along. Hey, we saw it at MFH. Apparently, we're going to see it here in the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps. Moose extending their lead on the kills to 20 now. 2 eliminations, 20 eliminations, 14 deaths, 7 assists. And this is looking really good. Again, the Iron Grip in mid, they tried something else. Unfortunately, though, the Crossfire, insane with the Cyber Cage alongside the Paranoia, alongside the Paint Shells. There was nothing else to do. And Moose is going to try their hands at putting the Viper's Pit at A site this time. There's no chance at trying this out. You might want to just run away, guys. There's no chance. Maybe heading towards B. And if they do that, they're going to run right into Jonah, who's waiting for them with this dark cover right now.
Jonah heard the ultimate orb trying to be picked up, but Skarn still gets it, and now they have a showstopper. But without anyone in mid, Sad Esports gonna find so much more success. You see that they're not taking any chances, right? There's already smoke in Vince. You do not want to let Moose, even if they know that the Viper's Pit is up and they're over there, no quarter to be given, no opportunities that they want to let 8 hours of sleep run away with this. Marcus Wall goes away just at the wrong moment, and their life is going to follow through with it. Now, Sad Esports wants to brave the Viper's Pit, but up in the air, Moose! The Moose is loose!
Oh my goodness, Moose is on a tear, an absolute tear. That's 3K. Vic cleans it up on the other end. 8 hours is 1 round away from sending us the distance to map number 3. And oh my goodness, you could not have played that any better for Moose. Viper's Pit, wall and all, surrounding the entire thing. You said it best, Sam. The Moose is loose. That's already, what is that, 2 4Ks, a 3K now for Moose at the same time. And oh my goodness, the prophecy. Sam talks, how about Sam prophecy, prophetic right now. The 9-3 curse coming true, my friend.
What can I say? I've seen crazier things happen in Valorant. We've seen 11 threes, 9 threes, not out of the realm of possibility. Skarn caught in the web of Vic. A quick neural theft. Whoa, my God! Put the brakes on that. The Darkest knew where Vic was and landed the cleanest headshot I think I have seen. Sad Esports is not out of this fight yet. Looking over on the other side, Jonah swings for the fences but gets knocked out themselves. Let's see if the Moose is still loose or if they're gonna go back in the pin for this round. Playing it safe. Yeah, you hold on to that weapon.
You hold on, you save, you save for the last round, help yourselves
Moose
out. You don't have enough time.
Moose is hungry. Oink.
There it is. Bob is able to get that kill. And we're not done just yet, folks. We are headed to round 24. An insane thing to talk about. If we head to overtime, man, this is going to get crazier and crazier and crazier. We talked about the 9-3 earlier on. It's 8-2, or it's rather 9-2 right now. Is it gonna flip for the hands of Sad Esports? If they get one back, headed to OT, we're not gonna be able to breathe. My chest is already tight from all the excitement that we've had so far. And we gotta find a way to talk further, Sam, but if this goes 12-12, oh my goodness, I don't know if we can.
There's no one in heaven either. This is complete disbelief from 8 hours of sleep. Just giving up that much control. The walls go down, but Skarn is not leaving anything unchecked. Every corner needs to be methodical. And that vent could be where it all goes down, right through the wall. Penny, safe from the firing squad. But now the realization is starting to sink in that, hey, wait a minute. No one might be up here. And if no one's up here, well, this is just easy peasy for us that we could rotate through and go to B.
Don't do it. We know what happens when they go towards mid. Don't do it. Don't do it. Stay there. Just, yeah, you're good for right now. They're holding on to Heaven control for right now. They have no idea. They may be thinking that they're rotating out. They're going to wait till the final seconds here to rush them down, I would like to believe. And if they see something get thrown out, like Vic is about to throw out that spy cam, they know where one is at the very least with that sight line. Can you move up? Can you get the rest of it? Darkest is waiting. Darkest is doing something. Now the go button is here. There's the green light. Darkest gets rid of Penny. They trade out for right now. Heaven control is theirs. Area 8 control is theirs as well. They get rid of Vic. And Sad wants to tie this up, Sad. They have a 4v2 man advantage coming up.
8 hours of sleep ain't done yet because you got Moose here. And if you got Moose, you got a chance. Sad Esports all over on this A site, but pushing themselves back a little bit is the Omen. Anyone who drops down below needs to be ready for this. Jonah and Moose has made their impact, but the 1v2 on the shoulders to prevent the overtime and bring them into map number 3 needs to happen right there. 1v1. Time is starting to tick away. Moose losing out on this. Bob playing Ring Around the Rosie. Goes for the next shot. And this is overtime.
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. What is going on, my friend? 9 threes on both sides, and we are going all the way. Sad wants to win this. They want to win it bad. 8 hours. Doesn't want to let him have it easy. And oh my gosh, the tug of war that is going on right now that is going to happen in overtime, I cannot wait for. It's 5,000 credits all the way. Nobody gets an ultimate. They're going to be close to it all the way, 3 points each. But oh my God, Sam, are you ready for this? Because I don't know, my heart rate's up right now. My Apple Watch has been going off. It says your heart rate has exceeded normal limits. I can't wait for this.
I can't with this matchup anymore. I can't with this game anymore. But this is overtime. The first one that we've had during the semis and the grands. 1 snake bite is all it takes for 8 hours of sleep to get slowed down. And now with that dissipated, immediate taking care of the dog. Another one comes through, lands right on its target. This is going to force out the regrowth. Ram's control is being fought through with every single last bloody inch.
They do not want to give up a single inch, not a speck of dust on this point. They are holding. They are pushing all the way through A. They leave the Rays and the Omens towards B, seeing if there's a rotation out. And now just the shots being fired away. They're going to try to rush Heaven here. 40 seconds left. They did this last time where they were waiting patiently before something to happen. Yes, they have the Rays and the Omen at B, but it's a 5v3 man advantage on A. They're going to try to take full advantage of this. However, the call now, let's go all the way towards B. They get spotted with a trap wire now. It's 4v1. Skarn waiting for them right in the annals of the staircase. Shoots a little bit too early, but they get the lineup. They get the second. They're looking for another, and Skarn clears them. Skarn clears mid. They get the showstopper as well. The showstopper.
They have the ult. They have the spike.
Out.
Fire your shot. Goes a little wide, but it doesn't matter. 8 hours of sleep needs to go back, but guess who is there? There's no time.
There's no
they
time.
don't take it. It's out of time. Out of time. Out of chances. Sad Esports. One more round.
Holy cow. Holy cow.
My heart
What
breaks.
is going on here? My heart is... I may need to go to the hospital after this. Somebody needs to call 911 for me and Sam here. Our hearts are pounding right now. It might explode after all of this. An attack from Sad to go, or from 8 hours to try to run all the way around through mid. They didn't have enough time. And your MVP there, oh my goodness, Skarn, what a clear out that was. They're going to try to play aggressively. It's all systems go on A. Jonah clears out Skarn, though. It's a 5v4 already, Sam.
It's already, and these ramps are detrimental to many a team. Now without Skarn, you've lost your initiation potential. You've lost anyone to be able to go onto that site. And now for Sad Esports, on the back foot, you see the impact of this. And really, without them, the only thing that you can hope for is just landing those headshots.
5v4 situation right now. 8 hours trying to give themselves hope to send this to another OT and keep them alive to send us to map 3. Remember, folks, this is map 2. If this... Oh, boy, I don't want to even talk about if we go to map number 3. And right now, just what's the call here for SAD? What is the call to put themselves in a position to win this round, especially down one player on that raise? They want to try to go A here. They're going to run into a spy cam. They're going to run into a trap wire and all of this. This is not looking the greatest here if they want to push into a Cypher and a Viper. Watch out for Moose. That's waiting for you upstairs in heaven.
First of the trips need to be dealt with. There's one. Second one is going to be
One-way.
there. An unbelievable one-way. Giving Vic the second pick of this round. And now SAD Esports spiraling out of control. In a similar situation to what we saw from 8 hours of sleep. Needs to put the pedal to the metal. There's no other choice.
No time.
Wait a minute.
Oh, wait, maybe.
Might just be Coburg set. Coburg is going to be the one to keep SAD Esports in this. And that's going to be good enough for Darkest to have the Vipers picked. Now 8 hours of sleep has to do this. Wow. What a paint shell. What a way to bring their way in here. Zostal swinging forward. But too far forward for Jonah. Now Darkest all alone right behind them.
Oh my gosh.
The shorty shots in the back. We're tied once again to go into double OT.
Oh my goodness. They had from the spike landing with less than a second left to go to the 3v3 retake that was there, and now a second round. We go to double OT. 8 hours back on the attacking side. And oh my goodness, what's the call here? Because this could go any which way. Last time they pressured towards A, that didn't work out. And then now it's going to be a timeout to start the round for Darkest and 8 hours right now. I mean, what do you talk about in this timeout here? What in heck do you talk about for this timeout? Because both teams are going to – I feel like both teams are stressing out because this has been a banger of a match. This has been a tight match. What do you talk about?
Keegan, here's what we're going to talk about. Nothing. We deserve a timeout.
It's going to be silence here for the next 40 seconds, folks. We're just going to breathe in, breathe out.
Okay. All right.
I feel like you're about to hyperventilate, too.
I kind of am. We're in double overtime. 13-13. Really, what can we talk about at this point that hasn't been beaten into us ad nauseum?
I don't know. At this point, what we talk about here is I guess you're a psychic in a 9-3 curse. Did you predict it going this back and forth?
Whatever happens, at the very least, Clutch Key, this is the mark of a grand finals on the final week of the Fighters Cup, presented by the U.S. Marine Corps. This is going to go down in the annals of history. That much is for sure.
This map being part of the final week, this is history in itself. I can't wait to watch this one back. This is going to go down as one of the best matches I've ever seen. This best map I've ever seen. I know earlier on, saw 2018, maybe earlier in one of the earlier weeks. Yeah, this may not be it.
Zostal gets out. Zostal
gets out. Zostal's out. Zostal's out of there. Just runs away.
How are you alive? You walked away with murder and got off scot-free, unpunished. That is a masterclass in Omen movement. I am jaw-dropped. The A aggression is... the B aggression is still there. Darkest posted. And a quick snake bite denies that paranoia.
Could have taken advantage of the paranoia. Instead, the snakebite staves them off right now. Makes it to take care of Bob. Darkest though lines up two. Penny drops. It's unfortunate. The penny drops and the eliminations fall. Music is there. Darkest trying to get another one. Darkest gets a third around the corner. Gets the Viper's Pit at the same time. The Viper's Pit is out. And 8 hours trying to rely on the hands of Jonah, who gets the kill upstairs. Onto Heaven. Shorty's out for right now. Viper's Pit will fall. Darkest finds a fourth. And SAD wins on the defensive end, and they are one away from the 3K.
Cannot do this game anymore. It feels like every single player is having their turn in the spotlight. But again, it is in Sad Esports Court. One more round. One more to go. And they will be your final Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps Grand Champion.
I can't. You got the blood pressure machine over there. you got the heart monitor over there. This is standby for the 911 calls that are about to come out if we go to another round, or if this is an exciting finish to what is the final week here. Another one-way. Vic has been so good on these one-ways, and some of the ciphers on either end. This is the highest level I think I've seen so far. And they don't realize 3 of them are sitting on B garage right now. They're just waiting there patiently, ever so patiently. Sad wants to find an opening. They're not going to get it right now.
Darkest picks Orb and a small ping, 2 more kills. And they have the 3rd Viper's Pit in overtime. Let that sink in for a hot second there. Quick push through mid, but guess who is ready to go? It's the Moose. Does the Moose still have the antlers for this, or are they petering out?
And this is in mid too. They are walking into the iron grip that is mid. Moose fires though. They know where somebody is now, and now Moose has to run away. Otherwise, it's going to be a one push that they want to try here. Trailblazer is out now. They know that nobody's in B, so now it's just the heaven push. They have people in heaven. Everybody's getting surrounded. Oh my goodness, this is low. Through the smoke, they will go. Skarn, Darkest fighting their picks. It's a 2-for-1 trade-off on the elimination side. Jonah waiting for one pick. It will not happen. Zolstra finds it. And now it comes into the final moments. One away.
One more. Physic is out of here. And Sad Esports have done it 15-13, 2-0. Your final Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps Grand Champions in a double overtime. But not only that, Keegan, this is their first ever championship win. So a massive congratulations in more ways than one to this team. But my goodness gracious, I think we just had like 4 heart attacks.
4?
Maybe
4?
5 in like the span of 2 rounds.
I was going to say maybe 10 in the span of 5 rounds. I think the last 2 rounds of Sad winning that to take us to OT, and then the last 4 rounds. Yeah, that might be 10. I'm sweating here. I mean, it may be air conditioned in here as well. I think I'm sweating. I know I can see some shininess on your forehead as well. We're sweating all over the place here. And oh my goodness, we want to highlight players as well. We're being asked what stats we want to see. Bring them all up. Bring
all of this. Give us all of the stats. I mean,
you know what? I do want to see. I want to see Moose at the very least. But oh my goodness, you could pick anybody.
Really, because Coburg had at the first half insane game, then Darkest picked it up, then Moose in the mid. Who do we? Let's go with Coburg. Why not?
Yeah.
They were the ones. Had it not been for what they did on that one round, that 4K, that could have been the death knell here, right? That one round. Think about that. 8 hours of sleep. Needed that one round, and had they been able to secure it, that would have been a game 1 for them. But there you have it.
Oh.
Look at that.
I tell you what, when you look at the numbers here, 218, 217 ACS, you may realize that, yeah, that's not big numbers overall on the ACS. You want to talk about big eliminations, though, 16 and then 21 for Coburg overall, 7 assists. And not only that, some of the best one-ways the one-way tricks I've seen here from the Cyphers have been absolutely nuts. And you're talking about KDR as well, 1.07, 1.17. An absolutely insane thing to think about when you have 37 eliminations on a Cypher, as well as earlier on, just playing that, what was Coburg playing? Coburg plays the KJ there as well, positive KDA all over the place. And just the impact that the Sentinel has had throughout the entire match for Sad Esports is the reason why. Just impact throughout the entire thing. You had Darkest on the Viper popping off at the end with 26 and 16 of their own. You had Skarn popping off with 22 and 24. And then Moose 29 on the other side, too, 29 and 19. The Moose was loose, unfortunately. Just couldn't follow that up at the end. And breathe, folks, because yes, get the defibrillators out, get the ventilators out, whatever you want to. What a series overall. We want to highlight every single player we can, unfortunately, but man, oh man, you wish you could.
I wish you could. But this is a sad esports victory that I think they will remember for the ages, right? The very first championship they've won so close, so many times in so many different forms. But the final one, the final opportunity during these tournaments, and they were able to go all of the way. And let's give them credit where credit is due too. They took on unbelievable teams in the form of 8 hours of sleep, in the form of the expected, the previous week's champions, and the 2 times as well. But now they get to put their own mark here on the board. And I can't think of a team that has earned this more than SAD Esports. And I personally have seen them across so many different aspects of the tier 2 scene. I talked about their performance in the MFH Invitational. This team just continues to get better and better. This is absolutely a team that you need to keep your eyes on because they are only just getting started, it feels like.
Yeah, they're only just getting started here. $3,000 is just the start of what could very well be a great team overall for SAT Esports. They have put the work in. They get the championship, and now they get the $3,000 in the end in an insane matchup. Yeah, the first one was 13-8, and then they get it 15-13 here, going all the way to overtime, giving us all heart attacks. And now, well, at the end, this is the 6th week. And I want to point out, folks, there is a command in the chat right now. You can use !survey that you can just fill out. I know I'm going to try to fill that out as well. Fill that form out, fill out the survey, because if you want to see more of what this tournament has provided, you better fill out that form, because I know that seeing that entire banger series is just an insane thing, and I want to see more. I want to see more.
I want to see more too. And I also want to see more of this interview that we have upcoming with none other than the duelist extraordinaire themselves, Skarn. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break. This is an interview you do not want to miss.
The future is threatened by enemies often unseen.
Stay alert, Marine.
And unexpected. In the midst of an uncertain and evolving world, the need for Marines to defeat these shifting threats is critical because the need to ensure stability for our nation has never been greater. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
Hot off the heels of a grand finals victory, we managed to grab none other than Skarn themselves. Before we go any further, Skarn, before we talk about anything else, the biggest of congratulations, bro. That was an insane series, but an insane map number 2.
Yeah, it was insane, very hard fought. They obviously played really well, and we didn't. I don't know. We had a hard time figuring out how to play T-side against them, but I guess eventually we cracked the code. So
you guys cracked the code and then took that code and input it toward. It's like a cheat code of victory. That's what happened there. So my first question to you here, Skarn, is I gotta know. Did the call explode? Did the Discord that you guys were working through or whatever explode when you won? Because this is your first ever championship, right? This is the first like big series that I think you guys have won in this fashion.
Yeah, so as this 5, this is definitely, I think, our first victory. And this definitely feels good after losing to Moist like a week or 2 ago. We were up both maps and we choked. And it was just a really heartbreaking loss. So it definitely feels good to win today.
Yeah, and you guys winning in entirely great fashion. Let me start off by going to map number 1 there, back on Lotus, and you guys pretty much had good control of it the entire way through. Talk to me about, you have this whole entire setup with Darkus coming out and then Viper just doing some work, and then overall, how was that call with Zolstral at the beginning round? Did that give you guys some energy moving in after that first round pistol round that Zolstral just insanely popped off on the 1v4? Did that give you guys any confidence at all going into that?
Yeah, totally. We have like a running joke where we always kind of harp Zolstral for not clutching, and so when he clutched that round, I was screaming. I was like, "Oh my God, Zolstral clutch, Zolstral clutch!" So the vibes were definitely up, and that really started the momentum for us that game.
Yeah, and now let's move on over to the map that I will say more or less this is gonna want to make me visit my doctor here soon, just with the intense blood pressure that I had. We go to the second map, or the second map that was Split, and you guys were having a little bit of trouble with kind of getting through Moose and that entire Viper setup that was happening in through mid. What was your guys' strategy to kind of change that up and get around the Viper in general? Because Moose kind of just had your guys' number, and then finally the last 2 rounds you guys got it all together. What was the call out there for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, we were just like, let's just try going to A, because obviously Moose is really good. That dude's a demon. But then it kind of just came down to working B main a little bit more, and getting out some of his util to make the B split easier. So that's kind of what it was. I feel like when any game gets to OT, it kind of just gets down to people making hero plays or just winning your ones. So I feel like, yeah, that's kind of what it came down to at the end of the day for Split.
Split had it all, though. There was the Coburg clutch, that 1v4 that happened. Then there was it happening again with Darkus. There was that moment where literally had their backs to you, not once, but twice on one of the rounds where 8 hours of sleep just opened themselves up. In fact, you were one of them to be able to take advantage of that. And I guess that's just the big thing when you see the evolution of how this team has been playing. I mean, I watched you play in the MFH Invitational. Obviously been seeing you all here during the multiple weeks of the Fighters Cup. And so now I'm wondering what the future is going to be looking like for this team. Is it just going to continue grinding it out, try to work towards those, work towards challengers? What's going on here for the future of SAD Esports?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be grinding, and if everything goes right, you should see us in challengers on January, I think. So yeah, catch us there, I hope.
All right, and one more question. Can we? Someone in chat was asking, can we get your crosshair?
I think it's,
or is that a trade secret?
No, it's not. It's not at all. I know it's on my Valorant tracker. If you want to go look, I think there's like a tab there, but I think it's 4322. I think. I don't know. Honestly, used to have it memorized by heart, but it's just white. It's that, no outlines. Yeah, I've been on it since beta, so
now what aim trainer do you guys use is the better question here, because some of these aims have been insane. I need to know what aim trainer you guys use overall.
I know some of my teammates play Aim Labs, and maybe a couple of them play Kovacs. I think I'm the main person that just plays Osu. I don't really run the aim trainers. I play Osu. So yeah.
Yes, this is my guy. This is my guy right here.
This is why you're in the duelist role, Scar, and this is why you have that Osu, that next level play there. But we know that you're running short on time. This guy right here, everyone has a finals that they need to go and study for that's happening tomorrow. So getting to grand finals real quick, and then gonna go and get a finals done. Scar, before we let you go though, any shout outs that you want to give?
Obviously my team. Everyone's been putting in a bunch of work, and it's a miracle we found Bob. She's been a great asset to the team so far. Obviously my friends, girlfriend, everyone, the homies, the hood. Yeah.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And I'm so excited to see where SAD Esports is going to go. Like I said, I've been watching y'all for quite some time now, and the future is looking very, very bright. Scarn, thank you so much for joining us, and I look forward to seeing more of what you and SAD Esports do.
Thank you.
And, well, Clutch Key, I hate to say it, but that is going to be it for us here on the final week of the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps. 6 weeks. 6 weeks, multiple prize pools, and a heck of a lot of Valorant.
A heck of a lot of Valorant indeed. Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps, going out with an absolute bang, going out with intense fire. And I actually want to point this out as well. We're streaming live here on Esports U, and in fact, this is the last broadcast of the Esports U season as well, for the entire year at the very least, until we get to the new year. So what a way to go out. Overall, I'm reflecting on this entire thing, not just the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps, but in the entirety of it. You and I have been part of a lot of good broadcasts here, a lot of great matches throughout the entire year here as we get down to it. And what a year overall, and to end it with the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps, to have these kinds of matches, to have as close as it was, I mean, play the Auld Lang Syne when we get out of here, because that's what it should be coming up for the entire series. Because props to everybody on the ESU side, props to everybody on CSMG for putting this all together. Props again to the Fighters Cup presented by the United States Marine Corps for grabbing all these great teams, making it the open tournament that it is, with the entirety of all these former pro players, all of these players. And look, challengers coming up here for SAD Esports as well. I cannot wait. And this is just this year. I cannot wait for the next year to come up already. I'm stoked to find out what's going to happen when we get to the new year in 2024. I can't even begin to fathom it. That's how out of the realm. If it even comes up to half the expectations of what happened tonight, I'd be happy. But I already know that it's going to be like double or quadruple whatever is going to go on into the future. But some quick shout outs, of course, to our amazing production staff behind the scenes, Professor Layton and Cool Scoots, our observer and our producer respectively. And of course, casters earlier on in the day, to Septilence and Nerdy Bird, for guiding us through those early initial matches. And of course, a big thank you to Clutch Key. Dude, it's been an absolute pleasure to be able to sit here with you to talk about the great, fantastic game of Valorant. Absolutely.
But until the next time, everyone, until the next broadcast, thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you then.
The future is threatened by enemies often unseen.
Stay alert, Marine.
And unexpected. In the midst of an uncertain and evolving world, the need for Marines to defeat these shifting threats is critical, because the need to ensure stability for our nation has never been greater. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.